Chapter 595. The sacred battle ape was an ancient spirit beast with amazing battle prowess. This kind of spiritual beast was extremely rare. Since ancient times, only a few of them had been discovered. However, each of the sacred battle apes possessed supreme battle power. Even divine beasts were extremely fearful of them and would not easily provoke them. No one had expected that this young man would be able to condense the phantom of a sacred battle ape. Many of the big shots on the high platform stared at the golden-haired young man, their expressions filled with shock. He must have obtained the essence and blood of a sacred battle ape. Otherwise, how could he condense the phantom of a sacred battle ape? That's right. The sacred battle ape's Tenbin ability increases battle prowess and battle intent. Look at this young man's strength surging. If he becomes a high-level earthly emperor, he will definitely be among the top 10 imperial slaughtering emperors. It's not impossible for him to become the first sovereign. He's too monstrous. I really don't know where this young man is from. He's so heaven-defying. We can't miss out on such a good seedling. When I reported his name just now, I think he's called Yuan Zhantian. When the time comes, we'll have to rely on our own abilities to rope him in. This name really suits him. Seems like he was born to fight. It seems like there should be quite a few monsters in the central region. Ling Xiao sighed and no longer watched the battle on the 10th arena. His figure began to sweep towards the 8th arena. In the 8th arena, Shen Emo had already won 7 matches in a row. Until now, no one had been able to break his cloning technique. He almost always killed his opponents with a single move. His methods were extremely cruel. Based on the current situation, he would be the first to advance to the next round of earthly emperors. Shen Emo wore an extremely cold smile on his face as he waited for the next opponent to appear. However, he was secretly thinking to himself, could it be that my methods are a little too fierce and no one dares to come up and fight me? However, just as he finished feeling pleased with himself, a figure leisurely strolled up to the arena. Ling Xiao, please advise me. Ling Xiao said to Shen Emo indifferently. He said this to let the judge below the arena hear his name and know who he was. After all, there was a list of names on the jade platforms above each arena. Anyone who reported their name could participate. If they lost, the name on the jade platform would be erased. Shen Emo looked at Ling Xiao playfully and said, "You're that earthly emperor from Meteorite City in the northwest?" Ling Xiao smiled, "That's right, it's me." At this time, the people below the arena pointed at Ling Xiao, their faces full of ridicule. It was obvious that Ling Xiao would die under Shin's sword. Ling Xiao. At this time, the people below once again pointed at Ling Xiao, their faces full of ridicule. Obviously, they all wanted to see Ling Xiao die under Shin Mo's sword. Then Ling Xiao thanks Brother Shin in advance. Ling Xiao still had a faint smile on his face. Shin Mo's eyes narrowed. Obviously, he didn't understand why Ling Xiao was so bold. However, he just thought that Ling Xiao came up to die. After all, how could a middle-stage earthly emperor pose a threat to him? I'll give you a chance to make a move. Otherwise, you won't have another chance. Shen Emo looked at Ling Xiao contemptuously. Hee, since there's such a good thing, Ling Xiao will do as you say. Ling Xiao chuckled. Then, with a flash, his ghostly figure appeared in front of Shen Emo in an instant and blasted an ordinary fist at Shen Emo. Your speed is good, but with this little strength, you're still overestimating yourself. Shen Emo curled his lips and said. At the same time, he drew the green sword in his hand and slashed at Ling Xiao. Whoosh! The sword light cut Ling Xiao's body in half. Not good, it's an afterimage. Shen Emo raised his eyebrows and immediately became vigilant. Unfortunately, a golden fist landed squarely on his back. Immediately, Shen Emo flew out of the arena like a cannonball. Everyone looked at the young man who didn't seem to have done anything, and their expressions revealed strange expressions. Motherf *, he defeated Shen Emo just like that? Shen Emo was too careless this time. He was actually tempted by the opponent. It's really not worth it. Isn't that so? Shen Emo is a high-level earthly emperor, and that guy from the northwest is only a middle-stage earthly emperor. If he was serious, Shen Emo would have killed him long ago. A loss is a loss. Shen Emo can only blame himself for being too arrogant. Brother Shen, you admit it. Ling Xiao slightly cupped his hands at Shen Emo like a smiling tiger. Shen Emo fell onto the arena, still not understanding what was going on. He suddenly jumped up from the ground. No. Impossible, how could I lose? This must be an illusion, I want to kill that bastard. Shen Emo couldn't believe the truth and cried out in surprise. He looked at Ling Xiao with a smile that seemed to be full of ridicule. Then, he flew up to the arena without a care for anything else, and the long sword in his hand slashed towards Ling Xiao. Stop. The referee frowned and shouted. The aura of a venerable realm expert swept towards Shinemo. Shinmo's body trembled slightly, but he still didn't stop his attack. The referee snorted coldly and waved his sleeve. A powerful aura of a venerable realm expert instantly shackled Shinemo. Shinemo instantly created 3 clones. 2 of them were shackled, while the other one blasted towards Ling Xiao. Bastard, you're courting death. The referee's dignity was provoked, and he instantly shattered those 2 clones while his other hand smashed towards Shinemo. However, he was still half a beat too late, and Shinmo's true body had already arrived before Ling Xiao. Everyone else thought that Ling Xiao would make a move to defend himself, but what he did was completely out of everyone's expectations. Everyone was dumbfounded. Hey, you've already left the arena. How can you still come up here to kill me? Save me. Save me. Ling Xiao revealed an extremely cowardly appearance, and he actually turned around and fled. I'm going to kill a coward like you. You don't deserve to stand on this arena. Shinemo seemed as if he'd gone mad as he charged towards Ling Xiao. Meanwhile, a sonorous voice resounded. Junior brother Shin, stop right now. Unfortunately, this voice was still a moment too late. The referee had directly activated his world and blasted Shinemo flying, causing a strand of blood to spray out in midair. Anyone who dares to look down on the rules of this competition will die, the referee said coldly. Although the Blue Sun sect was the organizer of this year's Imperial Rankings tournament, every referee was sent out by the 18 great powers to supervise. This was to prevent some local powers from abusing their power for personal gain and destroying the fairness. However, the referee had also held back and did not directly kill Shinemo. This could be considered as giving the Blue Sun sect some face. If it had been anyone else, they would have died. A few disciples from the Blue Sun sect quickly carried Shinemo to the side. The surrounding people looked at the injured Shinemo and kept on shushing him. At this moment, a middle-aged man walked towards the 8th arena with a gloomy face. Look, isn't that the 4th and oldest successor disciple of the Blue Sun sect, Jean Dazwa? That's right, this person is the left-hand sword Jean Dazwa. Among the successor disciples, he's in his 60s and he's indeed the oldest. It seems like Shinmo's failure has caused his senior brothers to be unable to bear it. That cowardly Ling Xiao probably won't be so lucky as to pick up Shinmo's consecutive victories. Of course. Didn't you see that he actually shouted for help just now? I really don't know if his brain is stuck. Maybe he's just pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Jean Dazwa has come to challenge. Jean Dazwa glared at Ling Xiao aggressively and shouted. This young man in front of him had picked up his junior brother's Ping-yi, so he definitely could not let him go. Otherwise, where would the Blue Sun sect's face be? He cursed Shinemo 1,000 times in his heart. He was actually arrogant and wasted the opportunity to advance. Just as Jean Dazwa was about to attack Ling Xiao shouted at Jean Dazwa, "Wait!" Jean Dazwa frowned and said, "If you want to surrender, then hurry up and scram." Ling Xiao quickly waved his hand and said, No, I'm saying this first. When I accidentally beat you down, you're not allowed to chase after me like that person just now. Otherwise, I won't do it." Jean Dazwa said with a dark face, "You can rest assured about that. I'll get rid of you right now. I won't give you any chance." "It's useless for you to say it." Ling Xiao rolled his eyes at him and then said to the referee, "Sir, you have to keep an eye on him. If he loses and doesn't admit it, you have to protect me. We can't take it anymore." The moment he said this, the surrounding people immediately burst into laughter. The referee nodded seriously, "Don't worry, he doesn't have the guts." With Shinemo as an example, the referee was naturally not optimistic about Jean Dazwa's character. "Alright, can we begin?" Jean Dazwa said impatiently. He thought to himself, "I must finish off this damned guy in one move." "Wait." Ling Xiao called out again. Jean Dazwa's expression was ashen as he said, "What's wrong with you now?" "Nothing, I just want to tell you. I'm going to attack." Ling Xiao's words dragged on for a moment. Suddenly, his figure took a ghostly step, and a series of afterimages swept toward Jean Dazwa. "What did you say?" Jean Dazwa was still hesitating, but in the next moment, Ling Xiao was already attacking him. His eyelids twitched as he quickly raised the sword in his left hand. Unfortunately, how could Ling Xiao give him the chance? Several golden fists smashed toward Jean Dazwa's chest like a torrential storm. Bang bang. Jean Dazwa felt as if his body had been smashed by a 1,000-pound boulder and was instantly sent flying out of the arena. However, Jean Dazwa was much more clear-headed than Shinemo. Before his body even landed, he endured the pain from the bombardment and stabbed the sword in his hand into the ground. His body once again bounced back onto the stage. You have some skill, but you should still go down for me. Ling Xiao revealed a faint smile as his sea of consciousness formed a few elementary runes and blasted them towards Jean Dazhua. Jean Dazua's sea of consciousness stiffened and his flying body instantly stopped. Bang! His body seemed to have lost control as he once again landed on the ground. This time the surrounding people quietened down. Their expressions were extremely strange. Even the referee's eyes revealed a look of disbelief. Jean Dazhua was defeated just like that. Chapter 596. Ling Xiao smiled as he cupped his hands at Jean Dazhua, who had fallen off the stage, and said, "I admit it." The dramatic scene made everyone unable to wrap their heads around it. 3 words appeared in their hearts: "How shameless!" "Bastard!" Jean Dazhua roared in anger. Although he had taken quite a few punches from Ling Xiao, he was wearing a high-grade defensive armor, so his injuries were not serious. He was really angry and lost just like that. It was clearly this fellow who had taken the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Ling Xiao instantly revealed a timid expression as he ran towards the referee and said, "Lord, protect me. He's preparing to kill again." The referee immediately glared at Jean Dazhua and said, "Hurry up and step down." Jean Dazhua said to the referee unwillingly, "Sir, he used a sneak attack. I'm not convinced. I want to fight him again." Ling Xiao revealed an innocent look and said, "Didn't I just say that I was going to attack? Besides, how could there be a sneak attack in the arena?" "Shut up. If you hadn't told me to stop time and time again, would I have fallen for your trick?" Jean Dazhua shouted in shock. The referee waved his hand impatiently and said to Jean Dazhua, "You can go down now. The moment you enter the arena, it will begin. He is your enemy. If he tells you to stop, then stop. Why are you being so obedient? Is there something wrong with your head? Even if he won with a sneak attack, you can only blame yourself for not being skilled enough. What qualifications do you have to accept the next match? Let's continue with the next match." But Jean Dazhua still wanted to say something, but the referee glared at him fiercely. He could only turn around and leave the stage unwillingly. However, the moment he left the stage, he glared at Ling Xiao with hatred and sent a voice transmission to Ling Xiao, "Bastard, don't even think about leaving Blue Sun City alive." When Ling Xiao heard this, he still had a mischievous smile on his face, as if he did not take Jean Dazua's words to heart at all. Ling Xiao had defeated Jean Dazhua. In addition to Shin Mo's 7 consecutive wins, he now had 8 wins. He only needed to win 2 more matches to advance to the next round of the competition. As for Ling Xiao's cowardly performance, someone quickly stepped forward to challenge him. The one who stepped forward to challenge Ling Xiao was a middle-level Earth Sovereign. He felt that Ling Xiao's 2 consecutive victories were entirely due to luck and despicable means. Therefore, as long as he could defeat Ling Xiao, all 8 victories would belong to him. It would be a waste not to take advantage of this opportunity. "My name is Feng Jian. Please advise me." The middle stage Earth Sovereign cupped his hands and called out to Ling Xiao. As soon as he finished speaking, waves of frightening spiritual energy surged out from his long halberd. One after another, congealed snakes charged towards Ling Xiao. This Feng Jian is really despicable. He actually learned from that fellow in the northwest and launched a sneak attack when someone was unprepared. You don't say. This is called giving him a taste of his own medicine. This Feng Jian is at the peak of the middle stage Earth Sovereign. It seems like he picked up Depingy this time. That's right. That fellow from the northwest will definitely lose. You're really despicable. I'm not ready yet. Ling Xiao let out a strange cry and used the cloud shadow steps to skillfully avoid Feng Jian's attack. Humph, before you say that others are despicable, think about what you did just now. Feng Jian coldly snorted and summoned his protective spiritual beast at the same time. A huge Class 5 serpent python instantly landed on the stage and flicked its long tongue. It looked extremely ferocious and frightening. Feng Jian did this for the sake of caution. He could not be as careless as Shinemo and Jean Dazhua. The huge serpent python opened its bloody mouth and pounced towards Ling Xiao. Feng Jian surrounded Ling Xiao from the other side. Ling Xiao screamed as he ran, but he did not escape from the stage. Everyone saw a comical scene. One man and one beast continuously chased after Ling Xiao. Every time they would almost catch up to him, but at the crucial moment he would slip away like a loach. In a corner not far from the stage, 6 people were paying attention to Ling Xiao's every move. They were the 6 true disciples of the Blue Sun sect. They were the eldest disciple Wu Lu, the second disciple Lu Yuanqua, the third disciple Wen Huang, the fourth disciple Jean Dazhua, the fifth disciple Bai Menxing, and the 6th disciple Shinemo. The eldest disciple, Wu Lu, who had already reached the Empyrean stage, said, "You guys didn't lose by luck. That kid's movement technique is very strange. Just now he used his speed to catch you guys off guard. However, you guys lost so quickly. It's a disgrace to the Blue Sun sect and a waste of a spot to advance." "I'm sorry, eldest senior brother." Jean Dazwa and Shen Mo both replied with guilty expressions. "Watch carefully. That kid will definitely enter the second round, but don't clash with him for now. Try to get a chance to advance in the second round as soon as possible. When the time comes, we'll take care of him," Wu Lu said faintly. Lu Yunquan narrowed his eyes and said, "Leave him to me. Third junior brother and fifth junior brother are the strongest. Leave them to the top 10 and enter the top 1,000 of the imperial rankings." "Alright, second junior brother, you're cautious, so you'll deal with this kid. Remember, you must make sure he stays on the stage forever." Wu Lu nodded. At this time, Feng Jian still hadn't caught up to Ling Xiao. However, he didn't plan to delay any longer. The spiritual energy around his body continued to gather, and the powerful aura caused the light barrier on the top of the light barrier to tremble. "Brat, stop here." Feng Jian sneered and shouted. The long halberd in his hand exploded with a powerful attack. Dance of 100 snakes. Numerous python-like attack energies surged towards Ling Xiao from all directions. Those pythons opened their basin-like mouths wide, looking ferocious as if they would only stop after devouring human blood. Feng Jian's serpent spirit beast also pounced towards Ling Xiao from behind, not giving Ling Xiao any chance to escape. The scene of hundreds of serpents dancing on the stage caused the surrounding people to click their tongues in amazement. In the midst of the chaos, Ling Xiao was still calm and collected. However, his entire body was wrapped in a thin layer of 5-colored armor, looking extremely noble and domineering. Taking advantage of the time when the serpent light enveloped the stage, his figure surged like a ghost. The serpent energy that bombarded his body didn't even seem to be enough to tickle him. His figure passed through the light balls of snakes and pythons, and a golden fist silently blasted towards Feng Jian's chest. When Feng Jian realized something was wrong, he discovered that he seemed to be imprisoned by a powerful energy, making him unable to move. Bang! Feng Jian only felt a pain in his chest, and his entire body flew out like a broken kite. At the same time, Ling Xiao swept towards the serpent on the other side, grabbed its sweeping tail, swung it around and threw the serpent out of the stage. All of this was done before the serpent's energy attack disappeared. Many people didn't clearly see what happened in the stage. When the serpent energy disappeared, they found that Feng Jian and his spirit beast had been smashed out of the stage, and Feng Jian had fainted on the spot. Silence. The surrounding people fell into silence. If Shen Mo and Jean Dazwa's failure was due to underestimating their opponents and carelessness, then what did Feng Jian's failure represent? Now, even a fool would realize that the young man in the stage was not as simple as he had imagined. Damn it, we were all fooled by him. This kid is really pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. We didn't even see clearly how Feng Jian was defeated. It seems that he only saw his opponent as weak and let others think that he was easy to deal with. This kid's scheming is not ordinary. There's only one more match, but the closer it is to the last match, the more people will appear to pick up the advantage. I wonder if he can maintain his 9 consecutive victories? The moment it was confirmed that Feng Jian had lost, several figures shot towards the stage at the same time. Feng Puyu, please advise. Hu Yanping, please advise. Zhuo Maochuang, please advise. Shi Zhou, please advise. 4 high-level Earth Emperors landed on the stage at the same time and challenged Ling Xiao. These people were here to pick up the advantage. Once they defeated Ling Xiao, they would be able to obtain Ling Xiao's battle record. Then they only needed to win one more match to advance to the second round. This kind of situation was not uncommon. In every imperial ranking tournament, many people would see this kind of opportunity. This way, not only would it save time and effort, but it would also allow them to obtain the best ranking. In such a situation, the referee already had a plan. He walked up with a wooden box and said, "Draw lots. Whoever draws Ling Xiao's name will be able to fight him." The 4 of them knew the rules and walked over to draw lots. In the end, Hu Yanping drew Ling Xiao's name, and he successfully became Ling Xiao's opponent. "Haha kid, you can go down. I will defend your 9 victories until the end for you." Hu Yanping laughed at Ling Xiao. Hu Yanping had a rough appearance and the muscles on his body were bulging. There were also hideous scars on his arms. It was obvious that he was a mercenary who had been through a lot of fighting. Ling Xiao revealed a charming smile and said, "Thank you, uncle. However, I think it's better to keep the victory for myself." Don't you think so? Hee, that's not up to you to decide. Hu Yanping laughed lightly, and a spirit beast slowly appeared beside him. Screech. A golden light flashed and a screeching sound lingered in the air. Golden blood rock. The surrounding people cried out in surprise when they saw Hu Yanping's spirit beast. Beside Hu Yanping was the peak rank 5 spirit beast, the golden blood rock. It spread its huge golden wings and swept them coldly. The blood crown on its head was incomparably dazzling, and its eyes flickered with a fierce light. The golden blood rock was a spirit beast that had the bloodline of the 3-legged golden crow. It was a powerful existence that could advance to rank 8, and its combat strength was extraordinary. The golden blood rock in front of them was about to reach rank 6. With its rank 5 combat strength, it was definitely comparable to the strength of a low-level heavenly venerable. Ling Xiao was also attracted by his opponent's majestic spirit beast. He didn't think that his opponent would be able to obtain such a good spirit beast to protect himself. If it was an ordinary opponent, Hu Yanping would probably be able to rely on this golden blood rock to obtain victory. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao wasn't such an idiot. Chapter 597. Kid, admit defeat. Otherwise my golden rock will eat you up. Hu Yanping was very cautious. He had actually jumped onto the golden rock's back, as if he did not intend to make a move himself. He believed that it was enough for the golden rock to deal with Ling Xiao. Hee. Although this young master is very afraid of death, the fortune teller once said that this young master would not die in the stomach of a spirit beast, Ling Xiao replied as he slowly flew up. Stubborn fool, golden rock, eat him for me. Hu Yanping commanded the golden rock. The golden rock let out a cry and flapped its golden wings a few times. Rays of golden light flickered incessantly as its huge body flew toward Ling Xiao. Its sharp beak was filled with bloodlust as it pecked at Ling Xiao. The golden rock was extremely fast. Even an ordinary high-level Earth Emperor would find it difficult to escape. Ling Xiao became slightly serious. Using phantom cloud steps, he left a series of afterimages in the air. He evaded the golden rock's peck and attacked Hu Yanping on the rock's back. However, the golden rock also had its back to the wall. Its huge body stopped abruptly and flapped its wings. Rays of golden light continuously engulfed Ling Xiao. Swoosh! Powerful attacks rang out densely in the air. Clang! Clang! Ling Xiao did not dodge. His fists glowed with a powerful golden light as he punched away the feather attacks. What, he actually received that attack with his bare hands. What a strong body. The golden rock's feather attacks are comparable to the bombardment of a high-level Shen artifact. It seems that this fellow has some capital. It seems that Shen Emo and Zhang Dazhua did not lose unjustly. However, it seems that it will not be easy to defeat Hu Yanping with just a strong body. He does have some ability, but I'm afraid it will not be that easy to deal with the golden rock, Hu Yanping murmured, slightly stunned. Immediately after, the gold blood rock flew closer to Ling Xiao, its powerful wings slashing towards Ling Xiao like thousands of blades. The gold blood rock's wings couldn't be compared to the light attribute of the wings. Its sharpness was comparable to some low-grade spirit tools. Ling Xiao ducked and dodged the attack, directly burrowing into Xue Jinpeng's lower abdomen. Hu Yanping felt that this was a good opportunity and immediately shouted, "Golden rock, quickly tear him apart." The gold blood rock did not need Hu Yanping's instructions. He had already used his strongest claws to swipe at Ling Xiao. This pair of claws was comparable to a spiritual weapon. Whether it was a human or a spiritual beast, it would be difficult for them to resist its powerful claws. Ling Xiao's body was like a loach as he dodged to the side. A ferocious look appeared on his face as he muttered, "I'll use you to establish my might." As soon as his voice fell, the golden fist in his hand instantly surged with light, and the powerful energy shook the light screen, causing it to flutter. Hu Yanping, who was sitting on the rock's back, immediately became vigilant and cried out, "Golden rock, quickly dodge." Unfortunately, his warning was too late. No, it should be said that Ling Xiao's attack was too fast. A fist carrying an incomparably fierce aura violently punched towards Xue Jinpeng's abdomen. Bang! Ling Xiao's fist was already comparable to a spirit tool. Even if Xue Jinpeng's body was strong, it was only at the 5th rank. The gold blood rock's huge body was continuously flipped upwards by Ling Xiao's punches. "Bastard, you dare to hurt my beloved rock? I'll kill you." Hu Yanping was furious. He shouted loudly as a heavy hammer appeared in his hand. He leaped down from his rock's back and charged towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao withdrew his fist, but he did not retreat. Instead he charged towards Hu Yanping. Ling Zhao's extremely fast figure made it impossible for Hu Yanpeng to catch him. At the same time, before Hu Yanpeng could attack Ling Zhao, he felt as if his body had been hit by several punches. Just when Hu Yanpeng sensed Ling Zhao's attack, he discovered that he did not seem to have suffered any serious injuries. Ling Zhao, who was not far away, clapped his hands and lightly sighed, "I'm done. Let's call it a day." Suddenly, Hu Yanpeng burst into laughter and said, "Your punches aren't even worthy of being my punches. I said that I'll kill you. Go to hell." Hu Yanpeng finished laughing, and the heavy hammer in his hand began to dance like a golden mountain. The entire arena seemed to be occupied by this golden mountain. The golden mountain seemed to weigh millions of kilograms. With just a light hit, even a peak Earth Emperor would be smashed into meat paste. Golden Mountain Suppression. Hu Yanping shouted loudly as he launched a powerful attack towards Ling Zhao. Should explode. Ling Zhao muttered as if he didn't care about Hu Yanpeng's powerful attack at all. He still had a calm smile on his face. Bang, bang. However, before Hu Yanpeng could display his powerful attack, bursts of energy burst out from his body. Bloody holes continuously exploded from his body. Hu Yanpeng still didn't understand what had happened. His internal organs seemed to have been blasted to pieces, and his entire body fell backward. Hu Yanpeng still didn't understand how he had died like this. He clearly didn't feel any injuries when he was hit just now. Following Hu Yanpeng's death, the golden blood rock also fell from the sky. My apologies, my dear friend. I was lucky enough to win against you, Ling Zhao said to the dead Hu Yanpeng with a faint smile. His smile made the people around him feel that he was a bad person. However, under this smile, there was a ruthless and decisive killing intent. This made people feel cold. They were finally sure that this Ling Zhao in front of them was the real deal. He wasn't the kind of person who won by luck. Unknowingly, Ling Zhao had successfully become the first person to advance in the first round. The moment the referee announced Ling Zhao's victory, the surrounding women looked at Ling Zhao and couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Ling Zhao's handsome appearance and valiant strength made him so charming that they couldn't help but fall in love with him. Ling Zhao coquettishly waved to the women below and said, "Thank you for your recognition. Thank you for the support of so many beauties. Thank you for being fair and strict. It was you who gave me strength and allowed me to win by luck." As Ling Zhao's words fell, a large number of people below the arena collapsed. The referee smiled bitterly and shook his head. He sighed inwardly. How did such a monster appear in this year's competition? His skin is as thick as iron and copper. He doesn't know shame. On the high platform, the representatives of the major forces all looked at Ling Zhao. Their eyes flashed with a strange light. When Ling Zhao walked down the arena, he was immediately surrounded by a group of women. "Young Master Ling Zhao, are you free? How about we take a walk together?" "Young Master Ling Zhao, don't go with her. You should come with me. I will serve you well." "Young Master Ling Zhao, there's only one of them. We sisters will serve you together as long as you are willing to join our family." These women were disciples of some small forces or the new generation. They did this not only to choose a man for themselves, but also to rope in help for their sect or family. A man as handsome as Ling Zhao with such strong hands was naturally very popular with women. Ling Zhao only felt that he was wrapped in a lot of gentleness, and a sense of happiness welled up in his heart. His face was full of comfort. After going through a lot of twists and turns, Ling Zhao finally got rid of those women. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly, these women are so strong. Even this young master was almost hit by their weapons, and suffered internal injuries. However, just as he got rid of the women, another group of men surrounded him. "What are you doing? Don't tell me you want to use force on this young master? This young master is definitely not gay," Ling Zhao said weakly with his hands covering his chest. Those men's faces turned green, and they immediately explained their purpose for coming. It turned out that these people were also the lobbyists of the various forces. They all said that as long as Ling Zhao was willing to join their forces, they would provide all kinds of resources for Ling Zhao's cultivation. After all, Ling Zhao's ability to fight above his level was already in front of them. It would be strange if they didn't rope in such a battle genius. It was naturally impossible for Ling Zhao to join these forces, so he just casually pulled them over. Ling Zhao returned to the side of the prodigal and the others, and continued to pay attention to the battle between Yi Yunfeng, Bai Yushi, Kai Shiyue, and Shen Yao. At this time, after Yi Yunfeng defeated Zhong Tong, he won 2 more matches in a row, bringing the number of wins to 6, and was the one with the most wins among them. Bai Yushi, on the other hand, fought hard and won 2 matches, bringing the number of wins to 4. If not for the help of the white fox, Bayushi would have been defeated long ago. The white fox had the bloodline of a holy beast, and it had wisdom and combat power that ordinary spiritual beasts couldn't compare to. Kai Shiue had 5 wins, only one less than Yi Yunfeng. The people who challenged her were all high-level Earth Emperors, but her extraordinary Shen skill was the key to her victory. That Shen Yao was taught by the evil emperor, so it was naturally extraordinary. Shen Yao also had 5 wins, and among them he even defeated a high-level Earth Emperor. Ling Xiao did not expect Shen Yao to also have the ability to fight above his level. Ling Xiao did not know whether the others could go further, but he was sure that it should not be a problem for them to pass the first round. Taking advantage of the free time, Ling Xiao once again set his eyes on arena number 10. That youth called Yuan Zhantian's combat power was indeed astonishing. As expected, he had already won 8 matches in a row. He only needed to win 2 matches in a row to advance. His data was much more beautiful than Ling Xiao's because he was only a low-level Earth Emperor, but he had consecutively defeated 5 middle-level Earth Emperors and 3 high-level Earth Emperors. Furthermore, he did not show any signs of fatigue. Ling Xiao smacked his lips and said, "This guy is too strong." At this time, the prodigal boy revealed a strange expression and said, "That guy seems to have the bloodline of our beast race, but it's not very pure. However, the bloodline Tenbin is very strong." Ling Xiao asked, "He might have refined the blood essence of a battle Saint Ape. This guy's luck is really heaven-defying." The battle Saint Ape was publicly recognized as a battle-type holy beast, and there were very few of them. Even if they met one, they might not be able to obtain its blood essence. After all, every Saint Ape's combat power was terrifying. And how old was this youth? He was actually able to obtain the blood essence of a Saint Ape to refine. That was why Ling Xiao was so moved. If he didn't die young, he might have become a legendary figure in the future. Ling Xiao thought to himself. Chapter 598. After a day of fighting, Ling Xiao and the others had passed the first round of the competition. However, Bayushi had suffered quite a bit of injury in the last round. Fortunately, it was not fatal. Looking at the injured Bayushi, Ling Xiao's heart ached. He decided not to let Bayushi participate in the second round. After all, let her experience the baptism of battle. In the future, as long as her level rose, she would have the ability to protect herself. In this way, Ling Xiao did not need to worry. "Young master, am I very useless?" In the inn, Bayushi said to Ling Xiao with a pale face. Ling Xiao stroked Bayushi's beautiful hair tenderly and said, "No, Mayushi is the kindest. It's all young master's fault for forcing you to do things you don't like. It's all young master's fault. You won't blame young master, right?" Bayushi buried her head in Ling Xiao's arms, closed her eyes, and breathed in the unique manly scent of Ling Xiao to her heart's content. She replied indifferently, "Why would I blame young master? I know young master is doing this for my own good. No matter what young master wants me to do, Yushi will not complain." Bayushi's temperament was like this. Kind, gentle, and to put it bluntly, she was just a little obedient. However, this was also to Ling Xiao. "Don't worry, young master will not force you to do things you don't want to do in the future." Ling Xiao kissed Bayushi's cheek, then carried her to the bed, and let her meditate to recover her spiritual power. Half a month later, the first round of martial arts competition finally ended. Out of the 12,000 people, only slightly more than 1,000 people entered the second round. Over the past half a month, Ling Xiao and the others had been watching the battles every day. They had seen all kinds of powerful earthly sovereign realm experts. Their dazzling Shen skills, amazing secret skills, and various kinds of protective spiritual beasts were truly endless. Among the remaining 1,000 people, 3/4 of them were high-level earthly sovereign realm cultivators, while the rest were mid-level earthly sovereign realm cultivators. Only Yuan Zhantian was a low-level earthly sovereign realm cultivator. He was also the most popular among the emperors. Many forces were trying to find out about his origins, and at the same time, they used all kinds of temptations to rope him into their respective forces. As for what Yuan Zhantian was thinking, Ling Xiao did not know. In the past half a month, Ling Xiao had paid special attention to 7 people. These 7 people were the earthly emperors that Ling Xiao believed had a 70% chance of entering the top 10 of the minor competition. Other than Yuan Zhantian, the other 7 were Wen Huang, Bai Menxing, Tuoba Yuan, Gu Mingzhu, Gu Jiaojiao, Guan Xiong, and Chang Jingda. Wen Huang looked like an extremely refined and handsome man. His cultivation was already at the peak of the earthly emperor realm. He only needed to comprehend his own Tao, and breaking through to the venerable realm was just around the corner. He was one of the true disciples of the Blue Sun sect. Like Xian Yao, he was a light attribute martial artist and was good at using the bone fan. He won 10 battles in a row without summoning his spirit beasts. Moreover, none of his opponents could withstand more than 3 moves from him. His strength was extraordinary. Bai Menxing looked ordinary, but his expression was extremely feminine. As a true disciple of the Blue Sun sect, he had the strength of a high-level earthly emperor. He specialized in the water attribute and had already cultivated the Blue Sun sect's secret realm to the realm of 4 clones. However, Ling Xiao was sure that these 4 clones were not his full strength. This was because he appeared to be too calm in every battle. Basically, he would kill his opponents within a few moves, not giving them any chance to beg for mercy. This was completely similar to Shinemo Tuoba Yuan was a direct descendant of the aristocratic Tuoba family. The Tuoba family was comparable to a 4th-grade sect. Tuoba Yuan was a genius of the new generation in their family. At the age of 35, he already had the strength of a high-level earthly emperor. He specialized in the rare lightning attribute, and his lightning attacks deterred people from approaching him. In all 10 battles he won with 1 move. His combat strength was rather astonishing. Gu Mingzhu was an outstanding disciple of the 5th-grade sect, Wuxia sect. She had a beautiful appearance and the strength of a high-level earthly emperor. She specialized in the wood attribute and had a high-level 5th-grade green pine fox as her protective spiritual beast. The human and beast worked together seamlessly, and she similarly advanced with an absolute advantage. Through observation, Ling Xiao knew that this girl should have many trump cards. However, he would only know how strong she was after the battle. Gu Jiaojiao's appearance was slightly inferior to Gu Mingzhu's, but she was petite and cute. She always had shallow dimples on her face, giving people a feeling of innocence. She always had a bright smile on her face, but her attacks were not soft at all. Her fire control mystic technique made Ling Xiao suspect that this girl should have the identity of an alchemist. This was because her flames should be the fire seed of some kind of beast fire. From this point it was not difficult to guess. This girl was the daughter of the patriarch of the great aristocratic Gu family. 10 years ago, someone from the Gu family fought his way into the top 100 of the imperial ranking tournament, and that person was Gu Jiaojiao's elder brother. She hoped that she could become a war emperor, like her elder brother. Guan Xiong looked like a middle-aged burly man. He was already in his 60s and had the strength of a peak earthly emperor. He specialized in the earth and wood attributes and was also a freelance mercenary. His murderous aura was extremely violent. Normally, his opponent would be frightened by his murderous aura. This guy was extremely abnormal. Before killing someone, he would first kill the opponent's spiritual beast. Unless the opponent admitted defeat in advance, he would not even let the person go. None of the 7 people that died in his hands had a complete corpse. Chang Jingda was the oldest among the 7. He was already 97 years old and was infinitely close to 100 years old. He looked old, but he was a genuine peak earthly emperor. Perhaps he had come to participate in the imperial ranking tournament for the reward of the enlightenment pool. He was proficient in claw techniques and cultivated a set of ghostly movement techniques. He was an expert in close combat. Ling Xiao believed that this Chang Jingda was the most likely person to enter the top 10 of this minor competition. This was because this person was the most cautious and never underestimated his opponent. He was also the most experienced in combat. Although each battle required a long time, his steady style made it harder for him to make mistakes. Apart from these 7 people, there were a few others that Ling Xiao paid attention to. Perhaps these people were also dark horses that had hidden their strength. Ling Xiao was naturally not afraid of anyone here. His goal was not only to enter the top 10 here. He wanted to take the glorious title of First Martial Emperor in the entire central region. The reason why he was observing so attentively was not only to absorb the battle strength and secret arts of these outstanding young talents from the central region, but also to warn the people around him to avoid these people as much as possible. This way there would be fewer unnecessary battles in the competition. The first round of the martial arts competition ended, and the second round of the martial arts competition soon began. Currently, there were more than 1,000 people who had entered the second round. The rules were the same as the first round. Those who won 10 battles in a row would enter the final round. This meant that the top 100 of the minor competition would be born in the second round. Those who could enter the second round were extremely strong. Therefore they were very careful when choosing their opponents. Ling Xiao planned to let the few of them wait until the others had accumulated enough wins before challenging them. This way they could save a lot of combat strength. However, many people had the same idea as them. The speed of the second round of the martial arts competition was much slower than the first round. This was because most people were looking for the weakest opponent to challenge. In the end, Yi Yunfeng could not help but jump onto the third arena. He defeated the opponent who had just won a battle and began to wait for the other 9 people to challenge him. Ling Xiao secretly scolded Yi Yunfeng for being too impatient. However, this was also a good opportunity to hone his combat strength. 9 battles in a row in the second round were quite suffocating. After all of the opponents were extremely powerful. Yi Yunfeng won the first 2 battles with ease. However, when it came to the third battle, he had no choice but to summon his spirit beast. This was also the first time Yi Yunfeng's spirit beast appeared in front of the crowd. His spirit beast was no longer the rank 4 spirit beast that he had brought out from the Yi clan. Instead, it was a peak rank 5 astral yellow lion that he had captured before participating in the imperial ranking tournament. The astral yellow lion was a combat-type spirit beast. It also had a rare sound wave attack, making it difficult for the opponent to guard against it. The man and the beast worked together and won a few more battles. However, as he used up too much energy, Yi Yunfeng had to apply for an hour to recover before the 7th battle. For those who won consecutive battles, they could apply for a break in the middle. Otherwise, not everyone would be able to fight 10 people without being injured or defeated. With the high-level recovery elixir that Ling Xiao had prepared in advance, Yi Yunji's condition was more or less recovered after an hour. At the last moment, Ling Xiao had to remind Yi Yunfeng to be more careful. Yi Yunfeng also realized that there would definitely be many people who wanted to take away the fruits of his victory. Therefore, he was 120% vigilant. He had to get through the last 3 battles no matter what. If he could not even get through these 3 battles, how would he be able to enter the top 100 and become a true combat emperor? Yi Yunfeng won the next 2 battles with great difficulty. He suffered many injuries and his combat ability was greatly reduced. If it was not for the power of the astral yellow lion, he would have died a long time ago. In the last battle, a peak Earth Emperor in his 70s or 80s was lucky enough to get the chance to fight against Yi Yunfeng. This peak Earth Emperor was called Hua Fanjing. He specialized in the wind attribute and his protective spirit beast was an advanced rank 5 lunar wind wolf. "Kid, since you have helped me win so many battles, you should admit defeat," Hua Fanjing said to Yi Yunfeng. From his confident expression, it seemed that victory was already in his hands. "If you want to beat me, show me what you are capable of." The golden spear in Yi Yunfeng's hand shook violently and the sky was filled with golden spear shadows that stabbed towards Hua Fanjing. At the same time, the astral yellow lion released a terrifying sound wave that blasted towards Hua Fanjing and the lunar wind wolf. However, Hua Fanjing seemed to be prepared. He used energy to isolate his eardrums from the outside world and at the same time, he used the wind attribute to quickly escape from Yi Yunfeng's attack. A silver long sword appeared in his hand, and a series of gray wind blades blasted towards the injured Yi Yunfeng. Swoosh swoosh. Yi Yunfeng's body was blasted by the wind blades several times. Fortunately, he was wearing a spiritual armor that blocked most of the wind blades. However, even though he could block them for a while, he couldn't block them forever. Hua Fanjing used his super fast speed to fight with Yi Yunfeng, exhausting Yi Yunfeng's combat ability. From time to time, when Yi Yunfeng's reaction was slow, Hua Fanjing would attack with his sword. Yi Yunfeng's limbs were already injured and his aura was greatly reduced. Just when everyone thought that he would lose, Yi Yunfeng's combat ability suddenly soared. Chapter 599. The Yi family's ascension technique could increase Yi Yunfeng's combat power by 3 times for 2 hours. However, after 2 hours he would not be able to use his spiritual power for 3 days. Now that Yi Yunfeng was at his weakest, he had no choice but to use the ascension technique to increase his combat power in order to win the last round. At the same time, he took the opportunity to consume 2 pills to increase his speed. This was also in preparation to catch up to Hua Fanjing's speed. Hua Fanjing felt Yi Yunfeng's powerful aura and was immediately shocked. How can this kid still have strength left? Could it be that he used some secret technique? I have to finish this quickly. Twisting hurricane. Hua Fanjing waved his long sword and a 12-meter-tall tornado started to blow. The stone chips on the arena were blown up continuously. More than 10 tornadoes wrapped around the arena, and the cold wind blades caused the surrounding light curtain to shake incessantly. There was a faint sign that the light curtain was not being suppressed. The surrounding people could not help but exclaim. It seemed that Hua Fanjing's move was already his full strength. He wanted to kill Yi Yunfeng to avoid any future troubles. At this moment, a huge spear shadow bloomed from the bottom of the many cold, knife-like tornadoes. This spear shadow seemed to want to break the light curtain directly. The terrifying energy shook off many of the tornadoes. "Damn it, evil wind!" Hua Fanjing cursed, and a gust of wind radiated from his long sword. This unique wind radiance belonged to the evil wind and was not an ordinary wind radiance. Its lethality was several times more terrifying than an ordinary wind radiance. It was obvious that this was Hua Fanjing's trump card. Gusts of chilly wind whistled, mixed with countless wind blades, and collided with the golden spear shadow. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Waves of terrifying vibrations came from the arena, as if the arena was about to be devoured by these two powerful energies. The people in the surroundings were afraid that the sky would be destroyed, so they quickly retreated far away to avoid being affected. Sure enough, cracks appeared on the light curtain. It was obvious that the defensive sky curtain could not withstand the joint attack of two peak Earth Emperors. At this moment, the referee by the side of the arena snorted coldly, and his figure swiftly flew into the air. Close. The referee unleashed the energy of his small cube world. The powerful energy once again repaired the light screen that was on the verge of breaking. At this time, the attacks on the stage had already dissipated. Both of them were thrown to the edge of the arena by the powerful recoil. Large amounts of blood flowed from the corners of their mouths, and their clothes were already in tatters. Hua Fanjing hurriedly took out a healing pill and swallowed it. Yi Yunfeng was also severely injured, but the duration of the spirit ascension technique had not expired yet, so his combat power was still at its peak. Lose for me. Yi Yunfeng was born to fight. A strong and unyielding will to fight burst forth from him. With a loud roar, he raised his spear and attacked Hua Fanjing once again. From the other side of the arena, the golden spear shadow pierced towards Hua Fanjing's head like a roaring dragon. Hua Fanjing was shocked. His hand trembled and the pills fell to the ground. His other hand quickly raised his sword to block the attack. Ding! Although Hua Fanjing had blocked the gigantic golden spear shadow, he had reacted too hastily. The long sword in his hand had been shaken out of his hand, and the golden spear shadow had still heavily smashed onto his body. Hua Fanjing finally could not withstand it. His body flew out in an instant and a stream of blood spurted out. Looking at Hua Fanjing, who had fallen from the arena, Yi Yunfeng stabbed his spear into the arena and could not help but let out a long roar in excitement. As his long roar ended, his whole body slowly fell backward. It was obvious that he had overexerted himself. Carry him down. Ling Xiao wiped a faint smile and said to Savage Leopard. Savage Leopard nodded lightly and immediately flew to the arena to carry Yi Yunfeng down. The Yellow Earth Lion also separated from the Lunar Wind Wolf and retreated with Savage Leopard. After experiencing these 10 battles, Yunfeng can be considered to have begun to move forward on the path of the strong. Xianyao lightly waved his white fan and praised. Yes, as long as the weakness of the spirit ascension technique is resolved, his future achievements will not be low. Ling Xiao lightly nodded and replied. All right, it's my turn. Xianyao nodded his head and flew toward one of the arenas with a light tap of his foot. My husband, I'm going too. Kai Shiyue faintly revealed a hint of excitement, and her body swept towards one of the arenas like a swallow. Xianyao went up to fight 3 battles, and in the end he was defeated by Chang Jingda, who Ling Xiao thought was most likely to advance to the top 10. Fortunately, Xianyao did not suffer much damage in the past 3 battles, and looking at Xianyao's indifferent appearance, it seemed that he did not have much desire for this Imperial List tournament. Ling Xiao always felt that Xianyao should have some mysterious trump card that he had not used, but he did not intend to ask Xianyao. On the other side, Kai Shiyue also fell into a bitter battle after 5 consecutive battles. Because the 6th battle was impressively Guan Xiong, a ruthless person who killed without blinking an eye. Ling Xiao really did not expect Guan Xiong to pick Kai Shiyue, and he secretly felt anxious for her. Guan Xiong held a pair of ghost axes in his hands. This pair of ghost axes had the same attribute as him, earth and wood. Haha, little girl, Grandpa Guan has taken a fancy to you. Quickly surrender to Grandpa Guan and be his wife, and I will spare your life. Guan Xiong's whole body was full of spiritual energy, and his moves were extremely fierce, forcing Kai Shiyue to be overwhelmed. Kai Shiyue frowned and continued to strengthen her attack. Waves of golden hair turned into thousands of golden needles, piercing towards Guan Xiong. A thick layer of yellow earth wall formed in front of Guan Xiong, blocking the incoming golden needles. At the same time, the 2 axes in his hands continued to smash towards Kai Shiyue. 1 earth and 1 wood dual attribute attacked from the left and right, forcing Kai Shiyue to retreat step by step. Caught off guard, the silk on Kai Shiyue's waist was cut by the strong light, immediately revealing a light golden armor inside. Guan Xiong revealed a wretched smile and said, "What a pity, if I didn't wear the armor, I would be able to see the snow-white skin inside." "You pervert, die!" Kai Shiyue shouted angrily and summoned her colorful divine bird. Screech! A loud and clear cry instantly resounded through the sky, and a divine bird flashing with 5-colored light appeared in the sky. Finally willing to summon the spirit beast? Guan Xiong's ferocious face was filled with disdain. He was originally a mercenary and he often fought with spirit beasts in the forest. He was not afraid of spirit beasts of the same rank, not to mention that he himself had a rank 5 high-grade spirit beast. However, he felt that he didn't need to summon his spirit beast to face this little girl. "Kill him for me." Kai Shiyue ordered the colorful divine bird. One man and one beast began to attack Guan Xiong. Kai Shiyue's hair seemed to be able to grow infinitely long as it wrapped around Guan Xiong. It wanted to tie him up and then let the colorful divine bird kill Guan Xiong. Watch me break you." Guan Xiong coldly snorted, and with a swing of his axe, several huge wooden shadows blocked Kai Shiyue's red hair. At the same time, he jumped with one foot and stabbed towards the colorful divine bird. "I'll kill you first, you mongrel bird." Guan Xiong exploded with powerful spirit energy, and waves of earthy yellow color formed terrifying stone spikes that pierced towards the colorful divine bird's abdomen. The 5-colored divine bird let out a high-pitched cry as it flapped its 5-colored wings continuously. Countless feather attacks flew towards Guan Xiong like countless blades. The colorful divine bird was now a peak rank 5 spirit beast, and was only a step away from rank 6. There was no doubt about its divine power. However, Guan Xiong naturally had confidence in himself since he dared to take the initiative to fight. When Guan Xiong faced the countless feathers, a shield silently appeared in front of him. This shield flickered with a powerful light, and waves of elemental energy dissolved the feathers one by one. It was a mid-tier 6th order defensive shield. "Mongrel bird, die for me." A shield blocked the 5-colored divine bird's attack, and Guan Xiong shot out from behind. His 2 axes slashed through the air, and the dual attributes of earth and wood were like giant boulders falling from the sky, but also like several giant wooden stakes smashing down. The colorful divine bird couldn't dodge in time, and was hit by the boulders and wooden stakes. Screech! The colorful divine bird's huge body was hit and kept retreating, and it let out a series of screeches. Kai Shiyue attacked from behind and shouted, "Bird, hold on." Hong Fu fiercely swept towards Guan Xiong, but Guan Xiong retreated in time to avoid Kai Shiyue's attack from behind. "Without the help of the mongrel bird, little girl, you're nothing to be afraid of." Guan Xiong revealed a sinister smile, and his 2 axes exploded with a powerful elemental light, bombarding Kai Shiyue. Rumble! The 2 high-level earthly emperors fought, and waves of elemental light collided, producing powerful explosions. Kai Shiyue was inferior to Guan Xiong, and her spirit energy wasn't as thick as his. After a dozen moves, Kai Shiyue's body was bombarded many times, and many of her clothes were damaged. Her white and rosy arms began to be exposed. Guan Xiong licked his lips. "What beautiful skin and flesh. I believe the inside is even more tempting. Beauty, just give in." After saying that, Guan Xiong's axes slashed down at Kai Shiyue. The pressure of Mount Tai sent Kai Shiyue flying. Kai Shiyue fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. Her delicate face was pale. Just as Guan Xiong attacked again, the colorful divine bird recovered and returned to protect its master. Unfortunately, Guan Xiong didn't intend to let it go this time. With the help of the spirit shield, the feathers couldn't cause any damage to Guan Xiong. After 2 moves, the colorful divine bird was fiercely split in half by Guan Xiong's axes, and blood dyed the sky. "Bird!" Kai Shiyue let out a sorrowful cry. This colorful divine bird had followed her for many years, but it was actually split in half, which made her heart ache. "Ah! A 5th-rank spirit beast is only SOSO." Guan Xiong laughed wildly. Then he put away his axes and clawed at the chest of the seriously injured Kai Shiyue. From the looks of it, he wanted to take advantage of Kai Shiyue's chest before winning. "How dare you? How dare you touch my woman? You're courting death." Not far away, a figure's anger surged up in an instant. Chapter 600. Not far away, Ling Xiao, who was watching Guan Xiong flirt with Kai Shiyue, released a terrifying aura. The people standing next to him felt an awe-inspiring killing intent. They felt a chill in their hearts and quickly retreated far away. Ling Xiao wanted to use his spiritual force to instantly kill Guan Xiong, but the Great Formation might sense it, and the hidden experts in the surroundings might notice it. This was against the rules, so he didn't want to cause these troubles for the time being. However, the anger in his eyes seemed to want to tear Guan Xiong apart. Fortunately, Kai Shiyue was not without room to resist. The red horsetail whisk in her hand kept spinning, and strands of whisk flew towards Guan Xiong's hand like silk. If Guan Xiong insisted on grabbing her chest, his hand would definitely be crippled by the whisk filled with spiritual force. What a shrewish woman, but I like it. Of course, Guan Xiong wouldn't joke around with his hand. His body tilted, and his hand no longer grabbed Kai Shiyue's chest. Instead, he touched Kai Shiyue's head and pulled the ribbon that tied her hair. Without the binding of the ribbons, her beautiful hair scattered down like thousands of willow branches. Kai Shiyue quickly retreated. Her fluttering hair didn't look messy at all, but it gave people a breathtaking feeling. Many of the surrounding wolf beasts couldn't help but exclaim, "Damn it, I can't stand it. This woman is too beautiful." No wonder Guan Xiong, this old pervert, is so greedy. No matter who has this level of calamity, their lifespan will be shortened by 10 years. Why would it shorten their lifespan by 10 years? I think it will shorten their lifespan by at least 50 years. If they sleep with this woman every night, no one will be able to sleep peacefully. She seems to have come with Ling Xiao from the northwest. I didn't expect there to be such a beauty in the northwest. TSK too beautiful. Grandpa Guan, I can't stand it anymore. Guan Xiong didn't care about his image in front of everyone in the hall and shouted obscenely. At the same time, he pounced on Kai Shiyue again. Kai Shiyue was ashamed and angry. She wanted to fight Guan Xiong again, but Ling Xiao's voice sounded in her ears. You, admit defeat immediately. Kai Shiyue bit her lips and reluctantly retreated, shouting, I admit defeat. She never disobeyed Ling Xiao's words, not to mention that she was no match for this pervert in front of her. Even if she fought with her life, she wouldn't be able to cause any damage to him. Her pitiful bird had been killed. Guan Xiong wins this battle. The referee's cold voice sounded. Guan Xiong, who was about to reach the rosy cloud's moon, had no choice but to immediately stop. His face revealed an expression that showed that he was not satisfied yet as he said, Little naughty girl, don't go. Grandpa Guan will find you after he wins a few rounds. Kai Yu glared at Guan Xiong and said, Guan Xiong, I want you to be my husband's here. Guan Xiao Guan was and laughed, Your husband? Guan, she Guan Xiong, Guan too. As soon as he finished speaking, a suave figure flew over from the sky. Ling said, Tian Kama King, and Tian Xiao said, Ting to Ling with Ling, said, you can leave first. Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes and replied. When familiar people saw Ling Xiao's expression, they knew that someone was going to be unlucky. You're her husband? That Earth Emperor from the northwest? Guan Xiong asked with a look of disdain. That's right, I am Ling Xiao, the Earth Emperor from the northwest. Ling Xiao replied coldly. The anger in his heart had already begun to burn. You can begin. After Kai Shiyue went down, the referee immediately announced the start of the match and retreated to the side. Because Kai Shiyue had won 5 matches before, as long as Ling Xiao defeated Guan Xiong, he would obtain this result. If Guan Xiong defeated Ling Xiao, then his victory would reach 6. Brat, as long as you kowtow to me 3 times, call me Grandpa Guan, and give your woman to Grandpa Guan, I will spare your life. How about it? Guan Xiong crossed his arms in front of his chest and asked Ling Xiao with a smile. He had heard of Ling Xiao's deeds in the first round. He had actually pretended to be a pig to eat a tiger and defeated the 2 successor disciples of the Blue Sun sect. Perhaps in the eyes of others, Ling Xiao was quite strong, but in Guan Xiong's eyes, Ling Xiao was not worth mentioning. Although there was only one level of difference between a middle-stage Earth Emperor and a high-stage Earth Emperor, the gap between the two was not small. Moreover, Guan Xiong had 2 attributes, so the spiritual energy in his body was twice as dense as an Earth Emperor of the same level. At the same time, his many years of experience in the jungle made him not afraid of anyone, not to mention an Earth Emperor who was 1 level lower than him. In his eyes, it was as easy as crushing an ant. You could say that he was arrogant, but he had the qualifications to be arrogant. After all, he was an Earth Emperor who had grown up through slaughter. He was not someone that those pampered disciples of sects or young masters of aristocratic families could compare to. Haha, even if you kneel down and kowtow to me and call me Master Ling, I will not let you go. Ling Xiao laughed coldly, and a murderous intent was finally released unscrupulously. Good. You are the only person who dares to talk to Grandpa Guan. Watch Grandpa Guan break your third leg first. Guan Xiong responded a few times, and a powerful high-stage Earth Emperor aura pressed down on Ling Xiao. At the same time he flew up and kicked at the place where Ling Xiao's trousers were. It seemed that he was really going to cripple Ling Xiao's third leg. Facing Guan Xiong's attack, Ling Xiao did not dodge. At the same time he also raised his leg and met Guan Xiong's kick. "Humph, you actually dare to fight me head-on. You have guts." Guan Xiong sneered in his heart. His kick had been infused with the earth element. In a head-on clash he was not afraid of anyone. In his eyes, Ling Xiao's kick would definitely be crippled. Crack. Ah. The 2 feet collided with each other and sure enough, there was a crisp sound of bones breaking, followed by a blood-curdling scream. However, this scream did not belong to Ling Xiao, but to Guan Xiong himself. Guan Xiong held onto one of his legs and retreated. His face was covered in cold sweat and he thought to himself, "What a hard leg. This guy is strange." The surrounding people were all dumbfounded. It turned out that Guan Xiong had suffered a great loss in close combat. Ling Xiao still had a sneer on his face. "Didn't you say that you were going to cripple my third leg? Why did you break that leg first? Such a useless leg. Why don't I help you break your other leg as well?" As soon as Ling Xiao's voice fell, his figure began to move at an extremely fast speed. Guan Xiong did not hesitate. With a single kick he immediately flew into the air. With his ghost axe in his hands, a chilling killing intent began to rise. "Come. Grandpa Guan will kill you today." Guan Xiong roared. He had not expected that Ling Xiao's physical body would be so strong that he could break his own leg. However, this did not make him feel afraid. Instead, it aroused his murderous intent. Guan Xiong's 2 axes continuously struck out with dual attributes. The powerful energy drowned out the entire arena. Rumble. Ling Xiao completely ignored these attacks. His body dodged left and right, completely avoiding all of the attacks. He had already arrived at Guan Xiong's side, and he once again sent a kick towards Guan Xiong's other leg. Guan Xiong's reaction was extremely fast. One of his ghost axe chopped towards Ling Xiao's leg. He revealed a sinister smile. "I don't believe that your leg can be stronger than my ghost axe." Ling Xiao's leg did not stop, but a layer of sparkling 5-colored dragon scales had appeared on it. Clang. When the leg and the ghost axe collided, the sound of metal clashing rang out. The ghost axe, which was a low-level spirit artifact, had actually been kicked into a huge hole by Ling Xiao's leg. "This is impossible." Guan Xiong hurriedly cried out. He could not help but cry out in alarm. The expressions of the spectators were also extremely exaggerated. Their eyes were about to pop out of their sockets, and their mouths were as big as fists. Even the representatives of the various factions on the high altar could not help but stand up, their faces filled with shock. Who would have thought that Ling Xiao's leg would be even harder than a spirit artifact? Ling Xiao did not pay attention to the crowd's reactions. His speed soared once again. In an instant he was in front of Guan Xiong and he kicked out again. This time Ling Xiao's speed was extremely high. Even a low-level Empyrean might not be able to match his speed. By the time Guan Xiong reacted, Ling Xiao's leg had already reached his feet. No. Guan Xiong desperately wanted to escape, but it was already too late. Gotcha. Another sound of bones breaking and another heart-wrenching scream. The surrounding people felt their hair stand on end. Guan Xiong broke his leg again and his body fell heavily from the sky. This ruthless person, who had always been favored by everyone to enter the final round, had 2 of his legs crippled so easily. No one dared to imagine it. The expressions of the 6 Blue Sun sect disciples kept changing. No one knew what they were thinking. The eldest disciple Wu Lu said, "Yunque, don't provoke him in this round." The second disciple Lu Yunque nodded and said, "Yes, eldest senior brother." Zhang Dazhua and Shen Mo, who were defeated by Ling Xiao, looked at Guan Xiong with a broken leg. For some reason they felt fortunate in their hearts. The strongest, Wen Huang, waved his bone fan and said, "His physical body is so terrifying. It seems that he must have cultivated some kind of body-tempering secret technique. However, even if his physical body is comparable to a low-grade spirit artifact, I wonder if he will still be so arrogant when he encounters a high-grade spirit artifact?" Bai Menxing said indifferently, "Why don't we wait for the final round and let me fight him?" Wu Lu glanced at Bai Menxing, then looked at Ling Xiao, who was on the stage. In the end he shook his head and said, "Everything is for the sect's glory. You and Wen Huang break into the top 100 battle emperors first, then think of a way to deal with him." Bai Menxing could only nod his head lightly, but in his heart he was thinking, Ling Xiao, right? I hope you can endure until the top 100 battle emperors. In a corner, a handsome man and a delicate and heroic woman were also watching Ling Xiao. Brother, this person is so powerful. The woman praised. And his physical body is very strong. If you meet him, don't choose to fight him in close combat. You must attack from a distance, the man replied indifferently. And I understand. No matter how powerful his physical body is, it is not as powerful as my purple demon fire. If I meet him, I will definitely roast him into a pig's head. The woman said with a mischievous tone as she clenched her fist. Chapter 601. After breaking both of Guan Xiong's legs, Ling Xiao didn't take advantage of the situation to attack again. Instead, he looked down at Guan Xiong coldly and smiled. Didn't you say you wanted to break my third leg? What else do you have? Don't admit defeat or else I'll look down on cowards like you. Guan Xiong lay on the ground enduring the pain and quickly swallowed a few pills. His eyes were filled with anger. He couldn't remember how long it had been since someone had looked down on him like this. Even an Empyrean would have to measure their strength before saying such words. Don't worry, Grandpa Guan won't let you down. Guan Xiong gritted his teeth and shouted. With a push of his hands, he flew up again. At the same time he shouted, Earth Hedgehog, come out. Following his shout, a yellow shadow suddenly appeared and an ear-piercing sound rang out. It was as if it was the sound of a sharp weapon cutting through the eardrums. Squeak squeak. A winged hedgehog the size of a small hill appeared in front of everyone. Its sharp beak was as sharp as a blade, and the bone spurs on its body were as ferocious and frightening as sickles. A pair of fleshy wings were constantly flapping, and a pair of small mouse-like eyes were filled with cunning. Guan Xiong landed on the winged hedgehog's head, the only place without bone spurs, and shouted, Kill him for me. At the same time, the ghost axe in his hand attacked Ling Xiao with a powerful Xian skill. Ling Xiao was the first person to force him to summon his spiritual beast. He was determined to kill Ling Xiao to vent his anger. Although Guan Xiong's legs were broken, his spiritual power was still there. His attack was not something an ordinary high-level Earth Emperor could compare to. The winged hedgehog's small eyes kept darting around, trying to catch Ling Xiao's figure, ready to deal a fatal blow at any time. Sure enough, when it saw Ling Xiao fly out of the attack, its sharp beak quickly stabbed towards Ling Xiao's chest. Its mouth was the same as its bone spikes, it was as hard and sharp as a low-grade spirit weapon. Moreover, its mouth was good at sucking blood. If an ordinary person was stabbed, it would definitely be able to suck the opponent's blood clean in a short period of time. Its sharp beak pierced Ling Xiao's chest, but it didn't pierce through Ling Xiao's body as expected. Go to hell. Guan Xiong seemed to have expected this and swung his axe at Ling Xiao's head. Ling Xiao quickly grabbed the sharp beak of the winged hedgehog with one hand, while his other hand immediately blocked the axe light. Ling Xiao's ancient emperor divine technique had already reached the 4th transformation, and his unique origin returning technique had advanced to the 6th level, the crystallization stage. His body's defense was already invulnerable to swords and spears, and impervious to fire and water. Guan Xiong's axe didn't cause any damage to Ling Xiao's hand. Just when Guan Xiong was about to chop down a second time, Ling Xiao had already ruthlessly smashed the sharp beak of the winged earth hedgehog that had been stuck in his chest. Squeak. The sharp beak of the winged earth hedgehog was forcibly smashed by Ling Xiao. It let out an ear-piercing cry, and its body shook violently. Guan Xiong, who was sitting on its head, was almost thrown off. This also caused him to be unable to attack Ling Xiao. You killed my woman's spirit beast, so I'll first destroy your ugly spirit beast. Ling Xiao said faintly. The aura around his body continued to soar, and his entire body condensed into a 5-colored crystalline dragon scale armor. Ling Xiao's first punch landed on the winged earth hedgehog's slender eye. Squeak. Another shriek rang out, and the slender eye directly caved in, fresh blood gushing out incessantly. Following that, Ling Xiao's figure began to flash around the winged earth hedgehog at an extremely fast speed, his golden fists constantly swinging. Ding dang dang dang. His fists constantly smashed on the winged earth hedgehog's bone spurs, producing the sound of weapons clashing. Then bone spurs could be seen breaking off from the winged earth hedgehog's body. The winged earth hedgehog let out a series of pitiful cries, and its body constantly thrashed about as if it had gone mad. Guan Xiong, who was on its back, anxiously shouted, Earth Hedgehog, hold on, I'll help you. Guan Xiong finally brought out his trump card. He threw away the ghost axe in his hand, and a new pair of ghost axes appeared in his hands. This pair of ghost axes was obviously more extraordinary than the previous pair. The fluctuations of their attributes were greater, and the spirit beast phantom in the air constantly roared. This pair of ghost axes was a high-grade 6th-grade spirit weapon that Guan Xiong had specially prepared for this Imperial List tournament. He originally wanted to wait until the Battle of the Thousand Strong to use it, but now it was no longer up to him. Mountains crumble, thousands of trees fall. Guan Xiong's legs couldn't move, but he could still use his own spirit chi to fly up from the winged earth hedgehog's back, and the two axes blasted out a powerful blow. This was a joint attack of the earth and wood attributes, and it was currently his most powerful move. The earthy yellow energy smashed down like a collapsing mountain, and tens of thousands of trees collapsed and surged forward. This move of Guan Xiong actually contained a bit of the power of Tao, and it was a terrifying attack that was about to condense his own small universe. The surrounding people let out an uproar. This has already surpassed the attack of an Earth Emperor, and it can at least be considered a full-strength attack of a half-step Exalt. I'm afraid that kid in the northwest will have a hard time withstanding it. That's hard to say. Don't forget that kid has a ghostly movement technique and he might be able to dodge it. In the face of absolute power, everything is in vain. It will be difficult for him to escape such a powerful attack with his movement technique, unless he runs out of the arena. A mid-stage Earth Emperor is able to force a peak-stage Earth Emperor to this extent. He should be proud. Rumble. The powerful attack drowned the arena, and the surrounding light curtain shook incessantly, and cracks appeared on it. Fortunately, the referee repaired the light curtain in time. Aha, that damned bastard is finally dead. Seeing that there was no one in front of him, Guan Xiong immediately laughed out loud. He felt that Ling Xiao must have been smashed into pieces by his move. Don't worry, you're the damned bastard. Ling Xiao's cold voice sounded from behind Guan Xiong. Guan Xiong was shocked. Just as he was about to escape, he found that his shoulder was grabbed by a strong hand. Kacha kacha. 2 consecutive sounds of bones breaking rang out, followed by 2 extremely tragic screams that sent chills down everyone's spines. Guan Xiong's arms were directly broken by Ling Xiao. Alright, I forgot that you still have a third leg. It's useless to keep that useless leg, so I'll help you cripple it, Ling Xiao said with a faint smile on his face. Guan Xiong's eyes were filled with fear. Only now did he realize that he had kicked a steel plate this time. He only had one thought, and that was to quickly admit defeat. Only then could he save his life. Without thinking, he opened his mouth and shouted, "I admit." However, before he could finish his words, a fist ruthlessly smashed into his mouth. Guan Xiong's mouth was slapped crookedly by Ling Xiao, and a few of his teeth fell out with fresh blood. "Hee, I know you've admitted your mistake, so accept my punishment." Ling Xiao's smile was like a demon from the depths of hell, causing everyone to feel that it was too deep and terrifying. Ling Xiao mercilessly stomped on the bottom of Guan Xiong's third leg. This time, Guan Xiong fell from the sky like a dead dog. The scene immediately became deathly silent. At first, when Ling Xiao registered, everyone only treated him as a joke. In the eyes of the people of the central region, the Northwest was just a desolate place. How strong could the earthly emperor that came from there be? However, in the first round of the competition, their opinions of Ling Xiao had slightly changed. However, they felt that Ling Xiao had only won by playing tricks. Therefore, their impression of Ling Xiao was not too deep. However, now that ruthless Guan Xiong's 4 limbs had been crippled, no, 5 limbs had been crippled, they thoroughly felt that this earthly emperor from the northwest was actually so valiant, so terrifying, and so ruthless. "I'll spare your dog life for now. Wait until I get rid of your beast first." Ling Xiao kicked Guan Xiong's mouth again to prevent him from admitting defeat. Guan Xiong's intestines were green with regret. He really wanted to shout out and admit defeat, but his mouth had already been kicked crooked and was unable to move. His heart sank to the bottom. Ling Xiao stared at the winged hedgehog that had yet to die. Under his continuous bombardment, all the bone spurs on the winged hedgehog's body were broken, and even its wings were forcibly snapped off by Ling Xiao. The originally ferocious and ugly spirit beast became even uglier, but it did not have the slightest bit of intimidation. "Disappear for me," Ling Xiao said coldly, smashing the winged hedgehog to Guan Xiong's side, and then flew into the air. He spread out his palms, and golden spirit energy surged forth like a swallow returning to its nest. Then he smashed this powerful golden spirit energy down from above. Rumble. The huge energy caused the arena, which was made of 1,000-year-old rocks, to collapse. Guan Xiong and the winged hedgehog, who had long been crippled, were blasted into nothingness. The surrounding ground shook from the impact, and the defensive light screen of the arena burst open once again, scaring many people into retreating far away. This energy has actually reached the level of a heavenly venerable. The referee's old eyes twitched and he hurriedly flew into the air again, deducing the small square world and tightly guarding the light screen. When everything had vanished, the arena returned to its tranquil state. A tall figure slowly landed on the arena, a faint smile still hanging on his face, as if he had not used any strength at all, and had not done anything at all. Next, his words caused a large number of people to fall to the ground. He scratched the back of his head, looked at the referee and said, "Sir, this arena is so damaged I don't need to pay for it, right?" Ling Zhao's expression was very innocent, and his expression was very serious, as if he was really afraid of being punished by the referee. The referee's expression darkened and he waved his hand saying, "It's fine, even if you destroy this place, no one will come looking for you to pay for it." "That's good, that's good." Ling Zhao showed a lucky look as he patted his chest. The people below cursed in their hearts. This guy is too shameless. He killed someone and yet he's still pretending. Chapter 602. The news of Ling Zhao killing Guan Xiong instantly caused a sensation in the 10 arenas. Guan Xiong, a peak Earth Emperor, a powerful expert who had the chance to enter the top 10 of this competition, was actually killed by a middle-stage Earth Emperor. Moreover, he didn't even manage to injure the other party at all. From today onwards, the name of Ling Zhao would spread throughout Blue Sun City and all the surrounding forces. Only now did everyone realize that Ling Zhao was truly a terrifying Earth Emperor. He would definitely be in the top 10 of this competition. It was inevitable that he would be ranked in the top 1,000 in the entire central region, and it was also quite possible that he would be ranked in the top 100. They all muttered in their hearts, "So the Earth Emperor of the Northwest is the most underestimated expert." Ling Zhao defeated Guan Xiong and held Kai Xiayu's previous 5 consecutive victories in his hands. Next, he only needed to win 5 more matches before he could advance to the 3rd round. However, a strange situation occurred. The other 9 arenas were fighting fiercely, but there were no challengers on Ling Zhao's arena. Sir, what's going on?" Ling Zhao anxiously ran to the referee and asked. "What do you mean?" The referee asked. "No one came up to challenge me." Ling Zhao replied. "Isn't that good?" The referee replied. "Is this good? I only won 5 matches and there are still 5 matches left. If no one comes up to challenge me, wouldn't I have no chance to advance?" Ling Zhao said unhappily. When the referee heard Ling Zhao's words, he suddenly laughed out loud and said, "Hee, you don't have to worry about that. If no one comes up to challenge you within 2 hours, then it will be considered that you have advanced directly." "Really?" Ling Zhao asked with a doubtful expression. The referee nodded his head in affirmation. This time Ling Zhao heaved a sigh of relief. He was really worried that no one would come up to challenge him, causing him to be unable to advance. It turned out that no one came up to challenge him within an hour. However, when Ling Zhao finished asking this question, a high-level Earth Emperor came up to challenge him. This high-level Earth Sovereign was also a mercenary and had the same fearless spirit. He felt that Ling Zhao was just a middle-stage Earth Sovereign, and he only had a strong physical body. He, on the other hand, had a high-grade 6th-rank spiritual weapon. As long as he chose to attack from a distance, he did not believe that he could not blast this middle-stage Earth Sovereign off the stage. The temptation of winning 5 matches in a row was still very great. The high-level Earth Sovereign immediately summoned his spiritual beast, which was an 8-clawed black spider. This high-level Earth Sovereign had his own strategic deployment. From the very beginning, he ordered the 8-clawed black spider to spit out countless spider webs towards Ling Zhao. This 8-clawed black spider's spider silk was comparable to a high-grade profound artifact, but it had one more function compared to a high-grade profound artifact, and that was its high flexibility. Anyone who was caught in it would find it hard to get rid of it. Moreover, it would spit out more and more until it bound the opponent to death. The high-level Earth Sovereign hoped that this 8-clawed black spider would help him capture Ling Zhao. At that time, would Ling Zhao not be defeated? The idea of a high-level Earth Sovereign realm expert made the surrounding people wonder if Ling Zhao would be defeated just like that. However, in the end, the high-level Earth Sovereign was disappointed. Because not only did the 8-clawed black spider fail to bind Ling Zhao for him, but Ling Zhao also broke all 8 of its claws. Only its mountain-like body fell on the stage and let out a strange cry. It could no longer fight. The high-level Earth Sovereign launched a series of long-range attacks from the side, but Ling Zhao cleverly avoided all of them. In the end, the high-level Earth Sovereign wanted to admit defeat before Ling Xiao attacked him, but Ling Xiao did not intend to let him slip away so easily. Ling Xiao raised his speed to the extreme. Before the high-level Earth Sovereign admitted defeat, he punched the high-level Earth Sovereign in the mouth, rendering him speechless. In the end, Ling Xiao did not kill the high-level Earth Sovereign. He just knocked out all his teeth and threw him off the stage. The high-level Earth Sovereign covered his toothless mouth with a mouthful of blood and left with a sobbing tone. Someone took the lead to challenge Ling Xiao. Not long after, another high-level Earth Sovereign stepped onto the stage. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao also knocked out all his teeth and threw him off the stage. The surrounding people cursed in their hearts. This guy is too abnormal. Why does he only knock people's mouths? After 2 people lost their teeth, many Earth Sovereigns finally recognized Ling Xiao's abnormal strength. In the last 3 matches, no one dared to challenge him. Ling Xiao won 7 matches and advanced to the top 100 of the minor competition. Ling Xiao's battle record was not the most dazzling. There were also 4 people who advanced directly without fighting all 10 matches. These 2 were Blue Sun Sect's Wen Huang by Menxing Tuoba Yuan and low-level Earth Sovereign Yuan Zhantian. Like Ling Xiao, Wen Huang won 7 matches and no one came forward to challenge him. As for Bai Menxing, no one came forward to challenge him after he won 6 matches. Tuoba Yuan's result was the most dazzling. He advanced directly after he won 5 matches. Yuan Zhantian advanced after he won 8 matches. Although young Master Ying's advancement was the most dazzling, it did not mean who was stronger. Instead, it meant who had the most ruthless methods and made the opponent the most afraid to challenge him. Among the 5, Tuoba Yuan's deterrence was the highest because he was like a thunder god. Once he made a move, it was as if there were countless thunderbolts listening to his summons. His opponents, be it humans or spirit beasts, were all killed by the thunderbolts. Bai Menxing, who was second only to Tuoba Yuan, was a cold-faced killing god. His opponents were all killed by him. As for Wen Huang and Yuan Zhantian, they were also merciless. Those who fought with them were all killed. Compared to these 4 people, other than the way Ling Xiao killed Guan Xiong, he won the other 2 matches rather gently. Ling Xiao, Kai Shiyue, Bai Yushi, Xian Yao, and Yi Yunfeng participated in the Imperial Roll Tournament. Now, only Ling Xiao and Yi Yunfeng could enter the top 100 of the minor competition. Ling Xiao's horizons were truly broadened by how intense the competition in the Imperial Rankings tournament was. Many earthly sovereigns had sacrificed their lives here for the glory of the ranking. Ling Xiao finally understood why the central region was so full of martial arts. Apart from the vast territory and abundant resources, it was also closely related to the traditional combat test. Many people valued glory more than their own lives. This imperceptibly caused many people to cultivate with all their might from a young age. In the top 100 tournament, Ling Xiao and Yi Yunfeng successfully advanced again. Ling Xiao, of course, advanced with an overwhelming victory. His name began to spread. As for Yi Yunfeng, he was not as impulsive as before. This time he challenged an opponent with 8 consecutive victories and defeated him. In the 9th match, he barely defeated his opponent after a bloody fight. In the 10th match, he had no choice but to use the Yi Clan Soul Ascension technique again to defeat his opponent. However, he was heavily injured just like in the 2nd match and almost died. This time, the top 10 of the Lanyang City tournament were finally decided. These 10 people were Ling Xiao, Yi Yunfeng, Wen Huang, Bai Menxing, Tuoba Yuan, Gu Mingzhu, Gu Jiaojiao, Yuan Zhantian, Zhu Mao, and Qing Yongping. There was no need to introduce the first 8 people. Zhu Mao was the chief true disciple of the 5th grade sect, Yuan Qing sect. He was at the peak of the earthly sovereign realm and specialized in the fire attribute. His protective spiritual beast was a red-coiled flame tiger. Qing Yongping came from an unknown aristocratic family and was the one who was the least favored among this group of people. However, he had defeated Chang Jingda, whom Ling Xiao had always thought was the most stable. It was also after that battle that Qing Yongping was revealed to everyone. After the tournament ended, the losers gradually left. The top 10 people each received some rewards. These rewards were nothing more than some 5th-grade healing elixirs and 100,000 high-grade mysterious crystals each. When it was time to distribute the rewards, Lanyang City's Lin Xiaoguang announced that they would gather in 5 days and head to the ancient battlefield, the Abyss of War. The reason why the Abyss of War was called the ancient battlefield was because it was the place where many supreme figures of the imperial family died 100,000 years ago. Back then, in order to devour each other's territories, the 4 empires finally sent their experts to the territories of the 4 empires to fight it out. Almost all the supreme figures of the imperial family were gathered in that battle. The battle between them was a disaster that could destroy the world. Fortunately, they had already set up a spatial formation to isolate that part of the world. After that battle, not many supreme figures came out of that place alive. That place was named the Abyss of War by the people. After that battle, the four empires suffered great losses. The sects and great clans that rose later began to divide their territories and no longer listen to the empire's orders. Gradually, the four empires began to decline and gradually disappeared from the stage of the central region. In an inn in Lanyang City, Ling Xiao and the others were all inside. "We'll be heading to the Abyss of War in 4 days. Do you have any instructions, divine fraud?" Ling Xiao asked Shen Yao. Shen Yao gently waved his white paper fan. "What instructions can I give you? Let nature take its course." He then paused and looked at Yi Yunfeng. Yunfeng was lucky to make it into the top 10. As for whether he can become a true combat emperor, it will depend on whether he can make up for the weakness of the ascension technique in the Abyss of War. Otherwise, the imperial ranking tournament will be his grave. "Yunfeng, you better think carefully." Shen Yao was not exaggerating, he was merely stating a fact. Yi Yunfeng could only be described as stumbling to get into the top 10 of the minor competition. If he had met the other 8 people who advanced, he would not have been so lucky. Advisor, the spirit ascension art is a secret technique of the Yi family. For many years, the ancestors of the Yi family have tried to make up for its weakness, but they have never been able to. "How do you expect me to perfect the spirit ascension art? I'm not as smart as the eldest," said Yi Yunfeng bitterly. It was not that he did not want to perfect the ascension technique, but countless ancestors of the Yi clan had tried to do so in the past 10,000 years, but they had all failed. He did not have the confidence to surpass them. Shen Yao smiled faintly. "Fate is determined by the heavens. The Abyss of War is an ancient battlefield where many supreme figures have fallen. Your fate lies there as well as the fate of the Yi clan. Whether you are a dragon or a snake will depend on this competition. However, it is also extremely dangerous there, so it is up to you to decide whether to enter or not." Yi Yunfeng replied without hesitation. "I've already come this far, so of course I want to see how far I can go. Even if I die in the Abyss of War, it will be my glory." Chapter 603. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. The top 10 earthly sovereigns of the minor competition gathered together once again. The 10 earthly sovereigns stood solemnly. 10 powerful auras shone brightly on the high altar. The 10 of them had proven their strength through killing over and over again. None of them would submit to anyone easily. Although they did not compete with each other, they wanted to use their powerful auras to overwhelm each other. Apart from the 10 of them, there were 11 judges on the high altar. They were all heavenly venerable realm cultivators, and one of them had reached the half-step sovereign realm. The half-step sovereign realm elder was Wang Zhongqiu, the leader of the team heading to the Abyss of War. Wang Zhongqiu glanced at the crowd coldly and said, "The 10 of you are in the top 10 of the minor competition, which means that you are among the top 1,000 earthly sovereigns in the central region. All of you are qualified to head to the Abyss of War to compete for the title of 100 Battle Emperor, Imperial Exterminator, or First Sovereign. However, the moment you step into the Abyss of War, you are destined to be on a path of no return. Even a heavenly venerable realm cultivator might die in there. If you withdraw now, you will only be considered as forfeiting the round. Then, you will still be ranked among the top 1,000 earthly sovereigns. Once you enter the Abyss of War, you will not be able to come out until the appointed time. So, you must consider this carefully." After hearing Wang Zhonghua's words, everyone remained calm and did not show any signs of stage fright. It seemed that none of them wanted to withdraw. "All right, since none of you are withdrawing, then we will head to the Abyss of War immediately." Wang Zhonghua looked at everyone with satisfaction and took the lead to fly in a certain direction. The others followed behind him. They were heading to the Lanyang City Governor's mansion. There was a special channel there that led directly to the Abyss of War. Usually, there would be experts guarding it. No one would dare to use this channel without permission. This channel was different from an ordinary transmission channel. It could only lead to one destination and could not go anywhere else. At the same time, the distance between the two locations was rather large, so the beast cores needed were of a higher grade and quantity. After everyone entered the transmission channel, the half-step sovereign threw dozens of 6th-grade beast cores into the card slots. Then, a powerful light screen bloomed and enveloped everyone, forcefully transporting them to an unfamiliar place. When everyone landed, a cold and desolate aura instantly assaulted their noses. The 10 earthly sovereigns looked over and were all shocked. In front of them was a wasteland filled with flying sand, rocks, weeds, broken weapons, armor, skeletons. This place was simply like the scene of the end of the world, and it was filled with deathly stillness and desolation. If a person were to stay here for a long period of time without seeing a trace of people or feeling the slightest vitality of nature, they would probably become a madman. This really is the ancient battlefield. Yi Yunfeng gulped and sighed. Ling Xiao nodded sympathetically. Yes, the 4 empires fought to unify the central region, but in the end, all of their powerhouses died here. What a pity. Yi Yunfeng replied from the side, that's right. When the 4 majestic empires were still around, the central territory was at its peak. There were countless venerable rank experts, and emperor rank experts weren't as rare as they are now. Meanwhile, Wang Zhonghua's words interrupted their conversation. This is only the periphery of the abyss of war. The real abyss of war isn't as simple as it seems. Wang Zhongqiu sneered. After a pause he added, there's a gathering place in front. Hurry up and follow. Wang Zhonghua took the lead and flew forward, and the others quickly followed. The gathering place was just a dilapidated city. As they approached the city, everyone sensed that there were many powerful auras in the city. As the group approached, a hearty voice rang out, Brother Wang, you're finally here. Your group really made people wait for a long time. I had no choice. I had to wait for the results of the competition. Wang Zhongqiu replied with a smile. Alright, let's cut the crap. Let the little fellows come in first. There are still many fellows who haven't arrived yet, the person replied straightforwardly. The group of people flew into the city and landed on an open space. When everyone looked around, they noticed that there were hundreds of earthly sovereigns sitting in different corners. Their eyes were filled with hostility towards them. Needless to say, these were the top 10 earthly sovereigns. You can all wait here. Once everyone's here, I'll announce the rules. At that time, you'll all be able to enter the chaotic abyss of war. I wish you all good luck. Wang Zhongqiu's mission was complete, and after saying that, he immediately left. Ling Xiao and Yi Yunfeng found a place to sit. Just as they sat down, an elegant fragrance assailed their nostrils. Can I sit with you? A graceful and sweet voice rang out, Can I sit with you? Ling Xiao and Yi Yunfeng looked up and saw a beautiful girl standing in front of them. This girl seemed to be only 16 or 18 years old. Her tender and beautiful face had shallow dimples, making her look extremely lovable. Her beautiful hair was tied with a red silk scarf, with a sparkling and translucent hair branch inserted into it. She exuded an elegant and refined temperament. Ling Xiao's eyes lit up and he instantly regained his composure. Yi Yunfeng, on the other hand, revealed an infatuated expression. It is our honor to sit with Miss Gu, Ling Xiao said as he stood up. Yi Yunfeng also jumped up. Yes. Miss Gu, you sit. At the same time, he used his spiritual power to sweep away the dust on the ground. It was obvious that Yi Yunfeng could not resist the girl in front of him. This girl was one of the 2 girls who came with them from Lanyang City, Gu Jiaojiao. Gu Jiaojiao sat down without any pretense, then patted the seat beside her. You guys sit too. Ling Xiao and Yi Yunfeng sat down once again. However, the 2 of them maintained a certain distance from Gu Jiaojiao. If it was any other time, Ling Xiao would definitely squeeze next to Gu Jiaojiao instead of keeping his distance. What he did now was to create an opportunity for Yi Yunfeng. Gu Jiaojiao's appearance and figure were both excellent, but the women around Ling Xiao were better than her, so there was no reason for him to take Yi Yunfeng's woman into his harem. After all, he had to leave some soup for his brother. However, when he saw that Yi Yunfeng was sitting so far away from Gu Jiaojiao, he immediately glared at Yi Yunfeng and cursed in his heart, this kid really doesn't know how to flirt. Gu Jiaojiao's gaze fell on Ling Xiao. Brother Ling, why are you sitting so far away? It's fate that we were able to enter the top 100 together. Come sit with me, I have something to discuss with you. As she spoke, her charming eyes intentionally or unintentionally cast flirtatious glances at Ling Xiao. Faced with the temptation of such a beauty, Ling Xiao's heart was itching, but he didn't want to hurt Yi Yunfeng's feelings. He could only pretend to be stern. Miss Gu, if you have something to say, just say it. I can hear you. Gu Jiaojiao's beautiful eyes flashed with surprise and she immediately said, if that's the case, then I'll say it directly. She paused for a moment, then continued, there are many dangers in the abyss of war, and the competition is even more intense. In order for us to enter the ranks of combat emperors, I would like to accompany Brother Ling and take care of each other. What do you think? That's not very convenient. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment before replying. He was pleased with himself. Could it be that my charm has increased again? Yi Yunfeng hurriedly gave Ling Xiao a look, as if he couldn't wait for Ling Xiao to immediately agree. Gu Jiaojiao continued, Brother Ling, don't be in such a hurry to refuse. Listen to me first. In the abyss of war, the battles of the top 1,000 will not be like the small competition, but rather they will be distributed in the form of missions. Whoever completes the most missions will be ranked higher, and because of this, many Earth Emperors will team up to complete missions. Not only that, some of the stronger Earth Emperors will even steal missions from other Earth Emperors. So if we team up, we will have a better chance of protecting ourselves and entering the top 100. Gu Jiaojiao had a combat emperor elder brother, so she was very familiar with the situation. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment. Since Miss Gu doesn't mind staying with us two men, then let's go together. Just don't be afraid of being implicated by us. Gu Jiaojiao revealed two shallow dimples. Brother Ling is too modest. Who doesn't know that you are strong? Jiaojiao is lazy. Brother Ling should take care of me. Gu Jiaojiao's words were very direct, and her tone revealed a desire to please Ling Xiao. Yi Yunfeng, who was at the side, revealed a depressed expression. Ling Xiao spread out his hands. Miss Gu, you know that I am only a mid-level Earth Emperor. My brother is much stronger than me, so he is the most suitable person to take care of you. As Ling Xiao said this, he gave Yi Yunfeng a look. No matter how stupid Yi Yunfeng was, he knew that Ling Xiao was helping him. He immediately patted his chest. Yes, Miss Gu, don't worry. With me Yi Yunfeng here, no one will dare to have any ideas. Gu Jiaojiao's beautiful eyes flashed with imperceptible disappointment. Then I will have to trouble Brother Yi. She muttered unhappily in her heart. Damn Ling Xiao, how dare he look down on my charm. I hope he won't ask me for help when we get inside. Haha, Miss Gu is too polite. Yi Yunfeng replied happily, his heart filled with gratitude towards Ling Xiao. Miss Gu, there are a few strong fellows who came with us. Why didn't you join forces with them, but the two of us who are the weakest? Ling Xiao asked with doubt. Ling Xiao didn't think that his charm was boundless and could attract people to throw themselves into his arms. Gu Jiaojiao chuckled. I think Brother Ling is a good person. He wouldn't bully a little girl like me, right? Ling Xiao's face turned green and he thought to himself, so this young master has become a good person. Just as Ling Xiao, Yi Yunfeng and Gu Jiaojiao were chatting happily, trouble came knocking before they entered the chaotic abyss of war. Chapter 604. There were a total of 5 people walking towards Ling Xiao and the other 2. These 5 people were releasing powerful auras. At a glance, one could tell that they were all high-level earthly sovereign realm experts. 3 of them were even at the peak of the earthly sovereign realm. Jiaojiao, I didn't expect to see you here. This is great. A young man with a sinister aura called out to Gu Jiaojiao with a warm smile. This young man looked to be in his 30s. He was dressed in luxurious clothes that exuded a noble aura. The smile on his face looked amiable, but it gave off a feeling of hypocrisy. This was because his cold and arrogant eyes had already betrayed his arrogant and conceited personality. Gu Jiaojiao looked at the young man and frowned. Don't call me so intimately. I don't know you. The young man still had a smile on his face. Jiaojiao, are you still angry about what happened 3 years ago? That's a little petty. Don't flatter yourself. You're not worthy of my attention. Gu Jiaojiao snorted with dissatisfaction. Alright, let's not talk about that anymore. Now that we can meet again in the chaotic abyss of war, it proves that we are fated. Why don't you come with me? I can guarantee that you can enter the top 100 and become a combat emperor. The young man was not angry and immediately changed the topic. Gu Jiaojiao said impatiently, Sorry, I already have an ally. Girl, don't be insensible. It's your honor that Grandmaster Wanyin has taken a liking to you. A peak earthly emperor beside the young man shouted. This peak earthly emperor had a ferocious look on his face. He carried a large saber that flashed with golden light on his back. His aura was extremely vigorous and his killing intent was no weaker than that of Guanxiong, who had been killed by Ling Xiao. One look and anyone could tell that he was a ferocious person. Jiao Xian, don't say that. I've known Jiao Jiao for a long time. I understand her temper. She's just saying that to annoy me. The young man had a good temper and tried to persuade Jiao Xian. He then looked at Yi Yunfeng and asked, Are you Jiao Jiao's ally? The young man's eyes were filled with savagery, as if he did not see Yi Yunfeng as a threat. Of course, Yi Yunfeng would not show any weakness in front of the woman he liked. He immediately stepped forward to block Gu Jiaojiao and said, Yes, I am Miss Gu's ally. Since Miss Gu doesn't like you, please leave. With his boss by his side, Yi Yunfeng was not afraid of these people at all. If he had to face them alone, he would have to carefully measure his strength. The young man raised his brows and dissatisfaction flashed in his eyes. He immediately looked at Gu Jiaojiao and said, Jiaojiao, although this fellow's strength isn't bad, it doesn't seem to be enough to protect you. Why don't you join our camp? Gu Jiaojiao obviously didn't want to be entangled with him any longer. She immediately turned her pretty face away and ignored the young man. Being ignored, Yi Yunfeng said unhappily, Why are you so thick-skinned? Miss Gu doesn't even want to stay with you, so why are you pestering her? How dare you speak to Master Wanyan like this? Jiao Xian, who had spoken just now, shouted. Spiritual power surged from his body and a golden fist flew towards Yi Yunfeng. Yi Yunfeng did not expect that the other party would dare to attack here, so he could only hurriedly block with his fist. Bang! The two fists collided. Yi Yunfeng could not gather his strength in time and was knocked back a few meters. Jiao Xian, on the other hand, was still in place, his expression full of disdain. Yi Yunfeng was at a disadvantage in front of the woman he liked, so he immediately flew into a rage out of humiliation. Scoundrel, don't think that I'm afraid of you just because you have more people. Yi Yunfeng circulated 10 levels of spiritual power, and rays of golden light flashed continuously. A huge golden fist smashed towards Jiao Xian. Light of the firefly, break for me. Jiao Xian seemed to be full of confidence and also blasted out a golden fist to meet the attack. Boom! The powerful golden spiritual power collided with each other, producing a deafening explosion. Many earthly emperors in the vicinity of the battle immediately retreated far away. These earthly kings had no intention of making a move. Instead, they wore strong smiles as if they wanted to watch a good show. After the two powerful moves collided, Jiao Xian's body emitted a strong murderous intent, and his eyes were filled with bloodthirst. Brat, this is the end of your journey. You have no place in the abyss of war. After shouting, he leaped into the air, and the golden broadsword on his back instantly flew out. The powerful golden light was like a full moon that dazzled everyone's eyes. Soaring blade. The powerful shadow of the blade seemed to tear the sky apart as it slashed towards Yi Yunfeng from above. Jiao Xian seemed to be determined to kill Yi Yunfeng. This attack was filled with 10 levels of spiritual power, which was quite terrifying. The earthly kings who could enter the top 1,000 were all very strong, and Jiao Xian's true strength was enough to enter the top 500. At the same time, he also had the qualifications to become a combat emperor. Although Yi Yunfeng was a high-level earthly king, there was still a big gap between him and Jiao Xian. He met the attack with his golden spear, and a series of spear shadows blocked the huge golden broadsword. However, his entire body was smashed into the wall of a dilapidated house, and he even broke through the wall and fell into the house. When the surrounding people saw this scene, their expressions changed slightly. They looked at Jiao Xian with vigilance and they all thought to themselves, this person is a strong opponent. Haha, this kind of trash can participate in the battle of the abyss of war. Simply ridiculous. Jiao Xian laughed coldly in midair. At this time the young man once again said to Gu Jiaojiao, Jiaojiao, look, how can this useless trash be your ally? You should follow me. Gu Jiaojiao's willowy eyebrows knitted together. She didn't think that Yi Yunfeng would win, but she didn't expect that Yi Yunfeng wouldn't be a match for him. This made her extremely disappointed, so she could only look at Ling Xiao. Even if I don't have an ally, I won't choose you. Gu Jiaojiao hesitated for a moment, but in the end she didn't drag Ling Xiao down with her. She felt that Ling Xiao might be strong, but there were 5 of them. He alone might not be able to solve this problem for her. Why do you have to be like this? The young man sighed. After pausing for a moment he said, actually, you know how I feel about you. As long as you agree to marry me, we will definitely become a high-grade alchemist couple that tens of thousands of people admire. Don't you think that this is a wonderful feeling? The young man's expression was fanatical, and it was obvious that he was very stubborn about his thoughts. Gu Jiaojiao's expression revealed extreme disgust. Disgusting. You should talk to other women. Boom. Just now, when Yi Yunfeng entered the house, a powerful golden light burst out, causing the house to collapse. A golden shadow instantly appeared in midair. I want you dead. Yi Yunfeng glared at the nearby Jiao Xian, and a raging fire burned in his heart. Then he held the golden spear and charged at Jiao Xian. If you want to die, then I will grant your wish. Jiao Xian released his aura again and charged at Yi Yunfeng. The two balls of golden light constantly bombarded each other, producing a series of muffled sounds in the air. Waves of sharp metal energy splashed in all directions. The remaining energy could not cause any harm to the people below. Yi Yunfeng used all his strength this time, and even used his high-grade Shen skill to fight Jiao Xian to a draw. This caused the young man below to look a little surprised, and the three people beside him were also a little surprised. What a powerful Shen skill. It's actually able to close the distance between us. Looks like I can't hold back anymore. Once I kill him, his Shen skill will be mine. Jiao Xian was secretly planning to kill Yi Yunfeng. Golden Blade Heaven Seizing Slash. Jiao Xian forced Yi Yunfeng away, and the spiritual power in his body gathered in an instant. The golden spiritual power around him gathered together, and the golden blade in his hand slashed out several times. Each slash carried an incomparably sharp aura, as if it wanted to directly cut this part of the world in half. This slash clearly contained a bit of the concept of Tao. Yi Yunfeng revealed a dignified expression, and the golden spear continued to strike out like a violent storm, trying to block these slashes. However, the difference in strength still made it difficult for him to do as he wished. Damn it, I can't use the Spirit Ascension art anymore. Yi Yunfeng cursed in his heart. He had already used the Spirit Ascension art twice during the minor competition. Although his potential had been stimulated by Feng Xianyun and his spiritual power had recovered, he would not be able to use the Spirit Ascension art for a short period of time. At this moment, it was very difficult for him to block, and the web between his thumb and forefinger was shaken to the point of bleeding. There was also blood at the corner of his mouth. If this continued, he was afraid that even if he did not die, he would probably be seriously injured. If that kid with the spear doesn't have any other trump cards, he will probably lose. I didn't expect him to enter the top 1,000 with such strength. It seems like he was lucky to pass. Sometimes, luck is also a part of strength. That Jiao Xian's strength is not bad. I didn't expect him to rely on a kid who is a bit weaker than him. I really don't understand. Under the wild attack of the golden blade, Yi Yunfeng's long spear was shaken out of his hand, and his entire body was ruthlessly sent flying. A mouthful of blood sprayed all over the sky. Useless trash, go to hell. Jiao Xian obviously did not intend to let Yi Yunfeng go. His entire body was like a goshawk pouncing on a rabbit as he chased after Yi Yunfeng. At the same time, the golden blade slashed towards Yi Yunfeng once again. Just as the golden blade was about to slash Yi Yunfeng's body, an afterimage flashed past, and Yi Yunfeng disappeared under the golden blade. Jiao Xian's eyelids twitched and he immediately shouted, "Who dares to be nosy?" He still wanted to kill Yi Yunfeng and snatch his spatial ring, but he did not expect that there would be someone who dared to obstruct him at this critical moment. This really made him quite unhappy. There was no one else who could save Yi Yunfeng, but it was definitely Ling Xiao. He has already lost, so why are you so ruthless? Ling Xiao said indifferently. At the same time, he stuffed 2 healing pills into Yi Yunfeng's hands and placed him on the ground, allowing him to heal on his own. Are you his friend? Jiao Xian looked at Ling Xiao and asked. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, "No, I'm his boss." Chapter 605. Haha, you're his boss? I'm going to laugh myself to death. Your brother is a high-level cultivator and you're only a mid-level cultivator. How did you manage to sneak into the chaotic abyss? I really don't know what your opponents are doing. Today Jiao Xian will send you 2 on your way. Jiao Xian laughed disdainfully as he charged at Ling Xiao with a burst of spiritual energy. The people around him were the top 10 experts who had stood out from the various minor competitions. Among these people, except for a few who were not at the high-level earthly sovereign realm, the rest were at the high-level earthly sovereign realm, and most of them were at the peak of the earthly sovereign realm. If Yi Yunfeng, who had just become a high-level Earth Emperor, was lucky enough to enter the top 10, then it would make sense. However, it was extremely difficult for a mid-level Earth Emperor to enter the top 10. Therefore, the emperors looked at Ling Xiao with doubt. They weren't as simple as Jiao Xian thought. They weren't stupid enough to think that Ling Xiao had cheated to enter the abyss of war. After all, no one would dare to do such a thing. However, Ling Xiao acknowledged him as Yi Yunfeng's boss, and Yi Yunfeng's strength was above Ling Xiao's. This made them wonder if Ling Xiao really had some amazing trump card. Perhaps he was just bluffing? Just as Jiao Xian's golden saber was about to slash down on Ling Xiao's head, a purple flame rushed over from afar. The raging purple flame carried with it a scorching power, smashing the golden saber shadow to the side. Then a delicate voice shouted, "Are you done?" Don't blame me for being impolite. Gu Jiaojiao finally couldn't help but make a move. Her body was surrounded by purple flames, and she looked very seductive. The young man at the side was even more envious. He licked his lips and said, "Jiao Jiao, come with me. These two pieces of trash aren't suitable to be your allies." Gu Jiaojiao glared at the young man and said, "Wan Yenshu, give up. Even if I were to be an ally with anyone, I wouldn't choose you." After she finished speaking, she jumped to Ling Xiao's side and looked at Yi Yunfeng guiltily. "Is he all right?" Ling Xiao smiled and said, "It's fine. It's a good thing to let him train a bit more." Judging from his expression, he didn't seem to care about Yi Yunfeng's injury. However, those who were familiar with him could tell that Ling Xiao's smile meant that someone was going to be in trouble. "Haha, you trash, your words are really pleasant to hear. Why don't you let me help you temper yourself?" Jiao Xn saw Wan Yenshu give him a look and immediately laughed. At the same time, a golden palm slammed down on Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao only had the strength of a middle-stage earthly sovereign, and Jiao Xn didn't know that Ling Xiao had the means to kill people of a higher realm. When Huang, Bai Menxing, and the other earthly sovereign who came with Ling Xiao all narrowed their eyes at Jiao Xn. They all knew that Jiao Xn wouldn't have it easy. Gu Jiaojiao wanted to stand in front of Ling Xiao, but she found that her shoulder was pressed down by a strong hand. Then a person took a few steps forward to meet the golden palm. The golden palm shadows smashed onto the human figure. "No!" Gu Jiaojiao couldn't help but cry out. Rumble. A powerful energy exploded, and a burst of soil and sand was sent flying. "You have some courage. You actually dared to take my palm. However, even a high-level earthly sovereign would be injured after taking my palm, let alone a middle-stage earthly sovereign like you," Jiao Xan said to himself disdainfully. In his eyes, Ling Xiao was definitely dead. When everything disappeared, Jiao Xian's pupils shrank, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "He's actually fine?" The surrounding people were also shocked when they saw this scene. Obviously, they were also surprised by this result. They saw that Ling Xiao, who had been hit by the powerful golden palm, was still standing in the same place intact. It was as if the palm had not caused any damage to him at all. Ling Xiao gently twisted his neck and his eyes burst out with extreme contempt. "You're not even worthy to tickle my itch." After a pause, he raised his middle finger at Jiao Xn and lightly shook it. "You keep calling us trash, but I think you're worse than trash. You dare to look down on me? This emperor will kill you." Jiao Xian's old face turned red. He roared and slashed at Ling Xiao with the broadsword in his hand. A slash through the air. A terrifying saber light slashed towards Ling Xiao's head. Even if Yi Yunfeng blocked this move, he would suffer a great loss. It was obvious that Jiao Xian planned to finish off Ling Xiao with a single slash. The surrounding earthly emperors looked at Ling Xiao seriously. They all wanted to know if this mid-stage earthly emperor could withstand this slash. If he couldn't, then they would think that Ling Xiao was just bluffing and didn't have any strength. If he could withstand this move, then when they entered the abyss of war, they would have to take this mid-stage earthly emperor seriously. After all, those who could fight above their level would all have extraordinary tenbin and trump cards. They wouldn't treat him as an ordinary opponent, but as an opponent of the same level. Otherwise they would be the ones to suffer. Not far away there were several half-step emperors watching everything that was happening in the city from the sky. A half-emperor couldn't help but ask, "Brother Wang, did you really not violate the rules this time? You actually brought a low-stage earthly emperor and a mid-stage earthly emperor?" Wang Zhongqiu, who brought Ling Xiao and the others over, stroked his beard and smiled. "Brother Li, you worry too much. I, Wang Zhongqiu, am not someone who would do such a thing. They all came here based on their original strength. If you don't believe me, just watch. Especially this kid, even I can't see through his true strength. Is he really that strong?" The half-emperor asked doubtfully. "I guess that Jiao Xian will lose in less than 3 moves, Wang Zhongqiu said with a smile. "Alright, let's see what this mid-stage earthly emperor is capable of." The saber light shone brightly, and the sharp metal chi slashed towards him. Facing the incoming saber light, Ling Xiao's expression didn't change at all. He stomped on the ground with one foot and flew towards the saber light like an eagle flapping its wings. Swish! Suddenly, a powerful light appeared around Ling Xiao's body. The energy of this light was much more vigorous than that of an ordinary high-level earthly emperor. "Break for me!" Ling Xiao's eyes burst out with a strong light as he concentrated his strength on his fist and punched towards the saber light. "What, you dare to use your fist to fight against my saber energy? You really don't know what's good for you?" Jiao Xan exclaimed, and then revealed a look of disdain. He didn't believe that Ling Xiao could take this saber attack with his bare hands. Just when he thought that Ling Xiao's fist was about to be destroyed, an ear-piercing sound was heard. Bang! When Ling Xiao's golden fist came into contact with the saber light, it made a sharp sound of impact. The powerful golden saber shadow was actually cracked by the fist, and in the end the saber energy directly disappeared into nothingness. What? How is this possible? What a powerful physical body. No wonder he could make it into the battle of the top 1000 with the strength of a mid-stage earthly emperor. Interesting, it seems that Jiao Xian has met his match. Unfortunately, his strength is still a little weak. If he had reached the high-level earthly emperor, I'm afraid that he would have a place in the battle emperor or imperial killer. The surrounding earthly emperors were all astonished, and even the half-step emperors not far away revealed astonished expressions. What's this kid's name? One of the half-step emperors asked Wang Zhongqiu. Ling Xiao, an earthly emperor from a small place in the northwest. Wang Zhongqiu didn't hide anything. After all, this list would be made public sooner or later. He's actually from the northwest? I didn't expect that there would be such a genius there. Not bad, not bad. Another half-step emperor revealed a look of admiration. What could it be that Brother Huang is interested in him? Wang Zhongqiu asked. Let's talk about it when he enters the top 100 battle emperors. The half-step emperor replied with a smile. Haha, when he becomes a top 100 battle emperor, I'm afraid that it won't be your turn. Another laughed. Jiao Xen looked at the saber light that was shattered by Ling Xiao and was shocked, but he quickly regained his composure. You have some ability, no wonder you're so arrogant. However, don't think that you can be so arrogant just like that. After shouting, the golden saber in his hand once again shone brightly, and it was the sign of another powerful move. Do you think that I'm a soft sieve that you can pinch as you please? Ling Xiao sneered as he muttered. In the next moment he took strange steps and quickly arrived at Jiao Xian's side. Jiao Xian's eyes jumped. He didn't expect Ling Xiao's speed to be so fast, and he immediately slashed at Ling Xiao with the golden saber in his hand. Ling Xiao also used his fist to meet the attack. This emperor doesn't believe that you can withstand my golden saber. Jiao Xen roared fiercely, and the golden light on his saber blossomed incomparably dazzling. It was very obvious that this saber had condensed 12 layers of his energy. Clang! The saber and fist clashed, and the sound of metal clashing could be heard. Jiao Xian's low-grade spirit artifact, the golden saber, was actually smashed open by Ling Xiao's golden fist. Before Jiao Xen could react, Ling Xiao's fighting spirit soared and he shouted in shock. My little brother can only be taught a lesson by me. You, who are even worse than trash, are not qualified to teach him a lesson. After shouting, an afterimage remained in place, and his real body appeared on the other side of Jiao Xen, and his fist fiercely smashed at Jiao Xian's face. Jiao Xen was hit hard, and his whole body flew to one side, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. However, Ling Xiao didn't intend to let him go just like that. His figure flashed like lightning again and he once again chased after Jiao Xian, and he madly punched. Bang bang. Ling Xiao's fist kept smashing at Jiao Xian's face. Jiao Xian was instantly stunned. He didn't expect Ling Xiao's speed to be so fast, and every punch made him dizzy, and he didn't even have the slightest strength to fight back. In the end, he was ruthlessly kicked by Ling Xiao, and his whole body flew in the direction of Wan Yenshu like a cannonball. How dare you! Another high-level Earth sovereign beside Wan Yenshu cried out in alarm. He flew over and rapped Jiao Xian with a gentle force, intending to catch Jiao Xian. Unexpectedly, the force of Ling Xiao's kick on Jiao Xian was so terrifying that it actually scattered the force of that high-level Earth sovereign. That high-level Earth sovereign had no choice but to personally catch Jiao Xian. In the next moment, his body was still forced back several steps before he could stop. His heart was in a perilous situation. The expressions of the surrounding people also changed greatly. All of you come at me together. This young master will first deal with you guys who are even worse than trash, Ling Xiao said as he looked coldly at Wan Yenshu and the others like a golden god of war. Chapter 606. Ling Xiao's voice was like a clap of thunder, and everyone in the ruined city could hear it clearly. Gu Jiaojiao's beautiful eyes looked at the tall and slender figure, and her heart inexplicably trembled a few times. She thought to herself, he doesn't look strong but his combat strength is amazing. How charming. The high-level earthly sovereign who caught Jiao Xen brought him back to Wan Yenshu's side. At this moment, Jiao Xian's face had been beaten into a pig's head, and his facial features were completely distorted. Seeing this scene, their faces turned ashen. Then, the high-level earthly sovereign put his finger into Jiao Xian's nostrils, and his expression changed as he said, "Grandmaster Wan Yenshu Jiao Xian, he's dead?" What? Not only Wan Yenshu, but the other two earthly sovereigns beside him also cried out in alarm. Jiao Xian was a peak earthly sovereign, and among all the earthly sovereigns, his strength was at least in the top 500. How could he be beaten so badly by Ling Xiao and even directly die? The surrounding earthly sovereigns looked at Ling Xiao in a different light. Wan Yenshu frowned and sighed softly. Looking at Ling Xiao in the sky, he said indifferently, "I hate it when people shit on my head. Meng Li Meng Feng, kill him for me. Avenge Jiao Xian." The other two peak earthly sovereigns beside Wan Yenshu simultaneously pounced at Ling Xiao. One of them had the fire attribute, and the other had the wind attribute. They emitted a strong aura that was not inferior to Jiao Xian's. In fact, it was even stronger. "Boy die. Don't think that you can be arrogant just because you killed Jiao Xian," Meng Li shouted with a ferocious look on his face. The two wheels in his hands emitted bursts of powerful fiery light, and the fiery light formed fiery rings that wrapped around Ling Xiao. Meng Feng took the opportunity to use his wind wielder. A strong gust of wind blew around him, and the scorching rings of fire flew towards Ling Xiao with great speed. The terrifying ring of fire was like a comet, so fast that it was difficult to dodge. Meng Li and Meng Feng were brothers, and both of them practiced the combined attack technique. This attack was a combination of wind and fire, and even an opponent of the same level would have a hard time dodging it. Dozens of powerful rings of fire turned into a sea of fire, burning Ling Xiao within. The powerful flames seemed to form a world of fire. Meng Li was still adding fire spiritual qi, and Meng Feng was cooperating with him to turn the momentum of the fire into a prairie fire. A large sea of fire formed in mid-air, as if it was burning the clouds and steaming the sky. Even a celestial master would be at a disadvantage if he were to take this move, let alone an earthly sovereign like you. Meng Li murmured confidently. Gu Jiaojiao's expression became incomparably worried. From Ling Xiao's battle, she knew that Ling Xiao cultivated the metal element, and the fire element just happened to restrain the metal element. She was really afraid that Ling Xiao would commit suicide this time. However, the next moment, a strange scene appeared. Ling Xiao opened his mouth and shouted, "Absorb!" Whoosh! The powerful flames actually drilled into Ling Xiao's mouth at an extremely fast speed. What? How is this possible? He actually swallowed the flames? This can't be an illusion, right? How could he absorb the flames? This middle-stage earthly sovereign is not simple. The surrounding earthly sovereigns all revealed expressions of even more horror than before. How could they believe that someone could swallow the flames? Only those almighty beings with the fire element would have such an ability. Moreover, Ling Xiao was only a middle-stage earthly sovereign, and he cultivated the metal element. Everyone understood the principle that fire could restrain metal, but the scene in front of them made them unable to understand. The half-step sovereigns not far away revealed expressions of shock. Meng Li and Meng Feng's expressions were incomparably shocked, and they secretly cursed, "What a freak!" When the last wisp of flames entered Ling Xiao's mouth, he lightly smacked his lips and said, "The taste is really bad." The surrounding people all sucked in a breath of cold air. Obviously they were all shocked by this scene. Ling Xiao's gaze fell on Meng Li and Meng Feng and he said disdainfully, "If you have any other strong moves, just use them. Otherwise you won't have a chance." Meng Li and Meng Feng looked at each other and were about to make another move, but Wan Yenshu's voice stopped them. "Meng Li, Meng Feng, come back," Wan Yenshu shouted. Meng Li and Meng Feng glared at Ling Xiao unwillingly, and then descended at the same time. Ling Xiao looked at Wan Yenshu with some astonishment. "Do I have to make a move myself?" After Meng Li and Meng Feng descended, Wan Yenshu flew up like a swallow, and he only stopped when he reached the same height as Ling Xiao. "How should I address you, brother? I am Wan Yenshu." Unexpectedly, Wan Yenshu's attitude changed, and he revealed a warm smile as he spoke to Ling Xiao. Those who didn't know better would think that Wan Yenshu was an amiable person. The surrounding people couldn't help but sigh at how fast Wan Yenshu's attitude changed. Ling Xiao couldn't quite get used to it and he replied, "Ling Xiao of the Northwest. So it's Brother Ling. It's an honor to meet you." Wan Yenshu politely cupped his hands towards Ling Xiao. Gu Jiaojiao, who was below, made a vomiting gesture and muttered, "What a disgusting person." The reason why she hated Wan Yenshu was because she felt that he was too fake, and his character was too despicable. Ling Xiao didn't know what Wang Yanshu was playing at, and he bluntly replied, although I, Ling Xiao, have some fame, it's not at the level where you've been looking at me for a long time. Wang Yanshu didn't get angry, and he maintained a faint smile as he said, Brother Ling, you must be joking. With your current strength, I'm afraid that you'll be one of the top 100 battle emperors. Jiao Jiao has indeed chosen an excellent ally. He paused for a moment and then continued, Brother Ling, it can be said that we didn't get to know each other through Discord. Here are a few pills to make up for my mistakes. As he spoke, a bottle flew out of Wang Yanshu's hand. Ling Xiao grabbed the bottle in his hand and opened the cap. A burst of strong pill fragrance instantly filled the air. Ling Xiao glanced at the medicinal pill that was flowing with sparkling and translucent spiritual energy and said, Fifth stage living pill. Ah, you're quite knowledgeable. This is a living technique pill that I personally refined. I'm sure it will help your little brother recover faster, Wang Yanshu proudly said. You refined it yourself? Are you a fifth-tier alchemist? Ling Xiao asked in surprise. Wang Yanshu smiled but didn't say anything. Instead, Meng Li loudly said, Grandmaster Wang Yan is a genius alchemist from the Wang Yan family in the Eastern Flame region. He successfully became a fifth-tier alchemist not long ago. Wang Yanshu lightly scolded Meng Li, don't be so arrogant. I was just lucky. When he said this, his face was full of arrogance and complacency. For someone his age to become a fifth-tier alchemist, he was already a rare existence in the central region. The people around him had followed him precisely because of his status. When the surrounding people learned of Wang Yanshu's identity, they were slightly moved. So he's from the Wang Yan family. How can he be so arrogant? I don't think he's more than 50 years old, but he's already at the 5th tier. I'm afraid that only those alchemist families can compare to him. He's trying to curry favor with Ling Xiao. Could it be that he wants to recruit Ling Xiao? I don't think so. He might just be interested in Ling Xiao's strength and wants to form an alliance with him. So you're a 5th tier alchemist. I've been disrespectful, Ling Xiao said with a strange smile. Wang Yanshu waved his hand and said, It's just a 5th tier alchemist. It's not worth mentioning. On the other hand, Brother Ling's strength is amazing and I admire it. I wonder if Brother Ling is interested in following me into the abyss of war? Follow you? Ling Xiao asked in surprise. Wang Yanshu replied, That's right. As long as you follow me, I can immediately raise you to the high-level Earth Emperor realm. After he said that, a golden pill appeared in his hand, and a strong medicinal effect instantly spread out. This medicinal effect was clearly several times stronger than the medicinal effect of the living technique pill just now. Even people nearby could clearly smell it. This is a metal attribute Emperor Ascension pill. As long as you're willing to follow me, this pill is yours. Once I become a 6th tier alchemist, it'll be easy for you to become a heavenly sovereign. What do you think, Brother Ling? Wang Yanshu asked with a tempting expression. He felt that Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to resist this temptation. Had an Earth Emperor from the Northwest ever seen such a high-grade pill? Even if he had, he might not be able to obtain it. Moreover, with his status as an alchemist, Tenbin, he believed that any knowledgeable person would choose to follow him. Even Ling Xiao was no exception. Haha. Suddenly, a maniacal laughter rang out, and Yi Yunfeng's figure shot up into the sky. You're actually tempting my boss with such a trashy pill? I really don't know if you're retarded or crazy. Who was Ling Xiao? He was a 6th tier alchemist. If he wanted to become a high-level Earth Emperor or a heavenly sovereign, it wouldn't be difficult for him. However, Ling Xiao didn't want to rely on pills to advance. He wanted to rely on his own strength to advance. That way he would be able to build a solid foundation. Yi Yunfeng knew Ling Xiao's background, so he couldn't help but laugh. In his eyes, how could Wang Yanshu compare to Ling Xiao? Wang Yanshu glanced at Yi Yunfeng, who had recovered, and ignored him. Instead, he continued to speak to Ling Xiao. Brother Ling, do you think the same as your little brother? This is the Emperor Ascension pill, and it's not easy to buy it even with Shen crystals. Moreover, my Wang Yan family is a well-known family in the central region. It's not a disgrace for you to follow me. You'd better think carefully. It had to be said that Wang Yanshu had the ability to win people's hearts. His words were quite enticing. Ling Xiao chuckled and gently squeezed his hand. Bang! The living technique pill that Wang Yanshu had just given him turned into a pile of powder in his hand. This kind of pill is indeed too trashy. How dare you call it a 5th tier pill? You're a disgrace to a 5th tier alchemist. Even if you want to be my follower, you're not qualified, Ling Xiao said indifferently. Wang Yanshu's face instantly darkened and he said gloomily, Ling Xiao, you really don't know what's good for you? Cut the crap. All of you can come at me together. Don't say that I didn't give you a chance, Ling Xiao said indifferently with a wave of his hand. Chapter 607. Just when everyone thought that Ling Xiao would choose to rely on Wanyan Shu, Ling Xiao crushed the 5th grade elixir into powder. This made all the earthly sovereigns feel extremely pained. Even though they were all from big sects, this kind of 5th grade elixir was not an ordinary commodity. They couldn't figure out whether Ling Xiao's backer was too strong or not. Or was Ling Xiao putting on an act and acting like a big shot? How could he be so dismissive of this high-grade elixir? Wanyan Shu hadn't expected that Ling Xiao would be so ruthless. He had actually destroyed his elixir in front of everyone. This was a blatant slap to his face. Moreover, Ling Xiao had said such ruthless words, which made the anger he had been suppressing soar. I gave you face but you don't want it. The 3 of you attack together and kill him for me. Wanyan Shu, who had already shed all pretense of cordiality, instantly turned into a man-eating wolf. He immediately landed on the ground and shouted at the people around him. 3 powerful forces erupted in an instant. Meng Li, Meng Feng and another person called Lan Qin attacked Ling Xiao at the same time. A majestic aura soared into the sky, creating a series of whistling sounds in the air. Fiery Wind Fiend. 9 Hammer Chain Strike. Meng Li and Meng Feng also launched a joint attack. Thousands of fire arrow blades shot toward Ling Xiao. The speed of the fire arrow blades was as fast as a meteor. They were so fast and swift that it was impossible to defend against them. Lan Qin used a pair of hammers. She turned her body quickly, and the 9 hammer shadows, which were as heavy as 10,000 kilograms, smashed toward Ling Xiao. The 3 of them attacked with all their strength. They didn't dare to hold back because they already knew that Ling Xiao's combat strength was extraordinary. If they were careless, they would be the ones to die. Ling Xiao clenched his fists and muttered, I'll let you guys have a taste of the power of my heavy fist. Then a series of afterimages flashed by. The fire arrow blades and heavy hammers all hit the afterimages, but they couldn't hurt Ling Xiao's real body. Ling Xiao's speed was comparable to a peak earthly sovereign when he only used Cloud Phantom. Coupled with a little wind attribute, his cultivation was already comparable to a half-step venerable. If he flew at full speed, even a low-level heavenly venerable might not be as fast as him. Therefore, the 3 of them didn't cause any trouble to Ling Xiao. After dodging these attacks, Ling Xiao pounced on Meng Li, who was the closest to him, with a fierce momentum. His golden fist blasted towards Meng Li. Big brother, be careful. Meng Feng was also a wind-type cultivator. He was barely able to see Ling Xiao's figure. At the same time, he thrust the spear in his hand towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao ignored Meng Feng's attack and mercilessly punched Meng Li. After a few punches, Meng Li was sent flying, and Ling Xiao was stabbed a few times by Meng Feng. However, Meng Feng's spear light couldn't break through Ling Xiao's defense. Ling Xiao turned around and pounced at Meng Feng. Meng Feng was shocked. The spear in his hand turned into countless spear shadows. He poured all the spirit energy in his body into it and shouted, even if you're made of iron, I'll kill you. Unexpectedly, the next moment, Ling Xiao turned into 4 shadows and attacked Meng Feng from different directions. These 4 figures were very realistic, making it difficult to tell which one was real. Bai Menxing, who was watching the battle from afar, exclaimed, Doppelganger. When Huang shook his head and said, no. His afterimages are different from our doppelganger techniques. Maybe he's not a single attribute earthly sovereign. Could it be? He's also wind attribute? Bai Menxing guessed. When Huang nodded and said, this kid is really a strong opponent. Meng Feng looked at Ling Xiao, who had been split into 4, and panicked. He didn't know which one he should attack. Bang bang. Meng Feng felt a pain in his back. His whole body was smashed to the ground from the sky. Lan Qin saw that Meng Li and Meng Feng were sent flying by Ling Xiao. She immediately called out, Steel Armored Dragon, come out. A gigantic beast silhouette instantly appeared below Lan Qin. It was a Tier 5 armored dragon. However, the Steel Armored Dragon was an Earth attribute spirit beast. Moreover, it hadn't advanced to the 6th order, so it couldn't fly. It could only fight on the ground. Lan Qin naturally wouldn't choose to fight with Ling Xiao in the air. She instantly landed on the Steel Armored Dragon's back. Brother Meng, how are you two? Lan Qin quickly rode the Steel Armored Dragon to Meng Li and Meng Feng's side. The 2 of them stood up awkwardly. Meng Li glared at Ling Xiao and said, we're fine. His fist energy is only SOSO. That's right. We're not. Meng Feng echoed from the side. Unexpectedly, before Meng Feng could finish speaking, Several powerful energies exploded from within his body. Bang bang. Not only Meng Feng but even Meng Li who was beside him suffered the same fate. The two of them seemed to be dancing. Their bodies kept twisting and turning. Muffled sounds kept exploding, and bloody holes kept appearing on their bodies. Lan Qin, who was closest to them, was shocked by this scene and quickly retreated far away. How could this be? Meng Feng didn't understand what was going on. His body fell heavily to the ground. Meng Li's ending was no different from his. When they were hit by Ling Xiao, they felt a lot of pain and suffered some internal injuries. However, it wasn't as bad as they thought it would be. Who knew that their bodies would suddenly produce several terrifying destructive energies that directly blew up their internal organs. Lan Qin looked at the dead Meng Li and Meng Feng with a look of disbelief. He swallowed hard, and his mount seemed to sense its master's fear. It couldn't help but take a few steps back. Master Wanyan, what should we do? Lan Qin asked Wanyan Shu. Wanyan Shu was also shocked by the strength Ling Xiao had displayed. For a moment, it was as if he didn't hear Lan Qin's cries. Master Wanyan. Master Wanyan. Lan Qin called out repeatedly. Stop shouting. I'll send you on your way. It'll be his turn soon, Ling Xiao said faintly as he appeared in front of the steel-armored dragon at some point. Bastard. Steel-armored dragon, kill him for me. Lan Qin knew that there was no way out. He might as well give it his all and immediately shouted at the steel-armored dragon. The steel-armored dragon roared like a heavy truck. Its huge body twisted and its huge tail swept towards Ling Xiao. Although Ling Xiao's body was strong, he naturally couldn't fight a spirit beast that was famous for its strength without using his full strength. He leaped up lightly and his golden fist punched towards Lan Qin, who was on the steel-armored dragon. Lan Qin had long since prepared his defenses. Layers of powerful earthy yellow nether protection force formed in front of him, and the steel-armored dragon also displayed its elemental defense. This was equivalent to having 2 layers of defense in front of Lan Qin. With such defenses, it would be difficult to hurt him unless it was a fierce attack from a spirit artifact. Unfortunately, he had encountered Ling Xiao, whose body was as strong as a spirit artifact. His golden fist carried a sharp edge, and it pierced through the layers of defense like a spiral drill. You want to kill me? You'll have to pay the price. Lan Qin was also forced into a corner, and an exquisite arrow appeared in his hand. The arrow carried an incomparably strong killing intent, and the few arrows emitted an incomparably sharp and bloodthirsty feeling. When Ling Xiao first saw this arrow, he felt a little scared. This is the hairy chasing arrow. A hairy chasing arrow that's comparable to a low-tier 7 spirit artifact? I didn't expect this person to be able to obtain such a rare spirit artifact. It seems that Ling Xiao isn't having a good time. Not bad, the hairy chasing arrow can track the enemy's aura until it hits the enemy. In the central region, only the high-tier spirit artifact master of the spiritual martial pavilion can forge this hairy chasing arrow. It's just that the materials needed are extremely rare, so there are only 5 of these hairy chasing arrows in the central region. Every arrow will be used up. The surrounding earthly kings all looked at the arrow in Lan Qin's hand enviously and discussed among themselves. From their words, it was obvious that they knew the origin of the hairy chasing arrow and its power. Wanyan Shu also didn't expect Lan Qin to have such a good item. He immediately licked his thick lips, and his eyes revealed a greedy look as he said, I have to think of a way to get this good item. Lan Qin locked onto Ling Xiao's aura, and the hairy chasing arrow in his hand shot out a green arrow. Swoosh! The green arrow brought with it a dazzling light, and the arrowhead carried an incomparably sharp aura as it shot towards Ling Xiao. So fast. The corner of Ling Xiao's eyes twitched and he immediately retreated. He had already sensed that this arrow was definitely not something simple. Although he was very confident in his body's defense, he didn't take this arrow as a joke. Ling Xiao's figure flashed repeatedly, trying to shake off the arrow. However, the arrow seemed to have a mind of its own, and it would automatically change direction and chase after Ling Xiao. No matter how Ling Xiao dodged, he couldn't shake off its pursuit. Haha, it's impossible to shake off the hairy chasing arrow. Lan Qin laughed proudly. Not far away, Gu Jiaojiao reminded him loudly, Brother Ling, that hairy chasing arrow can capture your aura. You have to find a way to destroy it. Gu Jiaojiao really wanted to help Ling Xiao, but she knew that a man's face was comparable to his dignity. If she made a move, it would damage Ling Xiao's face, and that would only make Ling Xiao feel disgusted. Therefore she could only remind him. It can capture my aura? Ling Xiao murmured, his body still constantly flashing to avoid being hit by the hairy chasing arrow. If it was an ordinary Earth Emperor or even a half-venerable, they would have been caught by the hairy chasing arrow's speed. The reason why Ling Xiao was able to last until now was all because of his cultivation of the wind attribute. Perhaps the ice and fire sword can destroy it, but it's not the time to use it. Ling Xiao secretly calculated in his heart. He didn't want to reveal his true strength in front of so many people. Perhaps this will work. Suddenly Ling Xiao thought of another plan. The aura on his body instantly retracted, shrinking from the original Earth Emperor to the King stage, then the Spirit Master. Finally his aura completely disappeared. At this time Ling Xiao had already landed on the ground. This was the ability to completely conceal one's aura after mastering the concealment technique. It was the most suitable technique for concealing one's strength, as well as for ambushes and assassinations. His aura. Lan Chen's expression suddenly turned ugly. Sure enough, after Ling Xiao's aura disappeared, the arrow seemed to have lost its direction. It actually lost its luster and fell from the sky. Chapter 608. Everyone was petrified when they saw the arrow shaft suddenly fall from the sky. They never expected that Ling Xiao would be able to completely retract his aura. He did not release any aura at all. It was as if his life had vanished. Lan Chen revealed a panicked expression. Could it be that he has a spiritual treasure that can conceal his aura? You don't have any more tricks up your sleeves, right? In that case you can accompany them. Ling Xiao sneered as his figure began to move. Steel-armored dragon, stop him. Lan Chen shouted anxiously. He then turned to Wanyan Shu and shouted, Grandmaster Wanyan, hurry up and help me. A powerful earthen wall formed around the steel-armored dragon's body. At the same time, numerous earthen spikes protruded from the ground and pierced towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao moved like the wind and lightning, directly ignoring the elemental attacks of the steel-armored dragon. At the same time, powerful golden fists bombarded the steel-armored dragon's defenses. Cracks gradually appeared on the thick earthen wall. It was obvious that the steel-armored dragon's defenses could not withstand Ling Xiao's fierce attacks. 100 revolutions exploding hammer. Lan Chen couldn't wait for Wanyan Shu's help. Her body shot out from the armored dragon's body, and the heavy hammer in her hand produced a series of explosive sounds. The powerful hammer momentum was like a boulder rolling down, heavily pressing down on Ling Xiao. This powerful attack contained all of Lan Chen's power. This hammer strike could collapse a mountain. Even a peak earthly sovereign realm expert would not dare to block it head-on. Not a bad attack, but will it be of any use? Ling Xiao smiled faintly as his body flew up like a wisp of smoke. No matter how powerful the hammer was, it could not even touch Ling Xiao's body. Enough. You can die now. Ling Xiao circled behind Lan Chen and moved his golden fists. Don't kill me. Lan Chen felt a chill at the back of his head. Boom. Lan Chen's head instantly exploded, and his brain exploded. His body fell heavily to the ground. When the surrounding people saw this scene, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. They had once again deepened the ruthless killing methods of this middle-stage Earth sovereign. Ling Xiao unceremoniously took the crossbow from Lan Chen's hands and carefully examined it. He smiled faintly and said, "What a good thing. It can actually chase after an opponent until it's dead." Then Ling Xiao equipped the hairy arrow crossbow and aimed the arrow at Wanyan Shu, who was not far away. Wanyan Shu's expression changed greatly and he quickly shouted, "Ling Xiao, you don't do anything rash. I'm from the Wanyan family. If you kill me, my family will never let you off." Since Wanyan Shu had made it into the top 10 of the minor competition, he was certainly not weak. However, after seeing how Ling Xiao had killed several people in a row, he felt that it would be very difficult for him to contend against Ling Xiao. Moreover, Ling Xiao still had the hairy arrow centipede in his hands. Even an ordinary celestial venerable would have no choice but to flee if they encountered it. How could he escape with his current strength? Wanyan family? I've never heard of it. But, since you want to kill me, I can only kill you first. In any case, a trash like you is not qualified to fight in the chaotic abyss, Ling Xiao said faintly. Just as Ling Xiao shot the hairy arrow centipede at Wanyan Shu, Gu Jiaojiao quickly rushed to Ling Xiao's side and said, "Brother Ling, don't." Ling Xiao looked at Gu Jiaojiao in confusion and said, "Miss Gu, could it be that you're pleading on his behalf?" Gu Jiaojiao spat and said, "How could that be? His death is not to be regretted, but Brother Ling, it's best if you don't kill him. The Wanyan clan has a strong reputation in the central region, And even though they can't compare to the 18 great powers, they are still comparable to a 4th grade sect. If you kill him, I'm afraid there will be a lot of trouble. Yes, Jiao Jiao is right. If you kill me, even if you hide at the ends of the earth, the Wanyan family will find you and eliminate you. Wanyan Shu immediately shouted. At this time, the surrounding earthly sovereigns all looked at Wanyan Shu with disdain. Those who could enter the top 1,000 were all elites among the earthly sovereigns. They had all fought their way here. Now that they saw Wanyan Shu's character, they felt disdain. However, they also knew the Wanyan family's strength. If it were them, they might not dare to do anything to Wanyan Shu. They also wanted to know if Ling Xiao would kill Wanyan Shu or not. A family comparable to a 4th grade sect? Ling Xiao smiled playfully and said to Wanyan Shu, I can let you go, but if you can survive one of my arrows, I'll spare your life. Saying this, Ling Xiao shot the hairy arrow centipede at Wanyan Shu. Whoosh! Bastard! Wanyan Shu's expression changed and he screamed. He hurriedly ran away while taking out a pill to increase his speed and stuffing it into his mouth. Then they saw Wanyan Shu desperately flying through the ruins of the city. The surrounding earthly sovereigns all felt somewhat refreshed by Ling Xiao's bold behavior. Brother Ling, you are too reckless. Gu Jiaojiao stamped her foot. She was angry that Ling Xiao didn't listen to her advice. The Wanyan family's strength was comparable to that of a 4th-rank sect. This might not be shocking enough, but they were a family that relied on the medicine sect, which was ranked at the top, to survive. This was enough to make everyone fearful. Gu Jiaojiao knew this, so she hoped that Ling Xiao would let Wanyan Shu go. That way he wouldn't have to offend the Wanyan family and the medicine sect. Now that things had turned out this way, Ling Xiao's days would not be easy. Ling Xiao smiled indifferently and said, Do you think that if I let Wanyan Shu go, he won't remember what happened today? Gu Jiaojiao was speechless when she heard Ling Xiao's question. That's right, with Wanyan Shu's vengeful personality, Ling Xiao would have a lot of trouble in the future. Damn Ling Xiao, Wanyan Shu will not let you go. Wanyan Shu continued to flee as he cursed Ling Xiao 100 times in his heart. Looks like I have no choice but to use this. Wanyan Shu gritted his teeth and a long sword suddenly appeared in his hand. This was a fire sword. The fire sword had strong elemental fluctuations, and the shadow of a spirit beast soared into the sky. Its huge flames lit up the sky. Wanyan Shu held the fire sword in his hand and instantly turned around. He shouted, Break for me. The fire sword slashed at the green arrow with a powerful aura. Boom. The fire sword and the arrow made contact and a powerful explosion sounded. Wanyan Shu's body was instantly sent flying dozens of meters away by the powerful force. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and his feminine face turned pale. Phew, I finally blocked it. This damned hair-chasing arrow centipede. Wanyan Shu looked at the hair-chasing arrow centipede, which had been digested, and heaved a sigh of relief. He immediately took out a few pills and stuffed them into his mouth. Immediately afterward, he looked at Ling Xiao and immediately found another place to land and recover his injured body. Ling Xiao, just you wait, I will definitely kill you. Wanyan Shu secretly made up his mind. Not far away, Ling Xiao saw Wanyan Shu escape from death and murmured, It seems like these guys have their own foundations. High-grade spirit weapons are also very common. Gu Jiaojiao said, The most powerful earthly kings are gathered here. Most of them come from extraordinary forces, so it is not surprising that they are equipped with high-grade spirit weapons. After all, the imperial ranking competition does not only represent individual glory, but also the glory of each sect or clan. So that's how it is. Ling Xiao responded, then looked at Gu Jiaojiao and said, I think Miss Gu comes from an extraordinary force, right? You should call me Jiaojiao. After all, we are allies, aren't we? Gu Jiaojiao smiled and did not answer. She just changed the topic. Looking at the sweet smile on Gu Jiaojiao's face, Ling Xiao had to admit that Gu Jiaojiao's pure charm was indeed enough to captivate one's soul. No wonder Yi Yunfeng was infatuated with her. Ling Xiao touched his nose and looked away. He called out to Yi Yunfeng, Yunfeng, are you alright? Yi Yunfeng walked over embarrassedly and said, I'm sorry, boss. I embarrassed you. Yi Yunfeng really did not dare to look at Gu Jiaojiao. When he was in Blue Sun City, he was attracted by Gu Jiaojiao's pure and cute appearance. He had always had a good impression of Gu Jiaojiao, but just now, he had been defeated by someone else in front of the woman he liked. Ling Xiao patted Yi Yunfeng's shoulder heavily and said, This is nothing. The important thing is that after every battle, you will be able to absorb more battle experience. In the future, when you fight, your combat strength will be even more extraordinary. Ling Xiao also knew that if Yi Yunfeng did not use the Spirit Ascension art, it would be difficult for him to contend against those peak earthly emperors, so he did not blame him. When Yi Yunfeng completely comprehended the profound skill that the evil emperor had taught him and solved the weakness of the Spirit Ascension art, his growth would be much stronger than those of the same level. At this moment, a few sounds of wind breaking could be heard from afar. Ling Xiao raised his head and saw Wang Zhonghua, who had led the group here, and a few elders. All the earthly emperors respectfully greeted the 6 people with the cultivation of half-emperors. Greetings, lords. These people were all half-emperors from the 18 great powers. They were the referees and team leaders in charge of the imperial ranking tournament. The 6 half-emperors descended from the sky. The place where they landed was actually in front of Ling Xiao, causing the surrounding earthly emperors to be surprised. Child, your name is Ling Xiao? A short and fat old man looked at Ling Xiao and asked. Ling Xiao looked at the short and fat old man's strange gaze, and his neck slightly shrank. This old fellow can't have taken a fancy to this young master, right? Although he thought this in his heart, he still cupped his hands and said, "This junior is indeed Ling Xiao." Good, very good. Are you willing to join my sword-splitting sect? The short and fat old man went straight to the point. This time, the surrounding earthly emperors all looked at Ling Xiao with envy. The sword-splitting sect was one of the 18 great powers. It was a third-grade sect with an illustrious reputation in the central region. They had not expected that the sword-splitting sect would take a fancy to Ling Xiao. There is nothing good in the sword-splitting sect. Why don't you join our Ouyang family? We can guarantee that you will become a high-level earthly emperor in a year and a heavenly venerable in 10 years. Another half-emperor old man said with narrowed eyes. Ling Xiao, you should choose our Gu family. Our Gu family mainly cultivates the metal attribute, which is suitable for your future development, another half-emperor old man said. Chapter 609. Ling Xiao was dumbfounded by the quasi-emperor's questions. He couldn't understand why these old fellows would suddenly invite him. After some internal conflict, he finally came to a conclusion. Although he had deliberately hidden his strength, a handsome and eye-catching man like him was like a glowing firefly on a dark night. He was so bright and outstanding that he couldn't hide his strength no matter what. It had to be said that Ling Xiao was really narcissistic and arrogant. Wang Zhongqiu's words cut off the quasi-emperor's words. Brothers, don't be anxious. Let's listen to Ling Xiao's opinion. You can't force him to sell or buy. However, Ling Xiao, joining our Wondrous Heaven Pavilion might be the best choice for you. The short fatty curled his lips and said, Old Xiu, you told us not to be anxious, but you're also impolitely helping your Wondrous Heaven Pavilion recruit someone. Ah, Brother Wang is right. Let's let this kid choose. Another quasi-emperor stroked his beard and smiled. He looked at Ling Xiao with a flirtatious expression. Ling Xiao felt the gazes of the old men, and his internal organs felt like they were being turned upside down. This group of old fools. Ling Xiao cursed in his heart and then said, I appreciate your good intentions, but Ling Xiao's strength is too low. I'm afraid I'll disappoint your good intentions. Why don't we wait until the battle of the chaotic abyss is over? If Ling Xiao doesn't come out of the chaotic abyss, wouldn't it be a loss of face for you? The quasi-emperors hesitated when they heard Ling Xiao's words. The chaotic abyss was indeed filled with dangers. Even if Ling Xiao's strength wasn't weak, whether or not he could come out alive depended not only on strength but also luck. In the end, Wang Zhongqiu said, That's right. Let's wait until the battle of the chaotic abyss is over before making a decision. I hope you can come out in one piece. The chubby half-emperor smacked his lips and said, You're right, kid. I hope you get good results. With that, he and Wang Zhonghua took the lead and flew away, followed by the other elders. After the quasi-emperors left, Gu Jiaojiao's face flushed red as she angrily said to Ling Xiao, Is there something wrong with your head? You actually refused their invitation. That's an enormous fortuitous encounter. Gu Jiaojiao had a bitter and hateful look on her face, as if she felt that Ling Xiao had just made a very wrong decision. The surrounding earthly emperors also cast jealous and pitiful looks at Ling Xiao. Most of them came from various forces, and a portion of them were rogue earthly sovereign realm cultivators. They participated in the imperial ranking tournament not only to make a name for themselves in the central region, but also to catch the attention of the 18 great forces. If they could join one of the great forces, they could cultivate and grow under the protection of the great forces. To them this was a very good choice. However, this choice was ignored by Ling Xiao. This made them feel that Ling Xiao was too insensible and arrogant. Ling Xiao did not respond to Gu Jiaojiao's rebuke. His expression only became serious as he said, "I will walk my own path. They are not the path that I want to walk." When Ling Xiao got serious, there was a kind of majestic aura that emanated from him without being angry. Gu Jiaojiao looked at Ling Xiao's serious expression, and an indescribable feeling surged in her heart. Her beautiful eyes gradually became infatuated. Yi Yunfeng, who was at the side, noticed the change in Gu Jiaojiao, and a sour feeling emerged in his heart. He secretly decided, "One day I will surpass boss." Back then he chose to follow Ling Xiao because he wanted to defeat Ling Xiao one day. However, the more he understood Ling Xiao, the more he realized that Ling Xiao's strength was unfathomable, causing him to lose confidence. Now his fighting spirit was once again awakened. At this moment a few people walked towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, Gu Jiaojiao, and Yi Yunfeng all knew these people because they were their teammates who had come to the Abyss of War with them. The leader was a young man dressed in purple. This young man's purple hair looked very dazzling, and his determined face revealed a bit of arrogance and domineeringness. He strode forward like a dragon and a tiger, his aura oppressive, as if he was a natural leader, causing others to be subdued. Occasionally, there were traces of lightning flashing around his body, making him look extremely extraordinary. Beside him was a woman with a peerless temperament. This woman had bright eyes and white teeth, snow-white skin, and an elegant bearing. She walked with elegant steps like a dazzling pearl, giving off a dazzling feeling. She was a bit more beautiful than Gu Jiaojiao, appearing mature and charming. Gu Jiaojiao, on the other hand, was more pure and pleasant. The two were like orchids in spring and chrysanthemums in autumn, each with their own strengths. Behind these two people, there were two middle-aged peak earthly emperors. These four people were Tuoba Yuan, Gu Mingzhu, Zhu Mao, and Qing Yongping. These people were the top 10 earthly emperors who had advanced with Ling Xiao's group. Ling Xiao looked at the four newcomers with a puzzled expression. "Are they here to cause trouble?" he thought to himself. With a smile on his face, Tuoba Yuan cupped his hands towards Ling Xiao and said, "Brother Ling's elegance is truly admirable." Ling Xiao returned the greeting. "Brother Tuoba is too kind. I wonder what Brother Tuoba is here for?" Although they were all in the top 10, Ling Xiao didn't know any of them. He really didn't know what this Tuoba Yuan was planning. "Hee, I'm here in hopes that Brother Ling, Lady Gu, and Brother Yi can join us and challenge the Abyss of War together. How about it?" Tuoba Yuan said to Ling Xiao with a faint smile. His tone, however, revealed an unquestionable attitude, as if he was a superior talking to a subordinate, which made people feel very displeased. Ling Xiao frowned and said directly, "Brother Tuoba, I'm used to being lazy and don't like to travel with others." "I'm sorry." Tuoba Yuan's expression changed slightly, but he didn't show any dissatisfaction. "Brother Ling, there are many talented earthly emperors from all over the world. They will all form teams to challenge the Abyss of War together. This way we can have more help and reduce the danger. At the same time, it's not impossible for us to enter the Imperial Warrior list or the Imperial Killer list. Brother Ling, have you thought it through?" Ling Xiao waved his hand. "Thank you for your good intentions, Brother Tuoba. I, Ling Xiao, don't have a big goal. The titles of Imperial Warrior and Imperial Killer have nothing to do with me. I just want to walk around and not be a burden to Brother Tuoba." He muttered in his heart, "What does Imperial Warrior and Imperial Killer have to do with me? My goal is the first Imperial Warrior." Tuoba Yuan's expression turned slightly ugly when he heard Ling Xiao's two rejections. Gu Mingzhu looked at Gu Jiaojiao and said, "Sister Jiaojiao, why don't you come with us? Under Brother Tuoba's lead, we will definitely be able to enter the Imperial Warrior list." Gu Mingzhu was beautiful and her voice was very sweet, making people feel comfortable just by listening to her. Gu Jiaojiao glanced at Ling Xiao, then said to Gu Mingzhu, "Sister Mingzhu, thank you for your good intentions. This time I plan to be Brother Ling's ally." Gu Mingzhu narrowed her beautiful eyes. "With just the three of you, I'm afraid you won't be able to go far." I don't have any big goals like Brother Ling." Two shallow dimples appeared on Gu Jiaojiao's face. At this time Ling Xiao suddenly said, "Miss Gu, I think you should follow them." Gu Jiaojiao was startled. She looked at Ling Xiao and said, "Brother Ling, what do you mean?" Ling Xiao smiled faintly. "Because I plan to enter the chaotic abyss of war alone." He then looked at Yi Yunfeng and said, "Yunfeng, you can join them or you can go alone. It's your choice." With that, Ling Xiao cupped his hands at everyone, turned around and sat down quietly. Gu Jiaojiao looked at the determined Ling Xiao and stomped her feet. She revealed a slightly angry expression and said, "Despicable fellow." Yi Yunfeng looked at Gu Jiaojiao and hesitated for a moment. "I'll also go alone like boss." With that he also walked towards Ling Xiao. As Tuoba Yuan watched the two of them leave, an almost imperceptible look of anger flashed across his tiger-like eyes. He thought to himself, "What an insensible fellow. I hope I don't bump into you inside otherwise." Tuoba Yuan cultivated the thunder attribute, and his attack power was something that even a heavenly venerable would be wary of. He originally thought that he could use his name to rope in Ling Xiao and the others, but he didn't expect to be rejected. This made him very unhappy. However, he wasn't as arrogant as Wanyan Shu, and he knew how to endure when doing things. Gu Mingzhu once again invited Gu Jiaojiao to join them. Gu Jiaojiao had no choice but to join Tuoba Yuan's camp. After all, in the chaotic abyss of war, it wasn't as simple as fighting. If she didn't have any allies, she would lose her life if she was careless. In the next 3 days, many people arrived in the ruined city. These people were also the top 10 earthly emperors from various places. Currently, there were more than 800 earthly emperors in the ruined city. Due to the sudden increase in the number of people, various groups also began to rope in their allies. As a result, battles were issued in these 3 days, and more than 10 people were kicked out in advance. In the end, the 800 people were divided into more than 10 groups. The largest group had 36 people, and the smallest group had 15 people. There were also a few rebellious people who didn't join any of the groups. As a result, they offended some people, but their strength shocked others. In the end, no one dared to have any ideas about them. Yuan Zhantian, who came with Ling Xiao, also didn't choose to join any of the groups. This weakest earthly emperor became the most dazzling scene among the hundreds of people. Even Ling Xiao wasn't as eye-catching as this dull guy. In the past few days, Ling Xiao had been keeping an eye on Yuan Zhantian. He realized that ever since he arrived, Yuan Zhantian had been quietly cultivating and hadn't spoken a word to anyone. Other than Tuoba Yuan, who had invited him once, the other groups weren't interested in Yuan Zhantian. After all, they all thought that a low-level earthly emperor could be extremely powerful. If Yuan Zhantian joined their group, he would only be a burden. Ling Xiao thought to himself, "This guy really has a personality." In the blink of an eye, another 2 days passed. Finally, it was time to head into the depths of the chaotic abyss of war. It was also on this day that the younger generation of the 18 major powers finally arrived. Chapter 610. 1 pavilion and 2 gates shook the heavens and the earth, 3 families and 4 sects shook the mountains and rivers, and 8 forces gathered to create a storm. These 18 great powers represented the highest powers in the Central Territory, and they were like 18 pillars that supported the heavens that were distributed throughout the Central Territory. All the powers looked up to them and all the people yearned for them. 1 pavilion and 2 gates, Spirit Martial Pavilion, Black Demon Sect, Medicine Sect. 3 families, Dongfang Ancient Family, Ouyang Ancient Family, and Shangguan Ancient Family. 4 sects, Purple Thunder Sect, Broken Sword Sect, Wanhua Sect, and Ghost Nether Sect. 8 forces, Gu, Lu, Gu, Bu, and Feng Ancient Families, as well as Spirit Night Palace, Mysterious Heaven Pavilion, and Yin Yang God Sect. They were the organizers of every imperial ranking tournament, and they also enjoyed special privileges. Every sect and family did not need to participate in the small competition, and each of them had 10 representatives to participate in this year's imperial ranking tournament. In other words, the 18 forces had already reserved 180 spots in advance. Their appearance had also attracted the attention of many emperors. The 18 great forces are finally here? What a big shot. There's nothing I can do about it. Who asked them to be so powerful? I must get a good result in this year's imperial ranking tournament and join any of them. I think you're daydreaming. Don't even think about entering the top 100 war emperors. That's right. Every time, half of the 100 war emperors belong to the 18 great forces. It's not easy to enter the top 100. The emperors felt the arrival of more than 10 powerful auras. Their apertures were whispering, and their expressions were filled with yearning. Swoosh swoosh. Strong sounds of wind breaking could be heard as they flew over at an astonishing speed. Soon after, 10 young people appeared in front of the emperors. These 10 young people were all wearing the same uniform, and there was an ancient character printed on the back of the uniform. Anyone who studied ancient characters would be able to recognize the character, Lu, at a glance. These 10 people were the Earth Emperors from the ancient Lu family. Among the 10 of them there were 8 men and 2 women. 2 of them were at the peak of the Earth Emperor realm, 6 were at the high level of the Earth Emperor realm, and the other 2 were at the mid-level of the Earth Emperor realm. Although this lineup did not seem particularly powerful, no one dared to underestimate the new generation of the 18 major forces. This was because their combat power was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. It was very normal for them to fight above their level. The 2 peak earthly sovereign realm experts were a man and a woman. The man had an extraordinary appearance, while the woman was graceful and graceful. Anyone who saw them would feel their eyes light up. Those guys are always the last to arrive. The man glanced at the earthly king in the ruined city indifferently. His face was filled with arrogance as he spoke indifferently. The woman was also like an arrogant princess. She lightly nodded and said, "It doesn't matter if we come early or late. The key is still our own methods. Little Sister Shuang, this time, we must obtain the 2 Imperial Exterminator positions for our family," the man said with a fanatical expression. The woman shook her head and said, "It would be good if one of us could take the title of Imperial Exterminator. They are not easy to deal with." Right at this moment, dozens of whooshing sounds could be heard. 3 groups of people and 30 earthly sovereign realm experts flew over from afar with a powerful aura. "Lu Ming, Lu Shuang, I didn't expect you to come this time." Good. "It seems that your Lu family does not have any outstanding talents." A loud voice with a hint of mockery could be heard from afar. As soon as the voice faded, the person had already arrived in front of the people from the Lu family. The 10 earthly sovereign realm experts of the Lu family all revealed expressions of anger. "I was wondering who it was, but it turns out to be you, a prodigal general. How dare you yell in front of me?" Lu Ming's expression was cold as he mocked. The person who had rushed over was also a young man. His appearance was slightly inferior to Lu Ming, but he had also reached the peak of the earthly sovereign realm. His aura was not inferior to Lu Ming's at all. This was Gu Qingfeng, a disciple of the Gu family. An unnatural expression flashed across Gu Qingfeng's face, but he did not get angry. He said, "Haha, I lost to you by a move or 2, but your Lu family does not have an Imperial Exterminator. You have really lost face for the Lu family. Gu Qingfeng, if you have the ability, let's fight right now. Let's see what your Gu family can do this time." Lu Ming seemed to have been pinched in his sore spot. He shouted with an ashen face, "Brother Lu, Brother Gu, you are the previous Imperial Exterminators. It is really beneath our status to make a ruckus here." A blue-robed man with a powerful attribute light landed in front of the 2 and tried to persuade them. This person had an ordinary appearance, but a strong aura gave people a feeling that he was not angry. "I didn't expect Brother Ouyang to come this time." Lu Ming squinted at the ordinary-looking man and said, "With Brother Ouyang here, it seems that we will not have a share in the title of Imperial Exterminator this time." Gu Qingfeng said with a fawning expression. "How lively. I wonder if Brother Ouyang still recognizes me." A short middle-aged man holding a black fan walked out from the crowd and said with a smile, "So it's Brother Li. Didn't you say that it was the last time you participated in the competition? Why are you here this time?" The man from the Ouyang family looked at the short man and said with a smile. His expression was full of disdain. The short middle-aged man laughed and said, "Haha, this is really the last time I participate in the competition. This old man is already over 90 years old. I can't compete with you young people. But this time we are not the main characters. Our saint and saintess will show the divine power of our yin-yang sect." As soon as he finished speaking, a man and a woman descended from the back. The man was extraordinarily handsome, dressed in a white robe showing off his tall and slender figure. The woman's veil was light and graceful, her body like fire and snake, making one's mouth dry. That veil was half covering her face, matching the alluring beauty of the saying, like holding a pipa half covering one's face. These 2 people were the saint and saintess of the yin-yang sect. Their strength was at the peak of the Earth Emperor realm. At this time the Lu family, Gu family, Ouyang family, and the yin-yang sect had already arrived in the ruined city. The people they were talking to had already participated in the Imperial List tournament 10 years ago. Now that they had made a comeback, it was obvious that they were determined to win this time's Imperial List tournament. The 10 Earth Emperor realm of the Gu family consisted of 7 men and 3 women. There were 3 peak Earth Emperor realm, 5 high-level Earth Emperor realm, and 2 mid-level Earth Emperor realm. The Ouyang family had 5 peak Earth Emperor realm and 5 high-level Earth Emperor realm. They were currently the most powerful family. Their family strength was also the most powerful among the 4 forces. The yin-yang sect was at the bottom of the 18 major forces. However, no one could underestimate their strength. They had 3 peak Earth Emperor realm, 4 high-level Earth Emperor realm, and 3 mid-level Earth Emperor realm. Then dozens of wind-breaking sounds were heard. Needless to say, these were the younger generation from the 18 major forces. Half a day later, 13 of the 18 major forces had arrived. The spiritual martial pavilion, the Black Demon sect, the Medicine sect, the Dongfang family, and the Feng family had yet to arrive. The 13 forces had already occupied the best positions. The Earth Emperor realm that originally occupied the best positions had no choice but to give way. At present, the most powerful forces were the Shangguan family and the Purple Thunder sect. They each had 6 peak Earth Emperor realm and 4 high-level Earth Emperor realm. The Sword-Breaking sect, the Wanhua sect, the Gu family, the Bu family, the Lingxiao palace, and the Mysterious Heaven pavilion were not inferior to the Lu family and the Gu family. They were slightly comparable to the Ouyang family. However, their combat effectiveness was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. Swoosh! Not far from the horizon, another wind-breaking sound broke the silence. Like the wind and lightning, figures quickly flew toward the ruined city. Their speed was the fastest among all the forces. Needless to say, they must be from the Feng family that specialized in the wind attribute. Haha, I've made everyone wait for a long time. I'm really sorry. Please don't take offense. A hearty laugh rang out. Before the voice faded away, a wind shadow had already appeared in front of the crowd. This man looked to be around 35 years old. He had bright eyebrows and an extraordinary bearing. His scattered hair made him look unruly and unrestrained. He held a wine jug in his hand and from time to time, he would pour a few mouthfuls of strong wine into his mouth. As soon as this person landed, many women couldn't help but cry out in surprise. It was obvious that they were attracted by this man's demeanor and demeanor. Brother Feng's demeanor is even better than before. I didn't expect that you would be willing to wander back for this year's Imperial Ranking Tournament. That's right. With Brother Feng's strength, you should have participated in the last tournament. Now you're competing with us for rankings. Doesn't Brother Feng view fame and fortune as fleeting clouds? This man from the Feng clan was obviously very popular. The Earth Emperor from the other great powers all came forward to greet him. This man was the genius of the Feng clan, Feng Wuxia. His speed could be said to be invincible within the same level. He was a romantic and unruly person who loved to drink as much as his life. He liked to wander among the flowers, but his cultivation, Tenbin, was the most outstanding descendant of the Feng clan in the past 1,000 years. The person he worshipped the most was the romantic evil emperor of the 4 great legends. The 18 great powers would have some exchanges every few years, so many earthly emperors knew each other. Feng Wuxia was the kind of person who didn't compete with others and had a kind personality, so he was very popular. Faced with many questions, Feng Wuxia smiled and said, I came to participate in the Imperial Ranking Tournament this time just to see the elegance of my brothers, and at the same time to look up at the elegance of the many beauties. You can pretend that I don't exist. After he finished speaking, he poured another mouthful of strong fragrant wine into his mouth, looking indescribably free and easy. This time the Feng clan had a total of 6 men and 4 women. 3 of them were peak earthly emperors, 6 were high-level earthly emperors, and 1 was an intermediate earthly emperor. When the 2 women from the Feng clan landed in the city, they immediately attracted the attention of all the emperors. Their eyes were filled with a strong sense of infatuation. One of the women was graceful and noble, and her charm was unparalleled. Her mature and charming figure was even more outstanding than Gu Mingzhu's, and her peerless appearance caused many women to pale in comparison. The other woman's features seemed as if they were exquisitely carved, and she was like a celestial maiden that had descended to the mortal world from the 9 heavens. She was breathtakingly beautiful, and every single one of her expressions caused others to be enchanted. Her exquisite figure was similarly too beautiful to behold. The appearance of these 2 women caused Ling Xiao, who was sitting not far away, to be moved. It's actually them. It seems like this trip won't be lonely. Ling Xiao murmured with a faint smile. Chapter 6:11. Sister Yashin, these people are so strong. The woman in snow-white satin said to the woman in green satin as she sensed the powerful auras of the earthly sovereigns around her. The girl in blue held the hand of the girl in white and said, It's fine, we'll just treat this as training. Plus they look strong but they're not that scary. Ah, Yashin is right. Or don't be nervous. With my cousin here no one can hurt you. Feng Wuxia said while drinking. I didn't expect you to participate in the Imperial ranking tournament as well. You've really added a lot of color to the tournament. A handsome young man dressed in a golden robe with dragon patterns on it stepped forward and said to Feng Yaxin. His eyes were filled with undisguised love. This handsome young man was wrapped in golden light, as if there were invisible little golden dragons swimming around him. He looked exceptionally noble, giving people a kind of overbearing temperament of a superior. This person was the leader of the Gu clan, Gu Yufei. He was a peak earthly king. From the look in his eyes, it could be seen that he was deeply in love with Feng Yaxin. Feng Yaxin was disgusted by Gu Yufei's eyes, but she wouldn't lose her composure so easily. She replied, Gu Yufei, you must be joking. Even if Yaxin isn't here, my sister and the other sisters will definitely add a lot of color to the tournament. Gu Yufei forced a smile and then looked at the woman in white. His eyes flashed with amazement as he thought to himself, when did the Feng clan have another beauty like this? She's not any worse than Feng Yaxin. And this lady is? Gu Yufei asked in a gentlemanly manner. Aha, brother Gu, are you thinking about this lady again? You'll hurt Yaxin. Lu Ming laughed as he walked out from the back. One could feel the mockery in his tone towards Gu Yufei. It seemed like he was thinking about Feng Yaxin as well. Gu Yufei glared at Lu Ming and said, Lu Ming, don't be so sarcastic. I'm just curious about this lady's identity. I wonder when did the Feng family have this Kang Li? Soon after, a few outstanding youths from various sects and clans came over to the Feng clan side and enthusiastically chatted with them. It was clear that a portion of them came for Feng Xinya, and a portion of them were attracted by the white-clothed girl next to her. They all wanted to seize the opportunity to capture the girl's heart. However, the woman still had a cold expression on her face, giving off a feeling that she was 1,000 miles away. Swoosh! The sound of 10 more energy fluctuations could be heard. 10 figures brought out 10 rainbows of flames as they swept across the sky. Their imposing manner was extremely fierce. Before they even arrived, they gave off a scorching feeling. The 10 of them descended from the sky, and the powerful aura of the flames forced many people to scatter. These 10 people were also wearing the same clothes, but the clothes they wore were different from ordinary martial arts clothes. This was because they were all wearing the black robes of alchemists. On the back of the robes, there was a blazing sun embroidered, appearing dazzling. They're from the medicine sect. That's right, they're disciples of the medicine sect. You can tell just by looking at their clothes. What a powerful aura. There's actually 8 peak earthly emperors and 2 high-level earthly emperors. None of them are below the high level. I recognize the leader. He's Hua Hao from the medicine sect. He was already a 5th grade alchemist 2 years ago. He's only 32 this year, and his alchemy Tenbin is very outstanding. I also recognize the beauty beside him. She's Hua Xiangming, a famous little pepper. However, her alchemy Tenbin isn't inferior to Hua Hao's. She's also a 5th grade alchemist. The people from the medicine sect descended. They weren't like the other great powers who chatted and chatted with others. Instead, they all sat down cross-legged, giving off a feeling that they were 1,000 miles away. This was the reason why they were ranked 3rd. All of the great powers were already used to their behavior, but there were a few people who looked displeased. The earthly emperors of the 14 great powers couldn't help but discuss in low voices. Who would have thought that the medicine school wouldn't send anyone from the previous generation, but they're actually much more powerful than us. Fortunately, they've all used medicinal pills to increase their strength, so their battle prowess isn't that much higher than ours. Even so, the medicine sect is proficient in controlling fire, and the power of their fire palms is extraordinary. It's better to be careful. That's right. In the last tournament, they obtained 2 Imperial Exterminators, which is second only to the Martial Spirit Pavilion and the Black Demon Sect. If I don't have some strength, then I wouldn't be a disciple of the medicine sect. But this time I'll definitely obtain the title of Imperial Exterminator. Just as the people from the medicine sect sat down, a figure scuttled out from the side and actually ran towards the people from the medicine sect. Cousin Huofeng, is that you? The figure called out to a peak earthly emperor from the medicine sect. The figure was none other than Wanyan Shu, who had been bullied by Ling Xiao previously. The leader of the medicine sect, Hua Hao, frowned at Wanyan Shu's sudden arrival and expressed his dissatisfaction. The man called Huofeng cast an apologetic look at Hua Hao and then said to Wanyan Shu, "Cousin, if you have anything to say, let's talk over there." Wanyan Shu stole a glance at Hua Hao and Hua Xiangming before shrinking his head and walking away with Huofeng. So many people. I wonder if it'll be more fun this time, The only woman in the medicine sect, Xiangming, murmured as she curiously looked around at the people around her. This woman was dressed differently from the other 9 people. A set of fiery red armor covered her devil-like body in a flawless manner. The places that should be large were rather large, and it was as if the armor could not block her peerless, lethal weapon. Her round and perky but was filled with incomparable elasticity, causing one's blood to rapidly surge. Her 2 slender and smooth legs were so dazzling that everyone's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Xiangming, we're not here to play. This time you have to be more serious. We must surpass those fellows in the dark, Hua Hao warned Hua Xiangming. Don't worry with me here, they can only run away, Hua Xiangming confidently said as she patted her majestic bosom. You little girl, it's always good to be more cautious. Hua Hao knew Hua Xiangming's temperament, so he smiled bitterly and did not say anything else. At this moment, another 10 people rushed over with the sound of rushing wind. Everyone, I'm sorry. My Dongfang family is late. A rough voice reverberated through the ruined city like a morning bell. 10 silhouettes landed in the ruined city. They were the people from the Dongfang family. The man in the lead was as strong as an iron tower. His tall figure made people feel as if they were looking down on all the mountains. His arms, which seemed to be cast from iron, gave people an explosive feeling. It was as if his arms could burst out with a terrifying power that could destroy mountains and split the earth at any moment. This person was the leader of the Dongfang family, Dongfang Xiong. He looked somewhat mature and he was also at the peak of the Earth Emperor realm. There was a woman beside him who was in stark contrast to him. This woman was gorgeously dressed, and her delicate face was like a flower. She was extremely beautiful, and a pair of phoenix eyes revealed a soul-stirring expression, causing the wolves around her to be infatuated. Her body was slim and graceful, and her skin was exquisite and flawless. She was even more of a delightful sight. Her appearance also attracted the fervent attention of many young talents from the great forces. This woman was called Dongfang Jing, and she had the strength of a high-level Earth Emperor. Now, besides the martial spirit court and the Black Demon sect, there were already people from the 16 great forces present. Among these 16 great forces, there were 11 women who were like pearls, which added a lot of color to the ruined city. These 11 women were Feng Yaxin from the Feng family and the woman in white beside her, Lu Shuang from the Lu family, the saintess of the Yin-Yang sect, Gu Xiaohe from the Gu family, Bu Qing from the Bu family, Hua Feishue and Hua Piaoyu from the Wanhua sect, Sheng Guanping from the Shengguan family, Hua Xiangming from the medicine sect, and Dongfang Jing from the Dongfang family. These women were like the queen of flowers, standing in the ruined city. They were incomparably beautiful and moving. They had also become the targets of the young talents of the various great powers to get to know each other. As time passed, the people of the Black Demon sect finally arrived. 10 Earth Emperor realm experts who exuded a strong dark attribute arrived in a domineering manner, causing the surrounding Earth Emperor realm experts to reveal a look of fear. The young man in the lead was dressed in a set of black armor, and his arrogant hair casually scattered like a shadow in the wind. His handsome face, which would make even women jealous, carried a strong evil aura, and his faint smile outlined a charming demeanor. The evil temperament of this young man not only did not make people feel annoyed, but also attracted many women to exclaim in surprise. Even the previous Feng Wuing was a notch weaker than this young man in terms of temperament. This was because this young man's every movement carried a superior aura, causing people to have an irresistible urge to submit. Is that the new devil son of this generation of the Black Demon sect? He's so young, but he's only a middle-level Earth Emperor. Well, every generation of devil son of the Black Demon sect has to go through cruel battles to be qualified. Don't be fooled by the fact that he's a middle-level Earth Emperor. I'm afraid that even a demigod venerable might not be able to do anything to him. That's right, the people of the Black Demon sect can't be judged by ordinary standards. Whoosh, whoosh. Another 10 wind-breaking sounds rang out. 7 men and 3 women, like heavenly soldiers and generals descending to the mortal world, walked over from afar with mysterious steps. Their movements looked so slow, but the speed at which their figures flashed was not much worse than the average person with the wind attribute. These 10 people did not wear a uniform, nor did they wear luxurious clothes. The only thing that caught people's attention was the simple and unadorned Wu embroidered on their chests. Every stroke of the word Wu seemed to carry some kind of meaning, giving people a feeling that it was full of mystery and vicissitudes. These 10 people were the 10 great Earth Emperors sent by the martial spirit court. These 10 martial artists at the peak of the Earth Emperor realm were the forces sent by the martial spirit court. On the surface they had already suppressed many forces. Only the 9 peak Earth Emperors of the Black Demon sect and the 8 peak Earth Emperors of the Medicine sect were slightly closer in number. From this, it could be seen that the martial spirit court was not just for show. They were also the ones who won the first emperor position in the previous session. Chapter 6:12. The 10 youths from the martial spirit court all had indifferent expressions on their faces, but their eyes were filled with incomparable arrogance. Even when they looked at the earthly kings from the other 17 forces, they had the same attitude. Standing at the front of the 10 was a young man dressed in hemp clothing. This young man was not particularly outstanding, but his looks were very pleasing to the eye. He was the kind of person that people would find extraordinary the more they looked at him. His clothing was very strange. His hemp clothing was extremely old and there were a few small holes on it. He wore a pair of simple straw sandals that exposed his feet. He looked like the kind of clothes that the poorest commoners would wear. If he walked among the common people, no one would think that he was an expert of the earthly sovereign realm. Instead, they would think that he was an ordinary young man next door, giving people a feeling that he was approachable. But now he was among the earthly sovereigns of various forces. His clothes seemed to be the simplest. To put it bluntly, it was the ugliest and the most tasteless. But standing here he gave people a feeling that he was one with the world. No one dared to look down on this man who looked like a poor child. He should be the new generation's monster from the martial spirit court. He really is as strange as the rumors say. It is said that he is only 28 years old this year. His cultivation level has been cultivated by himself, and he has never taken any medicinal pills to advance. That's right. The title of First Emperor will definitely belong to him. That's right. With this monster here, the other geniuses can only serve as a foil. With the arrival of the various forces, the city began to boil because the battle of the chaotic abyss was about to begin. On this road to becoming a martial emperor, who would stand out and become the new generation's war emperor, killer emperor, and the supreme first emperor? Or perhaps some genius would die in the chaotic abyss and be buried in the abyss, forever disappearing from everyone's sight? More than 10 figures appeared in the sky above the various emperors, and they all bowed respectfully. A black-robed elder took a step forward, and a powerful aura enveloped the sky above the city. The aura formed an invisible light screen that tightly wrapped the city. This black-robed old man was a mystic, the arch-tier super expert. The old man's eyes flashed with indifference as he said, "You are all the most outstanding emperors from all over the world. You have experienced many battles to reach this point, and you have achieved the title of 1,000 emperors. However, this is not enough to prove your strength. If you want to be famous in the central region, you need to prove your strength in the 1,000 emperors. Tenbin, the abyss of war is your path to becoming an emperor." He paused for a moment before continuing, "The time limit for entering the abyss of war is 1 year. The one who finds the most emperor pills in this year will be the champion. The rest will be determined based on the number of pills you find. Once you are inside, you will not be restricted. No matter what power the others are from, you do not need to worry about them. No matter what methods you use, as long as you achieve your goal, it will be fine." "Understood." Everyone replied in unison. "Monarch pill? What kind of medicinal pill is that?" Ling Xiao murmured in a daze. "Boss, you don't even know what a monarch pill is?" Yi Yunfeng asked curiously. Ling Xiao shook his head. He only knew that there was a type of 7th-level mystic, the arch pill, but he did not know if this monarch pill was that elixir. Yi Yunfeng was a little speechless. He immediately explained, "The monarch pill is the dantian left behind by the mystic the arch after his death. It is called the monarch pill. Countless mystic thearchs from the 4 great empires have died in the abyss of war. Naturally, there will be monarch pills hidden here. We just need to collect these monarch pills. However, I have heard that there are vengeful spirits, remnant spirits, and even the obsessions of the previous almighty beings. Therefore, it is not easy to collect these monarch pills. Even if we collect the monarch pills, whether we can protect them or not depends on our own abilities." Ling Xiao finally understood. He finally knew that these monarch pills were formed from the dantian of the mystic the arch after his death. Listening to Yi Yunfeng's last words, the most worrisome thing was not the dangers in the abyss of war. Instead, it was the other emperors who had entered the abyss of war with them. After all, fighting for monarch pills was the fastest way to earn money. At the same time, Ling Xiao also remembered what this monarch pill was. The 7th-level mystic the arch pill was a heaven-defying pill that could allow a peak heavenly venerable to break through to the arch tier. However, after consuming the Mystic the Arch pill, the chances of breaking through would only increase by 30%. However, if the Monarch pill was added during the refinement of the Mystic the Arch pill, the Mystic the Arch pill would be upgraded to a Supreme Grade Mystic the Arch pill. The Supreme Grade Mystic the Arch pill was a top-notch 7th level pill. It could allow a peak Heavenly Venerable to break through to the Arch tier. If an Arch tier expert consumed the Supreme Grade Mystic the Arch pill, they could use it to increase their strength by another level. In other words, the Supreme Grade Mystic the Arch pill was an enhanced version of the Mystic the Arch pill. However, the effects were several times stronger than the Mystic the Arch pill. After all, every the Arch pill was not easy to find. The place where every Mystic the Arch died was a mystic realm. The Abyss of War was the place where the 4 earthly sovereigns and many other almighty experts had fallen 100,000 years ago. That was also the most prosperous era in the central region. The Arch tier experts were not as rare as they were now. Therefore, there had always been a lot of Monarch pills in the Abyss of War. These Monarch pills were things that many powerful forces needed. Therefore, it was indeed the best place for them to compete in the Imperialist tournament. Alright, that's all that needs to be said. Everything will depend on your luck. Those who can come out of the Abyss of War alive will be rewarded according to the number of Monarch pills you offer. At the same time, you will also be qualified to join the various forces. Now head to the Abyss of War. The Arch tier old man finished his last sentence and took the lead to fly out of the ruined city towards the east. Swoosh! Waves of energy soared into the sky. The aura of 1,000 earthly sovereigns caused the air above the ruined city to flutter. All of them stopped at a desolate place not too far away from the ruined city. The black-robed old man nodded to the dozen quasi-emperors behind him, and then he shouted, "Everyone attack with me." As soon as he finished speaking, he created a large world, and it dyed the sky azure. Moreover, numerous water attribute spirit beasts appeared in the sky, and they roared as they charged towards the sky. The numerous quasi-emperors behind him exerted their strength at the same time, and strands of terrifying energy charged towards the sky. Rumble. In just a short moment, the sky was blasted into a dazzling screen of light by the multicolored ball of energy. Under the continuous bombardment, a spatial rift gradually appeared in midair, and the vast and desolate scene within the rift was gradually revealed. It was a deathly silent place, and gloomy and cold winds were blowing incessantly. It gave off a feeling of fear even though it wasn't cold. The black-robed old man's voice resounded faintly, "What are you waiting for? Go in." As soon as he finished speaking, 1,000 earthly sovereigns flew into the spatial rift like a swarm of locusts. Once all of them entered the rift, the old man and the quasi-emperors withdrew their energy at the same time. The old men heaved heavy sighs of relief. Based on the fine sweat that covered their foreheads, it was obvious that opening that spatial rift had consumed an enormous amount of energy. Disperse. We'll meet again in a year. The black-robed old man wiped off the fine sweat on his forehead as well, and then he vanished on the spot after he spoke faintly. After that, the old men with cultivations at the quasi-emperor realm left successively as well. Within the sealed space was a place that was even more desolate than the outside world. However, this desolate place was extremely vast, and it was impossible to see the end when looked at from afar. It was like another world of its own. There were countless colored human bones amidst the flying sand and rocks. Besides that, there were numerous extremely enormous skeletons of spirit beasts, and they hadn't been corroded by the waves of cold winds here. The bones that were scattered all over the place formed a vast expanse of white. When everyone landed, they all shrunk their necks. The strong cold winds made them feel uncomfortable, and when they looked at the world of bones in front of them, they felt their scalps go numb. Amidst the skeletons there were also countless broken weapons. It was obvious that this place was the remains of an earth-shattering battle. These are all Emperor Realm bones, and every one of them was at least at the earthly sovereign realm. Looking at these bones, at least hundreds of thousands of people died. This is the grand scene of the 4 great empires in the ancient times. The number of earthly sovereigns here is too terrifying. This is only the periphery of the chaotic abyss of war. The real battlefield is in the depths. No wonder the 4 great empires declined after the battle of the chaotic abyss of war. It seems like most of the elites were annihilated here. Everyone looked at the sea of bones and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Suddenly, the sound of a cold wind could be heard. The sound of the wind seemed to contain a demonic sound that could invade people's hearts, causing everyone to fall into a shocking and wondrous scene. The terrifying scene of horses and beasts galloping and the endless chaos of war resounded in their minds. The people from all four sides let out earth-shattering sounds of war drums and horns. Hundreds of thousands of earthly sovereigns displayed their respective prowess, and each of them were like monsters with bloodshot eyes, constantly tearing apart their opponents and killing them with all their might. Broken limbs and internal organs were constantly splattered, appearing abnormally disgusting and bloody. Many world-destroying powers blasted the mountains and forests in this part of the world into smithereens. The chaos lasted for more than half a year. Everyone fought to the last bit of their strength, until they died of exhaustion. After the battle, only the leaders remained standing, holding onto the flagpole and not falling, leaving behind four lonely and desolate figures that were revered by the later generations. This part of the world had also become a sea of corpses. The countless blood converged into a river of blood, appearing incomparably stinky and terrifying. Thousands of earthly sovereigns felt this terrifying scene. Many of them who weren't mentally strong enough fainted on the spot, and many female earthly sovereigns vomited on the spot. Most of them were so frightened that they broke out in a cold sweat, and their faces became incomparably pale. Only a few strong-willed people remained calm as if they were ignoring the scene. Chapter 6:13. When the scenes of battle disappeared, no one was in a hurry to find the emperor pills. They had to readjust their state of mind before they could continue their journey. However, there were a few people who were determined enough to take the first step. Ling Xiao patted Yi Yunfeng, who was sweating profusely, and said, "If your heart is as clear as ice, you won't be shaken even if the sky collapses. Don't let the demons in your heart bother you, this is just an illusion from back then." Yi Yunfeng wiped the sweat from his forehead and swallowed. How terrifying! Hundreds of thousands of earthly emperors died just like that. A general's success is built on 10,000 corpses. They all fought for their country and died a worthy death. Ling Xiao sighed. Then he pulled out a bottle of medicine and handed it to Yi Yunfeng. "This is an illusion-dispelling potion. If you rub it on your eyes, you'll be able to see through all illusions." "Hallucination potion, boss, you actually have such a good thing." Yi Yunfeng revealed a look of joy. This hallucination potion was rare even in the central region. Yi Yunfeng didn't expect Ling Xiao to have it. With it, they could avoid many dangers here. Ling Xiao smiled but didn't explain. He threw a pair of boots in front of Yi Yunfeng. "The wind boots can increase your speed by 2 or 3 times. You're too weak. If you don't have any life-saving methods, you'll really stay here forever." The wind boots were now in Ling Xiao's hands and couldn't display its power, but to Yi Yunfeng, it couldn't be any better. Yi Yunfeng understood Ling Xiao's generous personality, so he didn't stand on ceremony and kept the boots. "There are countless dangers here. Whether you can survive or not depends on you. Don't let me down," Ling Xiao said solemnly to Yi Yunfeng. "Don't worry, boss, this time I won't embarrass you again." Yi Yunfeng nodded heavily in response. "Alright, let's part ways here. I hope you can enter the list in a year's time." Ling Xiao replied and wanted to leave the Sea of Bones. After all, this was a place of life and death for Earth sovereigns, and it was the outermost battlefield. It was impossible for there to be sovereign pills here. Even if there were, they would have been taken away by the previous Earth sovereigns. However, just as Ling Xiao and Yi Yunfeng separated, several earthly sovereign realm experts blocked Ling Xiao's way. "Ling Xiao, it's time to settle our scores." Wanyan Shu clenched his fist and shouted at Ling Xiao. His voice was so loud that many people heard it. "So, he's here too?" The woman in white clothes on the Feng clan's side was surprised. Then she hurriedly came back to her senses and looked for Ling Xiao's back. Sure enough, the tall and slender figure not far away was so dazzling. The lady in white wanted to rush towards Ling Xiao, but Feng Wuying blocked her and said, "Why? Cousin Xner knows that person? He is my husband." The woman in white said very straightforwardly. As soon as she said this, the expressions of the young people from the surrounding forces became unnatural. The woman in white was Ji Beixin, who was accepted as the successor of the Feng clan's aunt. Now her aura had risen to the next level, and her strength had advanced from the mid-stage king rank to the mid-stage earth monarch realm. "Sister Xn, don't be hasty. Let's see what's going on first." Feng Yaxin held Ji Beixin's hand and said. Ji Beixin looked at Feng Yaxin and hesitated for a moment, then nodded. She looked at Ling Xiao with infinite affection. After not seeing each other for 2 years, she missed Ling Xiao even more. She'd truly never imagined that Ling Xiao would actually come to participate in the Imperial Rankings competition, and this caused her to be incomparably happy in her heart. She really wanted to rush up and throw herself into his embrace, and properly suck him in so as to resolve the feelings of longing she'd felt during these 2 years. Brother Wanyan, could it be that you've made some new allies and want to deal with me again? Ling Xiao looked at Wanyan Shu playfully. He really couldn't understand why Wanyan Shu would be so insensible. Did he really think that he didn't dare to kill him? Humph, Ling Xiao, you killed my allies and now you want to harm me. Today I'm going to seek justice, Wanyan Shu snorted coldly. Before this, he had recruited a few helpers with great difficulty, but they had all been killed by Ling Xiao. In the end, he had almost died to the hairy arrow centipede. He really couldn't take this lying down. Haha, looks like letting you go was quite a big mistake. Ling Xiao smiled faintly as a formless killing intent blossomed from him. And here I was wondering what kind of powerful expert it was. So it's just a piece of trash at the intermediate earthly sovereign realm. Cousin, you can't even deal with trash like that, yet you still have the nerve to ask for my help? A man in the attire of an alchemist slowly walked out from behind Wanyan Shu. His face was filled with extreme arrogance. This person was Wanyan Shu's cousin, Huofeng. At the same time, he was also one of the true disciples of the medicine school and possessed the strength of a peak earthly sovereign. Ling Xiao sized up this fellow who had suddenly appeared and discovered that he was actually from the medicine school. He couldn't help but feel somewhat astonished. No wonder Wanyan Shu dared to come looking for trouble. It turns out that he's found a heavyweight helper. Cousin, don't be fooled by his strength at the intermediate earthly sovereign realm. He's pretty tough, Wanyan Shu said. Huofeng snorted disapprovingly. He then stared at Ling Xiao and said, I'm a very benevolent person. Cripple your own Dantian as punishment for offending my cousin. Let's just forget about this matter. As an outstanding disciple of the medicine school, Huofeng naturally had a sense of superiority. He didn't believe that the intermediate earthly sovereign in front of him would dare to offend him. Due to Huofeng's appearance, most of the earthly sovereigns weren't in a hurry to search for the emperor pill. Instead, they stayed behind to watch the show. Ling Xiao rubbed his chin and said with an incomparably playful expression, I'm also a very benevolent person. Your cousin has caused trouble for me time and time again, so I'll take his life. Since you're a disciple of the medicine school, I won't bother with you. Ling Xiao couldn't help but think of the alchemy technique he had obtained from the secret realm under the desolate mountain range. He now felt that this alchemy technique should have come from the famous medicine school of the central region. However, he didn't know how the deceased earthly sovereign had obtained such an important technique. However, he had no way of verifying this matter. Since he had obtained the alchemy technique from the medicine school, he still felt some gratitude towards the medicine school. Thus, he decided to not bother with the arrogant Huofeng. Although Ling Xiao didn't want to bother with him, Huofeng didn't think the same way. When he heard Ling Xiao's words, he immediately laughed out loud. Good boy, you have guts. Since that's the case, then go to hell. A thick killing intent flashed through Huofeng's eyes. He was a dignified disciple of the medicine school. If he were to be humiliated in front of so many earthly sovereigns, then the reputation of the medicine school would be tarnished. A strange green flame appeared on one of Huofeng's palms. The flame condensed into the shape of a green wolf in midair and pounced towards Ling Xiao. This is probably a type of strange beast's fire seed. Its power is indeed much stronger than ordinary flames. Although Ling Xiao's strength isn't bad, I'm afraid that he will die prematurely after offending the medicine school. That's right. The medicine school has always been low-key, but once something happens they are very united. Even the other great powers don't want to provoke the medicine school. The Wanyan family really does have some relationship with the medicine school. You want to fight me with fire? A sneer appeared on Ling Xiao's face, and a blue flame quietly appeared in his hand. The scorching energy seemed to burn the surrounding air as it emitted a sizzling sound. Just as the green wolf was about to bite Ling Xiao lightly threw the flame in his hand at the green wolf. The blue flame was directly swallowed into the green wolf's stomach, and it seemed to have no effect at all. Reckless thing. Huofeng said with extreme disdain. Who knew that when the green wolf was about to approach Ling Xiao, it would be swallowed up by the powerful blue flame that erupted from within and disappear without a trace in the blink of an eye. There's something strange about this guy's flame. Hua Hao, who was nearby, narrowed his eyes and said indifferently. I sensed it too. It seems to be earth fire, and it might even be stronger than earth fire. Hua Xiangming said with a serious expression. Are you serious? Hua Hao's expression changed as he asked. It's just a feeling. Let's take a look first. Hua Xiangming also didn't dare to be too sure. You have some ability. No wonder you're so arrogant. But don't think that you'll be safe just like that. Huofeng narrowed his eyes and indifferently said. This time 5 green wolves appeared. They looked very agile and ferocious, and their flames caused the surrounding area to heat up. The 5 green wolves howled in the air and lunged at Ling Xiao at the same time. The flames were so strong that it was terrifying to look at. The people around Ling Xiao quickly retreated far away, afraid that they would be caught in the crossfire. Just as the 5 green wolves were about to bite Ling Xiao didn't retaliate at all. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The 5 green wolves fiercely smashed into the ground where Ling Xiao was, and the intense flames burned everything within a 10-meter radius. He died just like that? How boring. Huofeng couldn't help but feel a little disappointed when he saw that there was no one around Ling Xiao. He didn't expect that Ling Xiao would die just like that. Unexpectedly, there was a faint sound of wind beside him. He quickly went to take a look. He didn't know when, but Ling Xiao had already appeared behind him and was attacking Wanyanshu. Cousin, watch out! Huofeng exclaimed. Wanyanshu and the earthly sovereign realm experts around him didn't need Huofeng's reminder to feel Ling Xiao's attack. Let's kill him together. Wanyanshu shouted. A low-tier 7th-grade spiritual weapon appeared in his hand, and he blasted it at Ling Xiao. The earthly sovereign realm experts around him all used their strongest moves at the same time in an attempt to kill Ling Xiao. Humph, no one can save you this time. Ling Xiao snorted coldly. His entire body was covered in 5-colored dragon-scale armor. He ignored everyone's attacks and raised his speed to the extreme. A golden claw grabbed at Wanyanshu's throat. What a fast speed! Everyone cried out in surprise. Before the attacks could land on Ling Xiao, he used his lightning-fast speed to bypass Wanyanshu's attack and grab his throat. The earthly sovereign realm experts around Wanyanshu had no choice but to withdraw their attacks. Ling Xiao had a death grip on Wanyanshu's throat. Wanyanshu didn't dare to act rashly. He could feel Ling Xiao's strong killing intent, and his legs began to turn to jelly. He was filled with regret. Why did he provoke this fiend again? Huofeng stared coldly at Ling Xiao and said, "Let him go, or you will regret being born into this world." Chapter 6:14. Yo, let me go. My cousin is the medicine sect's true disciple. Wanyanshu said with difficulty as his neck turned red. Ling Xiao sneered, "If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If people offend me, I'll pay them back tenfold. Wanyanshu, I let you off for Gu Jiaojiao's sake, but now you've brought people here to take revenge. I can only vent my anger if I don't kill you. If you dare to kill him, you'll be the medicine sect's mortal enemy." Huofeng immediately roared when he sensed Ling Xiao's killing intent. "If you can represent the medicine sect, then I don't care," Ling Xiao said faintly as he exerted force from his palm. Crack. The crisp sound of bones breaking was heard as Wanyanshu's neck was immediately broken by Ling Xiao. Silence. Everyone present fell into silence as they looked at the lifeless Wanyanshu in Ling Xiao's hands and gulped. They never thought that Ling Xiao would be so courageous as to kill his cousin in front of Huofeng, a true disciple of the medicine sect. It should be known that no one dared to provoke the 18 great forces no matter where they went. Wanyanshu was from a great family that was comparable to a 4th-rank aristocratic family and was inextricably linked to the medicine sect. With these connections, no one thought that anyone would dare to kill Wanyanshu other than the 18 great forces present. However, the truth was right in front of them, so they had to believe it. "How dare you? You've dared to humiliate me for so many years." Die. Huofeng exploded with towering anger as his entire body was engulfed in a thick green flame. Wisps of green flames emerged from his body and eventually formed into ferocious green snakes. Countless green snakes seemed to emerge from Huofeng's body, and Huofeng had turned into a snake king, looking incomparably terrifying. The surrounding people were amazed when they saw this scene. They all knew that the alchemist was very skilled in controlling fire, but they never thought that Huofeng would be able to do this. 10,000 snake bite. Huofeng roared as his body shook and a powerful aura locked onto Ling Xiao. Countless green snakes rushed towards Ling Xiao. "Let's see how you dodge this time." After controlling all the green snakes, Huofeng pounced towards Ling Xiao. At the same time, a pair of flaming palms shot out, one mysterious palm silhouette after another. Snake palm. Faced with 2 layers of attacks, Ling Xiao's expression turned cold. "I gave you face, but you don't want it. Don't blame me for being impolite." Ling Xiao didn't plan on backing down. He had to make Huofeng realize the disparity between them. Otherwise, when would this fight end? He had a plan in mind. His powerful aura suddenly rose up, and a terrifying blue flame instantly rose up. These flames didn't need to be controlled by Ling Xiao. They automatically swallowed the green snakes that were attacking him. The fourth move of the firmament expelling palm, expelling clouds and overturning seas. Ling Xiao shouted and directly ignored the green snake flame. This kind of beast flame could not cause any harm to him. A powerful gust of wind collided with Huofeng's snake-shaped palm. Bang! The two of them continued to bombard each other. Palm shadows that blotted out the sky and covered the earth collided with each other in mid-air. Streams of flames incessantly surged, and a series of muffled collision sounds rang out in mid-air. The surrounding people had no choice but to retreat far away. How can the palm strength of a middle-stage Earth Emperor be so strong? Huofeng revealed a dignified expression and thought. Now that he had used 10% of his strength, he was confident that he could blast Ling Xiao down. However, his opponent's spiritual energy seemed endless. Not only was it strong, but it also faintly suppressed him. Both of his palms were shaken to the point of numbness. What he didn't know was that Ling Xiao was only using 50% of his strength. He didn't want to reveal his true strength. Otherwise, no one would come to rob him inside. If others knew Ling Xiao's thoughts, they would probably vomit blood in anger. He actually wanted to wait for someone to rob him. Was his brain fried? Those who were familiar with Ling Xiao naturally knew what he was planning. Bastard, you forced me to do this. Huofeng gradually felt that he couldn't hold on any longer. He gritted his teeth and finally prepared to use his strongest attack. Huofeng's palm pushed Ling Xiao back dozens of meters. A ball of green flames rose once again, and Huofeng's clothes were directly torn apart. His naked body gradually became covered in green fire scales, and even his eyes turned green. A power comparable to a demi-venerable shook the surroundings. The expressions of the surrounding emperors changed greatly. They suddenly felt that Huofeng's strength was increasing by several times. This strength had far exceeded the scope of their imagination. What a terrifying aura. It's even more terrifying than a demi-venerable. It's already infinitely close to the power of a heavenly venerable. The true disciple of the Medicine Gate truly lives up to his name. I'm afraid that this is the end for Ling Xiao. That's hard to say. Before, Ling Xiao only used the metal element, but now he actually used the fire element. He must have his own trump card. I'm sure that we won't know who will emerge victorious until the very end. However, it's not easy to force a Medicine Gate disciple to this extent with the strength of a mid-level Earth Emperor. Huofeng is actually being forced into such a difficult situation. That mid-level Earth Emperor is quite capable, Huahao of the Medicine Gate commented as he watched the two fight. Huofeng is very annoying. The principle of the sect is to prevent us from fighting with others, but he always uses the name of the Medicine Gate to show off. It's as if he's afraid that others don't know that he's from the Medicine Gate. If he loses, our Medicine Gate's reputation will be tarnished, Huahao said with a shrug. There's nothing surprising about this. If he wasn't a direct descendant of the Third Elder, he would have been kicked out of the Medicine Gate long ago. This time, I didn't agree with bringing him here, but since the Third Elder has stepped in, it's not good for him to lose face, Huxiang Ming said with a frown. Forget it. If he really loses, I'll definitely report the truth when I return to the sect. He'll naturally be punished when he returns, Huxiang Ming said. In midair, the green flames were constantly surging. Huofeng had already turned into a green flaming man. His appearance had become extremely malevolent, and his aura had reached its peak. Hey, your strength isn't bad. You're actually close to a heavenly venerable, but that's still not enough. Ling Xiao sneered. He did not choose to take advantage of this opportunity to attack. Instead, he wanted to wait for Huofeng's true strength to arrive. He wanted to see just how capable this true disciple of the Medicine Gate was. Bastard, you should be proud that you can die under the fiery beast transformation art. Huofeng seemed to have transformed into a spirit beast, and his voice had become hoarse. Then he slowly raised his palm, and a giant hand covered in green scales instantly grabbed at Ling Xiao. This giant hand with green scales was like the claw of a giant beast. It was extremely fast and very fierce, and wisps of green flames constantly overflowed from it. Ling Xiao did not even think about it and immediately dodged it. Huofeng's face flashed a cold smile, and he quickly raised his other hand. Another giant hand fiercely grabbed at Ling Xiao. This giant hand was the real deal. Ling Xiao was like a monkey being firmly grabbed by a giant beast, and it was difficult for him to struggle free. The green flames incessantly burned Ling Xiao. If it had been an ordinary earthly sovereign, they would have been quickly burned to death by this intense and high temperature. However, Ling Xiao was almost immune to flames other than the heavenly fire. These green flames could not harm Ling Xiao's body at all. Haha, my strength is comparable to that of a heavenly venerable rank cultivator. No one under the earthly sovereign rank can escape. Huafeng revealed a ferocious smile, and his other hand turned into a giant fist that slammed heavily towards Ling Xiao's head. The power of the fiery fist was comparable to an attack from a low-level heavenly venerable rank cultivator. The raging flames caused the surrounding earthly sovereigns to cry out involuntarily. Their faces were filled with fear, and they all thought to themselves, "The disciples of the medicine school are truly terrifying. Do you think you can trap me with a mere beast fire? How naive." Just as the fiery fist was about to land on Ling Xiao's head, Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with disdain. At the same time, blue flames quietly overflowed from his body, and the giant green hand that was trapping him was gradually devoured by the blue flames. What kind of fire is this blue flame? Could it be earthly fire? Huafeng also sensed the blue flames coming from Ling Xiao, and a look of extreme greed appeared on his face. To any alchemist, a high-grade flame was a treasure that they could only dream of obtaining. As a disciple of the medicine school, Huafeng naturally desired to obtain a higher-grade flame. The blue flames that Ling Xiao had displayed were clearly of a higher grade than his own beast fire, so it would be strange if he did not covet them. I can't let this kid leave alive. Huafeng made up his mind, and a green flaming sword immediately appeared in his hand. Just as Ling Xiao broke free from the giant hand's trapping hold, the fiery fist was already upon him. Ling Xiao raised his palm, and a powerful blue flame directly pierced through the fiery fist. Swish! Just as Ling Xiao was temporarily out of danger, a wave of tyrannical sword energy flooded towards him. Even with the protection of the five-colored dragon scale armor, the powerful sword energy was extremely painful to deal with. A high-grade spirit weapon. Ling Xiao exclaimed in his heart, and his figure began to retreat at full speed. Sword-devouring astral energy. Huafeng swore to kill Ling Xiao no matter what. Streaks of green sword energy constantly pursued Ling Xiao with a terrifying sword energy. The sword energy constantly exploded in mid-air, and the terrifying destructive power shocked everyone present. Damn it, don't blame me if you're courting death. Ling Xiao was furious. He had repeatedly retreated, but unexpectedly, this guy did not know what was good for him. Ling Xiao's body was filled with a powerful aura, and his figure was like a ghost, leaving a series of afterimages in mid-air. The afterimages were so fast that it was dazzling to the eyes. Huafeng's eyelids twitched. Wave after wave of powerful sword energy continuously destroyed the afterimages, but he was unable to capture Ling Xiao's real body. I can only summon my spiritual beast. Huafeng knew that it would be difficult for him to harm Ling Xiao with his own strength, so he prepared to summon his protective spiritual beast. However, a powerful golden fist had already landed heavily on his back. Bang bang. Who asked you to be so arrogant? This young master will beat you until even your mother can't recognize you. Ling Xiao was not afraid of losing. His entire body was like a goshawk pouncing on a rabbit, and a series of afterimages of his fists bombarded Huafeng's face that deserved a beating. Chapter 6:15. In the chaotic war abyss of bones, a chilly wind blew past, causing people to feel cold. In the sky above the sea of bones, a series of muffled bangs resounded through the clouds. One could only see a figure chasing after another figure, continuously attacking. The most eye-catching thing was that the figure was attacking the face of the person being attacked. This was purely destroying the person's face. Those who didn't know would think that the person was jealous of the other person's handsome face. Bastard, I want you dead. Although Huafeng was beaten senseless, Ling Xiao didn't kill him, so he was still able to maintain some consciousness. He forced out the aura in his body, and a ball of green flame that was even more intense than before drilled out from his pores. That green flame seemed to have a mind of its own and instantly wrapped around Ling Xiao. This ball of flame was Huafeng's beast fire seed. It seemed that even if Huafeng had to suffer serious injuries, he still wanted to kill Ling Xiao. The power of the beast fire seed was countless times stronger than ordinary flames. Only those rank 6 and above fire attribute beasts could nurture a beast fire seed. Although it couldn't compare to earth fire or sky fire, its power couldn't be underestimated. It must be known that ordinary heavenly venerables wouldn't be able to use special methods to forcefully devour this beast fire seed. Now that Hua Feng had used the beast fire seed to burn Ling Xiao, he was already staking it all on this one throw. He didn't care how strong Ling Xiao was, but against his violent beast fire seed, he was afraid that Ling Xiao would fall. All the green flames wrapped around Ling Xiao and burned him. That scorching energy was shocking. Even an ordinary Xian artifact would be refined in less than 2 hours under this beast fire. However, he had forgotten a very important point. Ling Xiao had a higher level beast fire seed than him. Could his beast fire seed cause any harm to Ling Xiao? That was obviously impossible. This fire is not bad. I can use it to replenish the blue demon fire bead. Ling Xiao, who was engulfed by the cyan flames, revealed a serious smile. The blue demon fire bead in his sea of consciousness released a dazzling radiance, and streams of blue flames spread out from every part of Ling Xiao's body. When the blue flames reached Ling Xiao's body, the blue flames devoured the green flames like a wolf pouncing on a rabbit. In just a moment, the green flames around Ling Xiao had weakened by more than half. The beast fire spark seemed to be aware of the crisis and quickly converged its energy, fleeing from Ling Xiao's surroundings. Hua Feng, who had already been beaten into a pig's head by Ling Xiao, was shocked when he saw this scene. How could I have forgotten that this kid has a high-grade kindling? Get back here. Hua Feng didn't want his fire seed to be devoured by Ling Xiao, so he hurriedly used his consciousness to control the fire seed to return to his body. Hey, since you're out, do you think I'll let you escape? Ling Xiao sneered as his palms quickly changed. Several blue flames surged towards the beast fire from all directions. Bastard. If you dare to devour my beast fire, our medicine gate will not rest until you're dead. Hua Feng roared as he continuously formed hand seals, speeding up the summoning of the fire seed. Unfortunately, the blue demon flame didn't even want to give up on the meat that was already in its mouth. It didn't need Ling Xiao to control it. It sped up, and several blue flames wrapped around the cyan flame in the shape of a spirit beast. Whoosh! After the blue flames wrapped around the green flames, they instantly retracted towards Ling Xiao. Bastard, I'll kill you. Hua Feng was furious. The green flame sword in his hand blasted out a terrifying sword chi that seemed as if it wanted to tear the heavens and split the earth. The overwhelming sword chi formed different spirit beasts that roared as they charged towards Ling Xiao. It seemed as if they wanted to tear Ling Xiao into pieces. Ling Xiao didn't have time to care about Hua Feng's rage. He opened his mouth and sucked in the green flames that were wrapped in the blue flames. Without the beast fire, your attack is much weaker. Ling Xiao swallowed the fire seed and his tiger eyes shone with a ferocious light. His figure began to move. Ling Xiao met the fire-colored sword chi head-on. His palms shot out a series of rapid palm shadows. Firmament palm third style. Overturning clouds and overturning rain. Countless palm shadows tore apart the sword chi with a strong gust of wind. Ling Xiao charged through the sword chi and the palm shadows swept towards Hua Feng with a force that could topple mountains and overturn seas. Bang! Bang! Hua Feng was hit by a series of palm winds from Ling Xiao and was sent flying. Thick blood splattered all over the place. Ling Xiao didn't continue to pursue him. Instead, he looked coldly at Hua Feng, who had fallen into the sea of bones. Hua Feng was actually defeated. Moreover, he lost so miserably. He didn't even manage to hurt him. What kind of divine god is Ling Xiao? He can even devour the beast fire. Could his blue flame be an earth fire? No matter what, he injured someone from the medicine gate. I'm afraid that the medicine gate won't let this matter rest. Fortunately, he didn't kill Hua Feng. There might be a chance to alleviate the situation. Swish, swish. Several figures quickly flew out from the crowd towards Hua Feng. Senior Hua Feng is only seriously injured. He's not dead yet. A medicine gate disciple called out to Hua Hao, who was leading the group. Hua Hao nodded and muttered to himself, "What a troublemaker." A beautiful figure beside Hua Hao leaped into the air. How dare you injure someone from my medicine gate? Watch me teach you a lesson. Hua Xiangming shouted and formed different hand seals, preparing to attack Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao sized up this sexy beauty and faintly said, "Could it be that only people from your medicine gate are allowed to bully others?" "You're right. It has always been our medicine gate who bullies others." Hua Xiangming replied somewhat unreasonably. At the same time, she also launched her attack. He saw that Hua Xiangming had used a dark red flame, which was also much stronger than ordinary flames. From the looks of it, it seemed to be even more tyrannical than Hua Feng's beast fire. What Hua Xiangming controlled was a flaming whip. The flaming whip was as agile as a spirit snake, and its energy was equally explosive. Go! Hu Xiangming shouted, and countless spirit snakes flooded towards Ling Xiao from all directions. Actually, Hu Xiangming didn't want to attack Ling Xiao, but this matter concerned the face of their medicine gate, so she had no choice but to make a move. However, just as Ling Xiao was about to extinguish these flames, an energy that carried a strong cold wind came from another direction. Ling Xiao instantly became vigilant. He thought that someone was ambushing him from another direction. Just as Ling Xiao was about to attack, he saw a familiar figure. He immediately smiled and relaxed all of his vigilance. This girl's strength is improving really fast. She's about to surpass my husband. Ling Xiao protected his chest with both hands and directly ignored Hu Xiangming's attack as he muttered, "Rumble." The flame spirit snake was directly shaken away by a powerful wind baleful qi. When it disappeared, Hu Xiangming glared at the person who suddenly attacked and shouted, "You actually dare to meddle in my medicine gate's business. Are you tired of living?" The snow-white figure steadily landed in the air with a zither in front of her chest. She looked at Hu Xiangming and said, "You want to deal with my husband? Do you think it has nothing to do with me? Who else could this woman in white be other than Ji Beixin? He's your husband?" Hu Xiangming was stunned for a moment before asking. She had seen this woman before. She seemed to be from the Feng clan. Although their medicine gate was not afraid of the Feng clan, they still had to be clear. "That's right, he is my husband." Ji Beixin's beautiful eyes were filled with determination as she replied. After hearing Ji Beixin's confirmation, all the emperors below were in an uproar. Many of the disciples of the Feng clan had ugly expressions on their faces. Obviously, they were unhappy with Ji Beixin's attitude. However, they were not unhappy with Ji Beixin, but with her so-called husband. Feng Wuing took a sip of wine and swept his gaze towards Ling Xiao. He then asked Feng Yaxin, "Is he the Ling Xiao who broke into our Feng clan alone?" Feng Yaxin nodded lightly and looked at Ling Xiao with a complicated expression. "That's right, it's him. I didn't expect that in just 2 years he would advance so much." When she first saw Ling Xiao, he was only a low-level Earth Emperor. However, after 2 years, Ling Xiao had already reached the mid-level Earth Emperor realm, advancing once every 2 years. If he didn't take any pills, this speed was extremely rare. In these 2 years, she had only reached the peak of the Earth Emperor realm from the high-level Earth Emperor realm. This had something to do with the resources provided by her clan. Ling Xiao seemed to only come from the northwest and did not have any backing. Being able to reach this step already made her look at him in a new light. Back then, when Ling Xiao was only a low-level Earth Emperor, he dared to talk back to the Feng clan's patriarch, who was also her father. Now that his strength had improved greatly, it was not surprising that he did not put the medicine sect in his eyes. What a fearless person. I really admire him a little. Feng Yaxin thought to herself. I don't care if he is your husband or not. He injured someone from our medicine sect, I have to seek justice for him. Get out of the way, otherwise don't blame me for being impolite. Hu Xiangming glared at Ji Beixin with slight anger. Whoever dares to hurt my husband, I swear to kill them. Ji Beixin frowned slightly and placed a guqin in front of her chest, as if she was going to fight to the death. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and thought to himself, this girl has changed a lot. He flew to Ji Beixin's side and patted her shoulder. How can there be a woman protecting a man? Aren't you letting others think that I'm a freeloader? You go to the side first, I'll settle this matter for your husband, then we'll have a good time together. Ji Beixin looked at Ling Xiao from the side, her exquisite face revealing a smile that could topple cities. Laugh, my current strength is not much weaker than yours, I can also fight side by side with you. Ling Xiao caressed her hair and said, I can feel it. Don't worry, there's nothing that your husband can't solve. Ji Beixin felt a sweetness in her heart and replied softly. Like a little woman, she retreated to Ling Xiao's side. Have you had enough love? If you have enough, then die. Hu Xiangming looked at Ling Xiao and Ji Beixin's display of affection and was extremely angry in her heart. She shouted and prepared to attack again. A gust of wind blew and a confident figure appeared in the air. Miss Hua, brother Hua Hao, give me some face and let this matter go. How about it? The person who appeared in the air was Feng Wuing from the Feng clan. So it's brother Wuing, I'm afraid this matter will be a bit difficult. A fiery figure quickly rushed in front of Feng Wuing and replied indifferently. Then what do you think will make you let this matter go? Feng Wuing drank a mouthful of wine and asked indifferently. Chapter 616. In the sky above the Sea of Bones, the people from the medicine sect, Hua Hao and Hua Xiangming were all standing on one side, while Feng Wuying and the disciples of the Feng clan were also standing on the other side. It was obvious that the people on both sides were nervous, afraid that a great battle would break out at any moment. As for the person in question, Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered with them. He heartlessly pulled Ji Beixin down. "Big brother, that guy actually left?" Hua Xiangming had been staring at Ling Xiao the entire time. Seeing that he had actually ignored their existence, he immediately said to Hua Hao, "Brother Wuying, it seems like he didn't appreciate your kindness." Hua Hao glanced in Ling Xiao's direction and said indifferently. Feng Wuying spread out his hands and said, "No matter what, since he is my cousin's husband, this matter cannot be separated from our Feng clan. I hope brother Hua Hao can forgive us." When they came to participate in the Imperial Ranking Tournament, their Aunt Feng had already ordered them to protect Ji Beixin no matter what, so Feng Wuying had no choice but to come forward and negotiate with the medicine sect. To be honest, with their Feng clan's strength, there was no benefit in provoking the medicine sect. Moreover, the medicine sect was much stronger than them. No matter what, he has to give our medicine sect an explanation. If we let him leave just like that, where will our medicine sect's face be? Hua Xiangming shouted. All great sects paid attention to their face. A member of their medicine sect had been injured in front of so many people. If they didn't get back some face, it would damage their medicine sect's reputation in the future. Ling Xiao, who had landed on the ground, sighed, "Exeter, wait for me here. There are some things that I should settle first. I don't want to owe others a favor." Ji Beixin nodded her head lightly and said, Be careful." Ling Xiao kicked with one foot and quickly returned to the air. "What do you want me to say?" Ling Xiao calmly looked at the people from the medicine sect and said indifferently, "Seeing that you didn't kill anyone from my medicine sect, you cut off one of your arms." Hua Xiangming hesitated for a moment before saying, "Haha." Ling Xiao suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed, then looked at Fire Incense Ming and said, "For such a handsome man like this young master to become a one-armed man, this is a big spoiler." When everyone heard Ling Xiao's words, they all despised him in their hearts. What a cocky fellow. Hua Xiangming also pouted and thought to herself, "This guy is really narcissistic. How about this? I'll let you slash me once. If you can cut off my hand, then I'll admit that I'm unlucky. If you can't, then I'll let this matter go. How about it?" Ling Xiao said with a carefree smile. "What?" many earthly sovereign realm experts exclaimed. Even the disciples of other major forces were shocked. None of them had expected Ling Xiao to have the guts to take on his opponent's sword. One had to know that even an Empyrean would not dare to take on the power of a spirit artifact sword. If a high-grade spirit artifact was used, even the Mystic Emperor would have to dodge it. "Alright, since you're so bold, if my medicine sect doesn't take it, then it would seem that we're too petty. You can take this sword from Xiangxiang." Hua Hao immediately agreed from the side. He wanted to see how this brave brat would be able to take on this sword. "Laugh, don't." Ji Beixin hurriedly flew over and shouted. She had always been very confident in Ling Xiao, but she didn't want Ling Xiao to take the risk. "Don't worry, I can still take a mere sword." Ling Xiao replied with a smile. "Alright brother, you're to my liking. Come, I'll treat you to some wine to boost your courage." Feng Wuying's tiger eyes flashed with admiration as he spoke. He then tossed the wine jug in his hand towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao glanced at Feng Wuying and caught the wine. He raised his head and drank a mouthful. When the strong wine rolled down his throat and into his organs, he couldn't help but exclaim heroically, "It's indeed a good wine. Come." Hua Xiangming looked at the heroic man in front of her, and her beautiful eyes flashed with an indescribable color. Many of the women below cast all sorts of admiring looks at the tall and straight figure. Gu Jiaojiao, who was in a corner, clenched her fists and muttered, "He'll definitely be fine." She didn't want to see anything happen to Ling Xiao. Otherwise she would feel very guilty. After all, Ling Xiao's matter had started because of her. Ling Xiao slowly placed a sturdy arm in front of Hua Xiangming and said, "Even though your medicine sect is a bit unreasonable in this matter, who told you to be a big power? I, Ling Xiao, can't afford to provoke you, so I can only admit defeat. Come." Ling Xiao's words sounded a little resentful, but it made people feel that he didn't care about this sword strike at all. Hua Xiangming didn't expect that the man would still be in the mood to tease her when his arm was about to be chopped off. "Watch carefully, you asked for it." Hua Xiangming shouted as a fire sword appeared in her hand. Immediately after, the fire sword carried a surging fire as it heavily slashed towards Ling Xiao's arm. Many people were staring at this scene. They all wanted to see what kind of ability Ling Xiao had to deal with this sword strike. Clang. When the fire sword landed heavily on that sturdy arm, the sound of iron clashing rang out. Hua Xiangming stared blankly at the fire sword in her hand that had been broken into 2 pieces, her eyes filled with disbelief. Ling Xiao withdrew his already bloody arm and cupped his hands towards Hua Xiangming and said, "Thank you for your mercy, miss." After saying that, he pulled Ji Beixin and flew to the side. He actually withstood it? Is this guy still human? I already saw how strong his body is outside the ruined city. It seems like the medicine sect also suffered a loss this time. No matter what, this Ling Xiao can be considered famous now. It's better not to provoke him when we meet. I didn't expect him to have such a relationship with the Feng clan. No wonder he dared to kill Wan Yenshu. Don't care so much. Hurry up and find the Emperor pill. 1 year's time is not long. After seeing that Ling Xiao was fine, the majority of the people finally began to fly towards the depths of the chaotic war abyss. In the blink of an eye, there were only a few dozen people left. Hua Xiangming came back to her senses and looked at Ling Xiao, who was already in a passionate relationship with another woman. She gritted her teeth and said, "Big brother, let's go as well. I'll settle the score with this guy later." Hua Hao chuckled and looked at Feng Wuing. He cupped his hands and turned around to lead the people of the medicine sect in a certain direction. Soon after, only Ling Xiao, Ji Beixin, and the people of the Feng clan were left in the sea of bones. What should we do now? Feng Wuing asked Feng Yaxing. Feng Yaxing spread her hands and said, "We can't just leave Sister XN here. Then let's wait and see. You really can't stop worrying." Feng Wuing sat down on a rock and drank his wine in a carefree manner. His eyes narrowed slightly. The people of the Feng clan didn't dare to disobey Feng Wuing and Feng Yaxing's orders. On the other side, Ji Beixin pulled Ling Xiao's hand and asked worriedly, "Xiao, are you all right?" Ling Xiao patted her head and said, "Don't worry, I'm fine." She really showed mercy. That's right, Hua Xiangming did show mercy. However, she didn't show mercy during the attack but before the attack. The spiritual weapon she used wasn't a high-rank spiritual weapon, but a low-rank one. Otherwise, Ling Xiao's defense wouldn't have been able to break it. If it was a high-grade spiritual tool, Ling Xiao wouldn't have been able to escape unscathed. Ling Xiao didn't know if Hua Xiangming did it on purpose. Maybe she thought that a low-grade spiritual tool was enough to cut off his hand? In any case, Ling Xiao felt indebted to Hua Xiangming in his heart. "It's good that you're fine. Alright, can you come with us to find the Emperor pill?" Ji Beixin relaxed and changed the topic. To be able to meet Ling Xiao here, she really didn't want to be separated from Ling Xiao anymore. These 2 years of longing had penetrated deep into her bones. Ling Xiao kissed Ji Beixin with an apologetic expression and said, "I'm sorry, Exena. You should go with them. We can't stay together right now." Ji Beixin's beautiful eyes became misty as she said with a sobbing tone, "Why? I'm strong enough to protect myself now. I won't drag you down." When Ling Xiao first brought them to the central region, he wanted them to be able to stand on their own so that they could protect themselves. However, Ling Xiao had been protecting them along the way. Now that she had stayed in the Feng clan for 2 years, the seal in her body had gradually been unsealed, and she had also received the guidance of the Feng clan's aunt. With her current strength, she wouldn't even be at a disadvantage against the half-venerable one, which was why she said this. Ling Xiao gently embraced Ji Beixin and said with a guilty expression, "Right now, our strength is not enough to look down on the central region, and I don't have my own territory. I don't want you to follow me everywhere, and it just so happens that you are constantly becoming stronger in the Feng clan. Before long, we will definitely be able to be together peacefully, and no one will dare to stop us, even the Feng clan is the same." Of course, Ling Xiao didn't want Ji Beixin to leave his side, but with the current situation, staying in the Feng clan was the best choice. That place would definitely allow Ji Beixin to develop better and safer, and the people from the Feng clan would definitely not let Ji Beixin follow him. Ji Beixin's potential was definitely not something that the Feng clan could lose. Only when he was strong enough to fight against the Feng clan and had the power to protect the women by his side, would he bring Ji Beixin to his side. Ji Beixin was no longer as naive as she was back then. She could feel Ling Xiao's intentions. After hesitating for a moment, she opened her arms and hugged Ling Xiao tightly. Her jade lips kissed Ling Xiao's thick lips. The Feng clan members not far away seemed to have sensed something and quickly turned their faces away. Feng Wuying, on the other hand, murmured heartlessly, "Cousin usually looks quite weak. I didn't expect her to be so passionate now. What an enviable fellow." Feng Yaxin also glanced in the direction of Ling Xiao and Ji Beixin. Her delicate face instantly turned slightly red as she thought to herself, could this be the taste of love? It seems like it can really make people lose their minds. After a full quarter of an hour of kissing, Ji Beixin's delicate face was completely red to the ears. At this moment she was even more beautiful than before. She pushed Ling Xiao away and flew towards the people of the Feng clan. A sweet voice sounded in Ling Xiao's ears, "Xiao, you have to take care of yourself. Come and pick me up soon." Looking at Ji Beixin who was leaving with the people of the Feng clan, Ling Xiao touched his lips and said with a faint smile, "This girl is quite bold. She actually dared to forcefully kiss me." Chapter 617. Within the abyss of war there was a boundless sea of bones. It seemed extremely sinister and frightening. A handsome young man was sitting cross-legged on top of a bald rock, quietly cultivating. The young man's body flickered with blue flames. Many of the bones nearby were burned to ashes. Occasionally, there would be a few strands of azure flames that wanted to fly out from the blue flames. Unfortunately, they were all wrapped up by the blue flames and devoured. After an unknown period of time, the young man finally opened his tiger-like eyes. Two rays of light suddenly burst out from his eyes, giving off an oppressive feeling without being angry. This beast fire seed is rather extraordinary. It's actually strengthened the blue demon fireball by quite a bit. The young man was none other than Ling Xiao. He gently clenched his fist as he murmured. He had been refining the beast fire seed he had absorbed from Huofeng's body. Although heavenly flames belonged to the highest category of fire seeds, they could also continuously evolve. The prerequisite was that they needed to absorb various types of spiritual flames in the world to be useful to them. Regular flames were completely useless to them. Beast fire was nurtured by powerful spiritual beasts over a long period of time. Its energy was slightly weaker than earth fire, but it was much more powerful than regular flames. As a result, it was enough to become a part of the blue demon fireball's energy. The blue demon fireball is quite a bit larger than the innate hell wind pearl. Looks like I'll have to find some Yin wind to nourish the innate hell wind pearl. Ling Xiao murmured as he looked into his sea of consciousness. Ling Xiao stood up and looked around the sea of bones. There was no longer a single person in the vast sea of bones. Only the constant gusts of Yin wind blew past. The war between the four empires really is astonishing. Ling Xiao sighed heavily and walked into the sea of bones. He looked at the king bones and the huge beast bones. His face was filled with sorrow as he thought back to the illusions from before. He remembered just how intense the war was back then. Since you've all been dead for 100,000 years, you've probably reincarnated long ago. Then let me turn you all to dust. After Ling Xiao collected quite a few emperor bones of the Grand Perfection realm, he planned to completely digest these bones. With that, Ling Xiao's palms suddenly soared into two blue flames. He waved his hand and the blue flames fell into the sea of bones. Sizzle. The blue flame was like a star, and under the help of the cold wind, it finally turned into a prairie fire, burning all the bones here into ashes. Just as Ling Xiao was about to soar into the sky, a thick and sticky smell of blood assailed his nostrils. Ling Xiao frowned and muttered, "Where's the smell of blood coming from?" Ling Xiao continued to search for the source of the smell. Soon after, he fixed his gaze in a certain direction, and his expression was filled with incomparable shock. That's Blood River. Ling Xiao swallowed his saliva and saw that there was actually a 2-meter-wide red river under the burnt sea of bones. Although the river wasn't wide, it was several hundred meters long. Previously it must have been submerged by Guhai. But now, it was burned by the demon enchantress Blue Flame. Moreover, the blood river that had long since solidified began to squirm. It looked extremely terrifying. This is the blood river where the blood of all the earthly kings converged. Ling Xiao remembered the last scene he saw in the illusion. The blood of those dead earthly kings finally flowed into a river. He really did not expect that this blood river really existed, and after so many years, it actually did not evaporate. Ling Xiao soared into the sky and flew towards the squirming blood river. For some reason he always felt that this blood river was too strange. This place had already been here for 100,000 years. It was understandable that the emperor bones could survive for so long, but the blood could also survive for so long. This was obviously not in line with reality. Ling Xiao stared at the blood river. He found that the blood river was actually gradually bubbling, as if the blood was boiling. More and more blood bubbles appeared. What's under the blood river? The corner of Ling Xiao's eye twitched, and a powerful spiritual force swept towards the bottom of the river. All of a sudden, Ling Xiao felt a tremendous amount of life force emanating from him. Bang! When the blood boiled to a certain degree, something seemed to drill out from the blood. Immediately after, a strong blood qi mixed with a surging life force spread out within a radius of 100 miles, and a huge red light immediately shot up into the sky. Ling Xiao stared at the blood river, his pupils shrank, and his tiger-like eyes revealed a look of surprise. In front of Ling Xiao's eyes was a strange blood-red small tree. This small tree, whether it was the stem or the leaves, all showed a crystal-clear bright red color, as if it was one with the blood river. The small tree was growing at a speed that could be seen with the naked eye. The blood in the blood river was constantly surging, and the blood essence was actually converging towards the small tree. Ling Xiao clearly felt a majestic blood qi constantly churning and converging nearby, and the blood in his body also felt as if it wanted to break out of his body. At this time, a green light instantly swept out from Ling Xiao's sea of knowledge. An old man's figure appeared at Ling Xiao's side, and his old eyes blossomed with a bright light as he cried out in alarm, "Blood! Blood essence devil tree!" Ling Xiao looked at Lu Wang in astonishment. "You recognize this thing?" This was the first time Ling Xiao had seen such a strange spirit tree. Even the catalogue of spirit herbs didn't have any records of it. It is the most evil tree spirit in the world, a devil tree that absorbs all kinds of blood essence to grow. Once it becomes a tree spirit, I'm afraid that even your human saint rank experts won't be able to deal with it, Lu Wang explained with a frown. Even saint rank experts won't be able to deal with it? Ling Xiao was horrified. He really hadn't expected this blood tree to have such power. That's right. Once it transforms into a tree spirit, it will become like a blood devil. It will look for humans and spirit beasts everywhere to absorb their blood essence and grow stronger. If no one is able to destroy it, then one day it will become a peerless demon god. Only a god will be able to destroy it, Lu Wang continued. That's amazing. Ling Xiao swallowed hard. Suddenly Lu Wang's eyelids twitched and he cried out in alarm, "Not good, it's gathering spiritual energy, quickly stop it." With that, Lu Wang flew towards the blood essence devil tree. At the same time, powerful tree vines scattered the blood around the blood essence devil tree. Ling Xiao immediately circulated all the spiritual energy in his body, and a suit of 5-colored dragon scale armor covered his entire body. An ice and fire sword appeared in his hand. In the face of such an evil existence, Ling Xiao didn't dare to be careless. He felt as if his blood was slipping out of his control, and that feeling made him feel uneasy. "Whoa! Damned undying tree, you dare stop me? I'll devour you." The blood tree actually transformed into a blood-colored young face that roared at Lu Wang. At the same time, it grew larger and larger, and its branches, which resembled blood snakes, grew longer and longer as they stabbed toward Lu Wang. I definitely can't let a worldly evil existence like you survive." Lu Wang coldly snorted, and a green light instantly grew larger. A verdant tree appeared in front of Ling Xiao, and vines intertwined with the blood-red tree branches. At the same time, Lu Wang cried out to Ling Xiao, "Little friend, quickly evaporate that blood. Don't let it absorb any more blood essence. Bastard, if you dare, I'll suck all of your blood essence as well." The blood tree roared. This was the blood essence that would help it condense into a true tree spirit, so it couldn't be destroyed. The blood tree constantly transformed, and a powerful suction force blossomed. The blood river that was hundreds of meters long began to churn as large amounts of blood essence gathered towards the blood tree. Lu Wang wasn't willing to be outdone. Balls of azure light flashed as countless vines wrapped around the blood tree, preventing it from absorbing the blood essence. "You're courting death, you old bastard." The blood tree raged. A young face flew out and bit towards the tree. Lu Wang reappeared with a scepter-like root in his hand. He shouted, "You haven't even completed spirit gathering yet, so how can you be my match?" The root in his hand flickered with azure light as it shot towards the blood-red face. The blood-red face was battered by the attacks, and it continued to wail. At this time, Ling Xiao had already summoned his heavenly flame, and 2 blue flames shot towards the blood on both sides of the river. Sizzle. The heavenly flame could burn anything, and the blood immediately evaporated when it came into contact with it. However, there was too much blood in the river, and it wasn't something that Ling Xiao could evaporate in a short amount of time. "Bastard, how dare you destroy my blood essence? I'll devour you." The blood tree suddenly realized that the amount of blood essence it was absorbing was rapidly decreasing. When it saw Ling Xiao in the midst of destruction, It immediately became furious. The blood tree gave up on fighting Lu Wang and charged towards Ling Xiao with its bloody face. Haha, I'll let you have a taste of heavenly flame. Ling Xiao looked at the sinister blood-red face and raised his hand. A blue flame transformed into a blue dragon that roared towards the blood tree. The blood-red face wailed as soon as it came into contact with the heavenly flame. Damn it, what kind of flame is this? Ah, this is the Heaven-Earth Yang flame. It is the bane of demonic creatures like you. Lu Wang laughed as he tore the huge blood tree into pieces. The blood-red face had lost more than half of its blood essence, and its aura was greatly reduced. It looked at Ling Xiao and Lu Wang from afar and said, "The two of you deserve to die. I'll remember you. The next time I see you, I'll definitely sacrifice all of you." With that, it transformed into a red light and fled into the distance. Oh no, we can't let it escape. Lu Wang let out a strange cry as his entire body transformed into a green light that chased after the blood-red light. The two of them were like shooting stars, so fast that Ling Xiao couldn't react in time. What is this? Ling Xiao muttered to himself as he looked at the two disappearing lights. He knew that he wouldn't be able to catch up. At that speed, only a mystic the arch might be able to catch up. Forget it, I'll just evaporate this blood first. Otherwise it might cause some trouble. Ling Xiao looked at the blood river and saw that there was still quite a bit of blood left. He flipped his hands and blasted the blue flames away. Ling Xiao spent half a day before he was able to burn the blood river to almost nothing. Just as the blood river was about to evaporate, beams of red light shone from the bottom of the river. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.